The school queen bullied me for 5 years. She never expected that the boy she chatted with day and night was actually Wang Mo, the one she bullied so miserably. She had just brought her classmates to bully me while waiting for Nuan Yang Nuo to reply to her message, but the other side never replied. Chen Kei looked at her phone, annoyed. She saw the chat window with the person nicknamed Nuan Yang Nuo. The message stopped at the last minute when school let out this afternoon. She had asked him when he was going home. He said he wasn't sure yet. She told him to text her when he got home, but she didn't get a reply. Chen Kei felt a little uneasy. She was afraid something unexpected had happened to him. Even her mood to tease me had faded a lot. You guys carry on. I'm leaving first. Chen Kei took the gum out of her mouth and casually spat it into the trash can. Her figure disappeared around the corner of the school building's hallway. Lin Naiyi kicked me. He dragged me back to the bathroom. I propped myself up on my elbows. I looked up at the 3 people blocking the door. Shushi clicked his tongue twice. How should we punish him? Lin Naiyi slowly closed the bathroom door. Just as Chen Kei had said, the bathroom door was locked from the outside. The sound of the circuit breaker being flipped echoed in the empty school building. The bathroom was plunged into darkness. The window near the ceiling occasionally let in a sliver of light. Relying on the dim light, I took out my phone to call my grandma. The call was answered immediately. Grandma's old voice came from the other side. Momo, why aren't you home yet? My nose stung. Tears fell. I covered my mouth, not letting any sobs escape. Grandma, I'm at a classmate's house today. Which friend? Do you need me to come pick you up? No, it's okay. It's my best friend. Well, if anything happens, you have to tell me. Yes, I know. After hanging up, there were dozens of messages on my phone. They were all from someone named Yezi. I have no friends in my class. In my friends list, there's only Yezi, an online friend. I read from the first message. Are you home yet? Did something happen? Nuan Yang Nuo, where are you? Where are you? Can I come find you? The corners of my eyes were still wet with tears, but I couldn't help but smile. I'm home now. Something came up at school today, so I got home a little late. In a luxurious mansion, Chen Kei was holding her phone, her eyes suddenly turning cold. What happened? Did someone bully you? I hesitated for a moment. I still decided not to tell her about these terrible things. It's just that 4 classmates pulled me aside to talk for a while. Chen Kei was stunned. She subconsciously thought of Wang Mo. Then she shook her head, letting out a scoff. She felt like she was going crazy. How could she associate a wonderful guy like Nuan Yang Nuo with someone like Wang Mo? If anyone dares to bully you, you have to tell me. My family is very rich. I can definitely help you. I lowered my head and was silent for a long time. I replied with a single, okay. After we said goodnight to each other, I leaned against the corner of the wall and fell asleep in the darkness. An autumn night in September is bitingly cold. In the middle of the night, I slept fitfully, often woken up by the cold. Around 6 in the morning, the cleaning lady used her key to open the door. The person in charge of cleaning the bathroom was an auntie in her 50s. She was already used to this. She woke me up from where I was sleeping on the floor. Go sleep in your classroom. It's cold in here. I groggily woke up, thanked her, and went back to the classroom. The classroom had air conditioning. It was much warmer than the bathroom. I collapsed onto my desk and fell asleep. Fatigue and sleepiness weighed heavily on my back. The classroom was noisy. The boys were arguing heatedly about last night's game. The girls were gathered together gossiping about last night's drama. A few couples were flirting across their desks. I sat alone in a dark corner, shunned by everyone. At 7 o'clock, they started collecting the morning reading homework. They collected from the first row to the last. Only my desk was skipped. The class vice monitor, Li Weiwei, walked past me. She rolled her eyes and glared. She even muttered, "How can someone who sleeps all day still get first place? Why does it smell like a musty bathroom? Didn't you shower yesterday? So disgusting." She covered her mouth and nose while pretending to gag. I suppressed my exhaustion and handed in my homework directly to the teacher. When I walked past other students, they would look at me, their faces full of impatience and disgust. A few boys would shout right at me, "Wang Mo, didn't you take a shower? Your stink is reaching me over here." At this point, other boys would join in the teasing. They'd cover their mouths to snicker, but their laughter was exaggerated. I didn't react. Like a soulless puppet, I returned to my seat. In the past, I would have retorted, resisted, explained. Now, I just pretend not to hear, Lin Naiyi said smugly. I locked him in the bathroom yesterday. Of course he stinks. No wonder. So that's why it stinks so much. So he really was in the bathroom all night. Naiyi is the best. He punishes evil and promotes good on our behalf. Getting rid of the cancer in our class. The whole class burst out laughing. The sparse sound of reading was soon drowned out. I opened my language arts textbook and forced myself to memorize the lesson. I tried to use my studies to fight against all the malice. I kept telling myself, the college entrance exam is in 9 months. After graduation, I can start a new life. Then I'll go find Yizi and escape this abyss forever. Hey, Wang Mo, didn't you hear what we said? Naiyi told you to get out. How can you stay in the classroom when you stink like that? Aren't you afraid you'll suffocate us? Li Weiwei stood not far away, her expression arrogant. I pressed my lips together and stood up. I put on my backpack and walked out of the classroom. The weather was beautiful today. The sun was strong and dazzling. I threw my backpack on the ground and picked up my moral cultivation and law book to memorize. Mr. Su, the middle school English teacher, held his lesson plan. He glanced at me. There was no expression on his face. He walked straight into the classroom. In the classroom, the noise didn't stop when the teacher arrived. On the contrary, it grew louder. The morning self-study period wasn't over yet when Chen Kei brought people to the classroom door. As she got closer, she heard the sound of reading amidst the noisy chatter. The mountains have blooming flowers. The flowers bloom on their own. It has nothing to do with golden autumn or spring and summer. Under the early autumn morning sun, I was wearing my school uniform, holding a book and standing in front of the classroom door. My eyes shone with stubbornness and defiance. Chen Kei glanced over and stood next to me. I looked up, my heart tightening. I silently backed away a meter. Lin Naiyi turned around in the classroom. He saw his girlfriend standing next to Chen Kei in the hallway. He smiled and trotted over to his girlfriend. "Nangxiang, why are you here?" Xia Nangxiang frowned and gently pushed him away. "Let's break up. We're about to go to college. My family has arranged for me to study abroad. I can't leave any stains on my record." Initially, to protect her boyfriend, in the school bullying incident, she even dragged her best friend, Chen Kei, into it. But now she had to draw a clear line with Lin Naiyi. She wasn't like Chen Kei. Although Chen Kei was an illegitimate child of the Chen family, she was the sole heir. The joy in Lin Naiyi's eyes vanished instantly. He looked at Xia Nangxiang in disbelief. "Nangxiang, how could you do this?" Xia Nangxiang wore gold-rimmed glasses. Her expression was calm. She retorted, "What? Is something wrong?" Lin Naiyi roared in anger. "You think you can just break up with me when you feel like it? Whatever." Xia Nangxiang pushed him away and walked straight back to her class. School bullying. He never directly participated. For the most part, he just watched. After all, Chen Kei was there. A case of school bullying. He would never be held accountable. Lin Naiyi was trembling with anger, but no matter how angry he was, he didn't dare take it out on Chen Kei. He turned around and saw a corner of a shirt in the alcove by the back door. A cold smile formed on his lips. He walked step by step towards me, hiding at the back door. "Wang Mo, so you're here." My heart trembled. I looked up, my bangs obscuring my vision. Lin Naiyi walked up to me and reached out to grab my neck tightly. He sneered. "Wang Mo, have you gone mute? Weren't you so talkative in middle school? Why aren't you saying anything now? Weren't you going to tell the teachers, tell the school? Weren't you going to call the police to arrest us? Weren't you going to post the video of us bullying you online to ruin our reputations? Why haven't you done it yet?" I leaned weakly against the back door of the classroom. I closed my eyes and spoke faintly. "I already did. It was all useless." The intense feeling of suffocation made it hard for me to breathe. My face turned red. The bell for the morning self-study period suddenly rang. In the hallway, teachers and students passed by, but no one intervened. Everyone was used to this. They just went about their business as usual. Chen Kei and her group of friends leaned against the balcony railing. They leaned over, their eyes watching me as I gave up resisting. She said softly, "Wang Mo, let's go to your house tonight. I heard your grandma makes sugar cakes. We'll come and support her business a little." I suddenly opened my eyes, looking in horror at Chen Kei standing in the sunlight. I pushed Lin Naiyi away. "No, my grandma. My grandma. She just runs a small business." Chen Kei scoffed. She slowly approached. "Precisely because it's a small business, we should support it even more." The pressure she exuded was immense, seeming to block out all the light. I held back my tears and forced a pale smile. You guys won't be used to it. Besides, street food isn't clean." Chen Kei's gaze turned sharp. "Are you saying you don't welcome us?" I quickly shook my head. "No, that's not it. I'm just afraid you won't enjoy the food." Lin Naiyi crossed his arms. His tone was full of disdain. "If we get a stomachache, we don't need you to pay for the medicine. Do you think we're short on money, to the point of having to ask a poor bastard like you for medicine money?" Chen Kei's lips curved up slightly. "After school, don't leave. Wait for us to go with you." Then the crowd around me dispersed. The hallway immediately became empty. I leaned against the back door, looking up at the sky. The scorching sunlight shone on me, but there was no warmth at all. I subconsciously took out my phone and sent a message to Yizi. "My friends are coming over tonight. I probably won't have time to talk to you." After sending the message, I put my phone back in my pocket. I don't know much about Yizi. I only know she's a high school student like me. Her family has some money. We have an unspoken understanding not to bother each other during school hours. I used to secretly imagine what Yizi looked like. She must be a well-behaved, top student. She'd wear a white t-shirt, pleated skirt with a floral print, delicate features like the faint starlight on an autumn night, distant and remote. My phone suddenly vibrated. Surprised, I took out my phone and opened the chat window. Yizi had replied, "Don't you like your friends? If you don't want them to come, just turn them down." I replied helplessly, "I can't. There are always friends like that. I don't really understand them either." Chen Kei looked at her phone, sitting on her chair with her legs crossed. With an unhappy expression, she continued typing. "Do you need me to come find you? I'll turn them down for you." She really wanted to meet me. Regardless of my appearance and family background, she wanted to meet me. I thought for a moment and replied, "Forget it. They're very fierce, kind of like gangsters." with their hair dyed all sorts of colors. After reading the message, Chen K reached up to touch her hair. She suddenly stopped. She asked, "You don't like people with dyed hair?" "Yeah, especially white hair." Chen Ki pressed her lips together tightly. She suddenly stood up. "Teacher, I need to go to the bathroom." After saying that, she walked straight out of the classroom. With her departure, more than half the boys in the class, and the girls too, followed her out. Everyone thought something had happened. It wasn't until Chen K left the school gates and went into a hair salon that they realized it was to dye her hair. When Chen K came out, her hair had been dyed black. When the last class of the afternoon was about to end, I saw a black-haired girl standing at the end of the hallway. I wasn't sure, so I looked again. Black hair, red lips, willow leaf brows, almond eyes. Under the sunset glow, she looked like a scholar who had stepped out of a book. She scoffed. I averted my gaze. I couldn't believe it was Chen K. I stood in front of the classroom all day. My legs felt as heavy as lead. After school let out, students with their backpacks left the school one by one. Several supercars were parked in front of the school gate. Lin Naiyi, with an annoyed look, kept rushing me. "Hurry up and lead the way." I pursed my lips, put on my backpack, and walked downstairs. A large group of people followed noisily behind me. I walked very slowly. Autumn sycamore leaves covered the small path. The setting sun scattered its light on every fallen leaf. The golden leaves were crushed underfoot. My thin back cast a long, slanted shadow. The uniform on my body was washed until it faded. My messy hair stuck out in all directions. Chen K stepped on my shadow. She reached out to take a cigarette from the person next to her. Suddenly, her fingers trembled. She remembered she had quit smoking long ago for Nuan Yang Nuo. Half an hour later, Lin Naiyi spoke impatiently. "How much longer until we get there?" I answered softly, 2 hours. A route that was originally only 2 kilometers long was turned into a long detour around the city by me. Lin Naiyi rushed forward and grabbed me by the neck. 2 hours? Do you have to climb a mountain to get to school every day?" I was pushed to the side. I calmly looked straight at Lin Naiyi and answered softly, "It just takes that long." Lin Naiyi reluctantly took out a tissue and wiped each of his fingers again and again. "Then just give us the address. We'll call a car to go there first." I lowered my head and answered quietly, "Cars can't get in." Lin Naiyi glared at me fiercely. "Wang Mo, are you messing with us? Do you think we're easy to fool?" Chen Ki let out a cold laugh. "Snatch his phone. Call his grandma directly." I looked at the black-haired Chen K, subconsciously covering the phone in my pocket. "Grandma won't answer the phone." Chen Ki shrugged, her expression indifferent. "It's fine. If she doesn't answer, we'll just keep calling. We have plenty of time." In my panic, I forced a smile. "Oh, I know a shortcut." Then I led them around the bustling street. A group of people arrived in front of a dilapidated, gloomy, low-rise building. Before them was a small, muddy path. It was an old street from the 90s. The street was narrow, cold, and desolate. A silver-haired old woman was manning a sugar cake stall by herself. The old woman's movements were slow, meticulous, and careful. The stall was covered in a layer of dust. "Wang Mo, is this your grandma's stall?" Lin Naiyi's words were filled with disgust and ridicule. Her hair was completely white. Hearing the noise, she slowly turned around and looked towards the source of the sound. "Is that you, Momo?" Her eyes were vacant. A smile spread across her face. My eyes stung. I wanted to run and hug her, but I forced myself to hold back. I tried to think of a way to handle the difficult situation. Chen Ki strode forward and supported Grandma. She smiled at me, looking at the horror and pleading in my eyes. She said, word by word, "Grandma, we're Momo's friends. We came today to eat your sugar cakes." Grandma was very happy to hear that. Her wrinkled hand patted Chen Ki's shoulder lightly. "So, you're Momo's friends. He'll make sugar cakes for you." Chen Ki looked at me with satisfaction, enjoying the fear on my face. She asked Grandma, "How much are these sugar cakes?" "Usually they're 2 yuan each. Since you're Momo's friends, he'll treat you for free." "Momo, where are you?" I calmed my emotions and stepped forward, pushing past Chen Ki. "Grandma, I'm here. Your friends are here. Go inside and make some plum juice to serve our guests." I replied with a yes, but I didn't move. I just looked at them. Chen Ki found a place to sit down. She leaned back in her chair and shouted at me, "Wang Mo, why aren't you pouring us water? What kind of friend does that?" I looked at her, stunned. Grandma hurriedly urged me, "Momo, why are you treating your guests like this? Hurry up and pour water for them." I gritted my teeth. Under Chen Ke's provocative gaze, I turned and went inside. Outside, when Chen Ke sat down, the others also gathered around the small table. They were all wearing designer clothes, sparkling and shining. They looked completely out of place with the poverty and desolation here. They had never thought of coming to my house to tease me before. Just the thought of the polluted, dirty environment here gave them goosebumps all over. If it weren't for Chen Ke's request today, they would never have come. "Eat some sugar cakes, kids. The sugar cakes are ready." Grandma slowly walked over, carrying the sugar cakes. She didn't know exactly how many people there were, so she had made 20 sugar cakes. She stood up and took the heaping plate of sugar cakes. "Thank you, Grandma." "We don't really have to eat this stuff, do we?" Shusi complained softly. I brought over the sour plum soup I had prepared, pouring a bowl for each person. When I walked up to her, my heart pounded like a drum. My hand trembled slightly. She came to my house with such fanfare. Was it really just to eat sugar cakes? I nervously handed her the paper bowl. She held the plate and looked at me. She didn't take it. Her hand slipped, and with a crash, 20 sugar cakes fell to the ground. The porcelain plate shattered on the floor. Chenki smiled. Her voice was clear and cold, as if whispering sweet nothings in my ear. "It's okay, we can eat them off the floor." Grandma heard the noise and said cheerfully, "Momo is always so clumsy and hasty. It's all right. I've been making sugar cakes my whole life. I can just make another batch. Momo, clean it up, son. It wouldn't be good if you got cut by the shards." Grandma smiled. The wrinkles at the corners of her eyes were etched deep with the traces of time. "Grandma, let us clean it up." After saying that, she leaned into my ear and whispered, "Why don't you pick it up? Chenki, what on earth do you want?" The autumn wind blew. My frail body swayed in the wind. I stared at her, holding back my tears. Her gaze suddenly turned malicious. "Pick it up or let your grandma pick it up. You choose." "I'll pick it up. I'll pick it up." I fought back tears and squatted down. I took a deep breath and grabbed the shards in my palm. The sharp fragments cut into my skin. Fresh blood dripped onto the muddy ground. Under her gaze, I picked up every single shard and threw them in the trash. Lin Naiyi crossed his legs, casually and elegantly taking pictures of me. "Momo, the sugar cakes are ready. Don't drop them this time." Grandma smiled and handed me a new plate of sugar cakes. My hands were full of cuts, and fresh blood was gushing out. The hot plate pressed against my fresh wounds, almost making me drop the plate again. Grandma's palm was facing up, her hand suspended in midair. "Momo, is it raining, son?" I hear the sound of water. "No, Grandma, it's the neighbor's roof leaking." I placed the sugar cakes on the table. My wrist was red from the burn. My palm was still bleeding. I didn't go bandage it. Chenki took money out of her wallet. Using her index and middle fingers, she casually clipped a few large bills and threw them in my face. "A reward for you." Her voice was full of contempt, like a superior bestowing a favor upon a subordinate. The money scattered on the ground. The people next to her followed suit. They took out money and threw it at my face until my fair face showed suppressed indignation. Only then did Chenki stand up. "Turns out making money isn't easy. Take the money and keep it safe." She smiled, her tone indifferent. She enjoyed watching optimistic people get trampled by them, and then gradually lose all their yearning and hope for this world. She wanted to break the spines of the arrogant and uproot the conscience of the kind, so that these people, for the money and power they despised, would become the very people they hated most. That was her sick hobby. She was a sicko. Before leaving, Lin Naiyi picked up the plate of sugar cakes from the table and flipped it over on my head. I let out a startled cry and quickly covered my mouth. The freshly made sugar cakes left greasy marks and red streaks on my skin. "Momo, what's wrong, son?" Grandma staggered, following the sound over to me. "Grandma, it's nothing. My friends have left. They had to go home." The sugar cakes were scattered all over the floor. I breathed a sigh of relief. I bent down and picked up the bills one by one, a thick stack of money. 30,000 yuan in total, equivalent to a whole year of living expenses for me and my grandma. So it turns out that one casual spending spree of the rich was equal to a whole year of our struggling existence. As soon as Chenki got home, she received a call from her father. On the phone, she and her father argued again. After hanging up, Chenki collapsed onto the floor, exhausted. The curtains weren't drawn. The bright moonlight shone through the balcony glass, illuminating her face. Her exquisite profile was as perfect as a newly bloomed night-blooming cereus. In the quiet of the night, she was as dejected as a rotting rose. Only her appearance was beautiful, but she exuded a foul stench. Chenki took out her phone and opened the chat pinned at the top. It was 1 a.m. We had already said goodnight to each other at 10 p.m. She typed a message, then deleted it, afraid of disturbing the boy's sweet dreams on the other end. Chenki put down her phone. Like a wandering, aimless soul, she shuffled out onto the balcony. The hydrangeas in the garden were blooming beautifully. The wasteland had already been reserved for lavender. The phone vibrated. She quickly opened the chat window. A new message appeared. "Are you asleep?" A glimmer of light flashed in her dark eyes. The corners of her lips curved into a gentle smile. "Not yet. What about you? Why are you still awake?" "I had a nightmare." "What about you? You're not asleep either?" I argued with my dad. He told me to go die. "You're not the one who should die. We didn't come into this world willingly. They satisfied their own desires, gave birth to us, but never asked for our opinion. This was never our choice. If being born was up to me to decide, I'd rather be a part of the universe, an unconscious entity." Chenki saw the message I sent and couldn't help but smile. The night wind blew, the blooming hydrangeas swayed in the wind. The shadows of the trees moved, the night was quiet. She looked up. Her cold, dark eyes reflected thousands of stars. In this terrible world, someone sympathized with her situation. Warming each other in the endless darkness was also a kind of happiness. The cruelty surrounding her dissipated. She suppressed the smile on her lips, then carefully and nervously typed, "Will you leave me in the future?" Her chest pounded violently. She trembled as she placed a hand over her heart, praying softly, wanting to receive a definite answer. The stars shift and things change, the days change. In the long river of time, everything will disappear and then reappear. But memories will not fade. Yezi, maybe you don't know, I really relied on my memories of you to get through these 4 terrible years. It was like that before, and it's the same now. You ask if he'll leave. That's also what I want to ask you. The wandering prodigal has found his way home. The arid desert has burst into green. I will never leave you. She was reassured. She was shrouded in darkness by the night. Flower petals fell on her hair. In this long, long night, she pulled out all her thorns. A faint light dawned on the horizon. The darkness would eventually disappear. The sun would rise as usual. Claiming it was a scholarship from the school, I gave the 30,000 yen to my grandma for living expenses. I put on my backpack and went to school. In front of the school gate, butlers in elegant suits bowed, offering a hand to the young masters and mistresses. Every car that passed by was worth tens of millions. The evergreen trees on campus stood tall and imposing. The magpies on the branches did not fly away because of the coming winter. Sushi, foreign language high school, always had this look of prosperity and vitality. I walked to the door of class 2. The sounds of my classmates' laughter and chatter drifted out. I reached out my hand, hesitated for a moment, and then pushed open the classroom door. The noisy scene immediately fell silent. Everyone's eyes turned towards me. They glared at me, occasionally making sounds of disgust and retching to show their disdain. I gripped my backpack strap tightly, lowered my head, and walked straight to my seat. The seating arrangement in class changed every week, and my position was the only thing that never changed. Here, the only thing that could truly change one's fate was getting into a top university. To motivate students' learning, the school held a monthly exam. The homeroom teacher walked into the classroom holding a thick stack of exam papers. Class, the monthly exam results are out. This time, the first place in our class is Wang Mo. He's also first in the entire school. Let's congratulate him. The homeroom teacher started clapping. The entire class was dead silent. This exam was both unusual and difficult. Wang Mo's score was a full 50 points higher than the first-place student in the next class. He even managed to rank first in the entire school. For this monthly exam, the school has prepared a 10,000 yuan scholarship. The money will be directly transferred to his bank card. Only when the monthly exam results were announced did the homeroom teacher smile at me, sitting in the corner. I didn't react, because I knew very well, only when my academic performance was outstanding enough to be nationally famous would these people not be able to tamper with my college entrance exam results in the future. It wasn't time to leave class yet, but jarring gossip came from the front rows. What's the use of being good at studying? A lifetime of effort can't compare to our starting line. The interest earned in 1 second on my dad's bank card is more than this scholarship. We were born to enjoy life. His reason for existing is to be trampled on by us. Ha, you're talking so loud. Aren't you afraid he'll hear you? So what if he hears? This is all the top student in the school gets. Who would want to be friends with this poor devil? Yesterday, Lin Nai even posted a video of him picking up shards with his bare hands on the school forum. Look at his tattered and broken house. A lifetime of effort will only get him 1 house, but I was born owning an entire street. Suddenly, a crumpled piece of paper was thrown onto my desk. I opened the note. A few words were scrawled on it. You did great. I smiled and looked up to see the girl in the second-to-last row who was smiling at me. Her name is Shu Yue. She was one of the few people in class who didn't show me any malice. She got along with everyone. The school had posted the results of this month's exam on the honor roll on the first floor. Among the many names, my name was ranked first with an absolute advantage. At Sushi High School, getting into a top university, then going to graduate school, was the only way to change one's social class. A top university and passing the civil service exam are the stepping stones for people of the lower class to live a decent life. The students from aristocratic families gathered in front of the honor roll. There were still quite a few people who were amazed by my performance. Brother Wang is really good. Being targeted so badly, but his grades are always so good. Yeah, if it were me, I would have probably broken down and committed suicide. I still really admire people who are good at studying. Since entering middle school, every day has been a struggle for me. However, even under such circumstances, my academic performance was still in the absolute lead, ranking at the top. During lunch break, I immediately shared this good news with Yi. This monthly exam performance was ranked first. Wow, Nuo, are you first place again? Turns out you're a study god. I was stunned for a moment. I suddenly realized Yi was calling me by an intimate name. My initial online nickname was Nuon Young Nuo, because my name has the character Nuo in it. I paused for a moment and accepted the name Nuo. Not a study god? How is this not a study god? To be able to study to this level, do you want to be a scientific researcher? Which university do you want to apply to? After thinking for a moment, my eyes became determined. That's right. I want to go to Lynching University. I have to take Grandma away from Sushi to Lynching. I want to escape this place forever, away from this bottomless abyss. After school, Lin Nai blocked my way. Wang Mo, are you that arrogant just because you got first place? Right after that, the classroom door was slammed shut by Sushi. He also looked at me with ill intentions. Lin Naiyi stood on the podium with his arms crossed. He looked down at me sitting at my desk. His gaze was a mixture of contempt and jealousy. He had to admit I was really handsome. In the entire school, I was definitely the most handsome person. But in his eyes, on what grounds could a poor guy like me be handsome and have good grades? He just wanted to destroy me. Since middle school, he had wanted to destroy me. I stayed in my seat, my voice calm. There's nothing to be arrogant about. Lin Naiyi stepped forward and pushed my head. You know there's nothing to be arrogant about. So who are you acting all high and mighty for? It's just first place. No matter how good you are in the future, you'll just end up being a manager at my family's electronics factory. I pressed my lips together and said nothing. Oh, why aren't you talking anymore? Shushi, bring the knife over here. I'm going to slash his face, then strip his clothes off and post it online, Lin Naiyi said as he advanced towards me. Just then, footsteps were heard outside the classroom. The door was kicked open. Lin Naiyi yelled frantically, "What are you doing? Who dares to open the door?" He turned his head and faced Chen Qi standing at the door. He quickly suppressed his anger. We found a fun game. We were planning to slash his face. I closed my eyes in despair. What Chen Qi would do to me would only be worse than Lin Naiyi. Let him go! The girl's voice was soft. She led a few people into the classroom. What? Lin Naiyi's eyes widened in disbelief, looking at Chen Qi. Why let him go? He has to tutor me. From now on, after school every day, he will stay and tutor us. 1,000 yuan an hour. At this moment, Chen Qi saw me packing up slowly and grew impatient. She turned and signaled to Li Jing. Li Jing stood up, grabbed my wrist, and forcibly dragged me to the podium. Just obediently tutor us. What are you dawdling there for? After speaking, Li Jing threw out a stack of money. This is from Sister Qi for you. You will tutor us for 3 hours every day. I glanced at it, then at the rebellious teenagers, sitting properly in their seats. In the end, I still agreed. Grandma raised me all by herself. It wasn't easy. The monthly tutoring fees from this group could let her rest for 3 years. What do you want to learn today? Chen Qi looked at me coldly. Math. Good. I held the book and taught very patiently and in detail. Surprisingly, the trouble I had imagined didn't happen. After it was over, they instead surrounded me and asked a lot of questions. It was getting dark. The sun was setting in the west. The endless horizon was dyed orange-red. The full moon rose in the east. At the intersection of black and white, a crack was torn in the sky. The streetlights on campus lit up. I was surrounded by this group of rich kids as we went downstairs. The girl in the lead had a slender figure and had dyed her hair back to black. I looked at her back with suspicion, feeling uneasy. Recently, the matter of Chenka dyeing her hair black had caused a huge stir. Rumors outside said she had a boy she liked, but a cold-blooded person like Chenke, how could she have someone she liked? The young masters and mistresses followed their butlers and got into their families' luxury cars. I looked at the black-haired girl who had stayed behind, staring at me. I suddenly understood that she wanted to give me a ride. I trembled and opened my mouth. I'll go home by myself. My words were swallowed by the girl's sharp gaze. I followed her and sat in the back seat of the Maybach. I huddled in the corner, trying to minimize my presence as much as possible. I turned my head to look at the scenery outside the car. The scenery changed from a bustling city gradually to shabby, low-rise buildings. My heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally settled when we reached the entrance to my alley. I opened the door and got out. After a second's hesitation, I still opened my mouth to say thank you. Thank you for taking me home. The girl didn't answer and shut the car door firmly. The shabby residential area was not even favored by the moonlight hiding in the darkness. Only the fragmented streetlights could lead the way home. I turned down the narrow dirt path. The old woman with gray hair leaning on a cane was waiting at the end of the road. Is that Momo coming home? I looked at her vacant eyes and my heart ached. Grandma, I'm home. Her wrinkled hands trembled as they held mine. After a long while, the old woman finally smiled. It's good that you're back. Grandma, I got first place in this month's exam. A classmate asked me to tutor them in math, so I came home a little late. For 1 hour of tutoring, I got 1,000 yuan, and I get paid daily. With that, I placed 3,000 yuan in her palm. 3,000 yuan was not a small amount. It was her profit from selling sugar cakes for a month. She held the money tightly without saying anything, and led me home. When Chenki got home, the usually dark villa was brightly lit, and nameless fire suddenly erupted in her heart. She kicked open the slightly ajar door. The middle-aged man in an elegant suit was stunned, then grabbed the report card from the table and threw it in Chenki's face. Why are your grades so terrible? You're almost at the bottom of the class. Chen-Kei tore the report card to shreds. The white pieces of paper flew everywhere. Chen Yuan, who allowed you into my house? Your house. Wasn't this house bought with the Chen family's money? Wasn't the Chen family's money bestowed upon you by your father? Without me, would you even exist? Without me, do you think you could enjoy this, wealth and prosperity? Chen-Kei, I'm your father? Chen-Kei laughed after hearing that. Who cares about this stuff? Get out. Someone who wants to kill me claims to be my father. You. Chen Yuan was so angry he trembled, pointing at Chen-Ki for a long time, unable to catch his breath. You flew all the way here from Haishi. Are you in Suzhou just to make this point? Chen Yuan. Do you think that between you and me, besides being enemies, what else could there be? The man glanced at the girls, black hair and uniform, and suppressed his anger. Chen Qi, I came to advise you to study hard. Although you are now the heir of the Chen family, Grandpa places great importance on your academic performance. No heir of the family attends a second-rate school. Even if we can use our connections to help you, your academic record on the surface can't look too bad. Do you understand? Chen Qi nodded thoughtfully. So, it turns out you're still worried about my status as the heir. Chen Yuan, do you think I would take such a wonderful position that allows me to torture you and just give it away to someone else? Chen Ke, you're not even human. I, for your sake, worried so much about you. Chen Yuan was so angry he was speechless for a long time. He clutched his chest, looking at his daughter who was both familiar and a stranger, and left the house. Chen Ke went straight to her room on the second floor. She didn't turn on the lights. She was used to moving in the dark. She turned on her desk lamp, took out some scratch paper, and calculated the profound and difficult concepts over and over. Tsinghua University is the top school in Longguo. The annual acceptance rate is only 2%. She wanted to run towards him in her best form. After I was hired by Chen Qi as an after-school tutor, the students who used to glare at me in class all disappeared. My life seemed to return to peace overnight. Even Lin Naiyi and Shu Xi's group no longer picked fights with me. I came to understand that it turns out even rich people have to live by reading others' expressions. And in this school, Chen Qi was undoubtedly the one at the very top. Gradually, the number of people willing to talk to me increased. The girls who used to mock me would now approach me with their notebooks full of wrong answers. Even when facing the boys who used to curse at and surround me, I still answered their questions enthusiastically. The homeroom teacher also restored the treatment that belonged to the top student in the school, to me. I was moved to a seat in the center. My desk mate in the front row was a quiet girl named Shu King. She was very timid, always shy, but her family owned a mine. After class, a faint voice came from the seat next to me. "Hello, I'm Shu King." I turned my head to look at her. "Hello, I'm Wang Mo. You don't seem as scary as they say." I laughed. "Did they say I eat people?" Shu King shook her head. "They said you're dirt poor, that you live by collecting trash. Your house is full of cockroaches, and you're very dirty, often don't shower or brush your teeth. In middle school, you like to stalk rich female students, always peeping on others when they shower. Your grades are all from cheating, and your first-place rank is illegitimate." I listened very attentively. I glanced around the classroom. My classmates were all dressed in designer brands, every strand of hair perfectly styled. "I think it's all fake. You're not that dirty. And since everyone else in class ostracizes you, they wouldn't let you copy their tests. If you really cheated, you would have been reported long ago." I smiled, but in the end, I stopped myself. Chen Qi is fickle. I can't get complacent and get on her nerves. In the following days, Shu King would always come to me with her incorrect homework. "You're really nice. Can we be friends?" My hand holding the pen paused for a moment. "Friends? I used to have friends before. It's just that they were all forced to transfer schools." I lowered my eyes slightly, not daring to look into the little girl's sparkling eyes. "I don't like making friends. It's okay. We can just be classmates." Shu King had a gentle personality. The rims of her eyes were a little red, but she still forced a smile at me. Today is Friday. When school ended in the afternoon, Chen Ke threw her school bag onto my seat. I immediately stood up and gave her the seat. I felt a little anxious. Chen Ke sat down and suddenly looked up and smiled at me. "For over a month, I've really troubled Teacher Wang with your guidance, but my grades are still improving too slowly. Teacher Wang isn't holding back, not teaching me some real skills, are you?" As soon as she finished speaking, the boys and girls around her all stared at me. The intense pressure made my face flush. The entire finance department of the school has about 300 students, and Chen Ke only took 1 month to climb from outside the top 300 to within the top 50. I looked down at Chen Ke sitting in the front row. Learning has never been something that can be achieved overnight. Success isn't achieved with just a few days of practice either. For you to improve your grades this much in 1 month, you're already considered an academic genius. If I'm not mistaken, you didn't even have the basic knowledge at first, right? Chen Ke hesitated for a moment and nodded slightly. She had indeed never seriously listened through a single class. As the only child of the Chen family, the entire group would sooner or later be in her hands. Her grandfathers will stated that, after she finished high school, she would be appointed as the CEO of the group. Studying or not, didn't matter to her. It was only because Nuan Yangnuo's grades were excellent that she wanted to work hard to get a little closer to him. Her parents were enemies, and her marriage would only be to the boy she loved most. I explained carefully and patiently. "So you're already considered very talented. The people who study with you, none of them improve as quickly as you. Others might get such high scores, but it could be the result of 5 or 6 years of effort. But you only used a single month." Chen Ke narrowed her eyes slightly, but in the end, she didn't say anything more. After studying, it was already the evening, 8:30. In November in Suzhou, it had been dark since 6 o'clock. In late autumn, there were no more flowers in this city. The tree trunks were bare and yellowed, and the fallen leaves that filled the sky were ground into mud. I sat in the back seat of the Maybach. For the past month, I had always gone home in Chen-Ki's car. Besides the questions and cold mocking gazes during our lessons, Chen-Ki didn't say a single unnecessary word to me. Come to my house to teach me this weekend. You have to help me get first place before this winter break. Got it? The girl's voice was very cold. I was stunned. Get first place, so she wants to surpass me. Too bad I won't give up this position, I replied softly. My car will be here to pick you up at 8 a.m. tomorrow. For weekend overtime, I'll pay you $2,000 an hour. We'll study for 8 hours on both Saturday and Sunday. The car stopped completely and I got out to go home. This month, my grandmother's sugar cake business was booming, and she earned quite a bit of money. Everything seemed to be heading in a good direction. Late at night, I was on my phone talking to Yezi as usual. The old-fashioned wall clock in the old house built last century was ticking. In the dark night, the rotten wooden door shed splinters of wood. Nuo, let's meet up this winter break. I'll come to your house to find you. Clang! My phone fell to the ground. Under the gentle moonlight, I gently picked up my phone. The humid air covered the small house in green moss. I wanted to agree, but I also felt insecure about my family situation, afraid of being looked down upon by Yi Zai. Let's not. I'm busy studying during winter break. We can go to the city's central library together or a coffee shop to study. Nuo, I really want to see you. By November, all the flowers in the garden had withered. I sat on the balcony, only able to gaze at the vast starry sky that could only be seen in the distant suburbs. Chen-Ki stared nervously at her phone screen, hoping the gods would bestow their blessings upon her. Okay, let's meet during winter break. Chen-Ki smiled. A gentleness flickered in her dark eyes. The corners of her lips slightly turned up. 8 a.m., I left the house right on time. I wore a thick white sweater and got into the back seat of the Maybach. After passing through a large forest, the Maybach stopped in front of a standalone villa. I got out of the car, and not long after, the gate opened automatically. A cold voice came from the intercom. Come to the second floor. I walked in and found that the villa was very dark. The windows were covered by blackout curtains. Not a single ray of light could get in. I turned on my phone's flashlight and went up to the second floor. As soon as I got upstairs, in the darkness, the girl kicked me hard. Who let you turn on the light? The girl's roar echoed in my ears. My phone fell to the ground. I didn't struggle, leaning helplessly against the wall. No explanation. I followed her to the study's balcony. The balcony was very large, with windows made of light-gathering glass. The view of the garden and the main gate was unobstructed. Chen-Ki sat down and opened her textbook. It was filled with markings from various colored pens. The questions circled with a small circle. I can do half of them, but can finish. The ones with a large circle, I don't know how to do them at all. I gave it a cursory glance. Composite function, for partial derivatives, you can directly substitute this formula. The process of deriving the formula is like this. You try it again. Chen-Ki recalculated it on scratch paper and quickly got an answer. So the answer should be C, right? That's right. I taught every problem very patiently. I never thought that one day I would be making money by tutoring someone older than me. After studying for a full 8 hours, it was already 5 p.m. I packed my bag, preparing to go home. Chen-Ki was leaning against the door, looking at me with her phone in hand. Contact info, so I can transfer the money. I understood. She was asking for my contact information, to make it easier to transfer the money. How about I just give you cash? Chen-Ki was silent for a moment, then took cash from her nightstand and started counting it. The sum of 16,000, she counted it impatiently. What a pain. I paid no mind. I tied the money with a rubber band and put it in my school bag. Thank you. I didn't dare turn on the light. I felt my way along the staircase railing and slowly went downstairs. Slam! The door was suddenly pulled open. I stopped in the middle of the stairs and saw the middle-aged man at the door. Wang Mo, who let you turn on the light? Are you looking to die? Chen-Ki's furious roar came from inside the room. Chen-Ki has a boyfriend? Why not bring him home for your dad and grandpa to see? A girl should be a little gentler. The man walked into the living room and casually sat down on the sofa. He was carrying a cake box with a faint smile on his face. Chen-Ki came downstairs from her room and looked coldly at the man on the sofa. What are you doing here? Chen-Ki, yesterday was your birthday. I wanted to celebrate it with you for once. The man explained awkwardly, like a clumsy child who had made a mistake. Chen-Ki laughed out loud. Birthday? Wasn't it almost my death anniversary? How can you talk to your father like that? Father? What father do I have? Chen Yuan? You're suddenly visiting so often. What exactly did you come to Suzhou for? What tricks are you trying to pull now? You don't actually think that your little tricks from over 10 years ago can still work, do you? Do you still take me for a fool? The girl laughed maniacally. My face turned pale, not wanting to hear any of this rich family's secrets. I couldn't leave and I couldn't stay still. I could only cower in the middle of the staircase, waiting for the bodyguards at the door to leave so I could rush out. Chen Yuan was like a deflated balloon. Chen-Ki, let bygones be bygones. You're not the one who died, and you're not the victim, so you can generously advise me to forgive you. Back then, you were the one who sent people to kill me and that bitch. If my grandmother hadn't protected me with her life, I would have died long ago. Died long ago on that romantic, sunny afternoon, while you and your lovers were cruising on a luxury yacht. Chen-Kei, your boyfriend is still here. Let's calm down and have some cake first. Calm down? Chen Yuan, between you and me is a blood feud, a hatred as deep as the sea. You killed my grandmother. What scheme do you have this time? Chen-Kei, I just want to celebrate your birthday. Young man, come here. Chen Yuan beckoned to me. My hand suddenly trembled. I hesitated and looked towards Chen-Kei. At this moment, Chen-Kei had a sky-high hatred in her eyes. Get out! I clutched my school bag and quickly ran out of the villa. Only after running out the door did I remember the problem of how to get home. After waiting for a long time, the familiar Maibach drove towards me. Young Master Wang, the young miss told me to take you home. Sorry to trouble you, sir. I got in the car. The chaotic scene from just now still left me frightened, terrified, and uneasy, not knowing what to do tomorrow. Young Master Wang, the young miss said, you don't need to come tomorrow. Okay? I breathed a complete sigh of relief. Now that I've earned some money, I plan to use some of it to renovate the house and then install an air conditioner. Winter is coming. I want to spend a warm winter with my grandma. These days I've been living in fear, holding the earth-shattering secret of a tycoon family. I'm very worried that my life will go back to the way it was. Fortunately, Chen-Kei didn't seem to mind and still came to me for tutoring as usual. Han Jiaxi walked towards Chen-Kei on the sports field and handed her a bottle of water. Chen-Kei, why have you been so close to Wang Mo lately? Chen-Kei leaned against the table. She didn't take the water, her gaze falling on Lin Naiyi. What's it to you? Han Jiaxi followed her gaze, past Lin Naiyi, and saw the figures of Wang Mo and Shu Xiuqing. She gritted her teeth silently, hatred flaring in her eyes. Then she cautiously probed. Chen-Kei, if you like Wang Mo, we won't bully him anymore. Chen-Kei suddenly turned her head and stared coldly at Han Jiaxi. Who told you I like him? Han Jiaxi quickly recoiled, pretending to be innocent. Oh, I just heard it from others. And they also said that on the weekend, they saw you send a car to pick him up and take him to your house. Chen-Kei scoffed and looked Han Jiaxi up and down. Are you testing me? Han Jiaxi was terrified. She trembled slightly and took a step back. Don't play games in front of me. Wang Mo can be a toy, and so can you. I wouldn't dare. Han Jiaxi's back was covered in a cold sweat, and she quickly ran away. I had a lot of fun in P class today. My phone's contact list went from having only Ye Zi to having 4 people. After school in the afternoon, when I reached the entrance of the alley, a luxury car was blocking the way. I stopped walking, and a familiar face appeared from the car window. The middle-aged man was elegantly dressed in a suit, with a friendly smile. You are Wang Mo, right? I'm Chen-Kei's father. I wasn't surprised. He probably came to shut me up about what happened that day. Hello, Mr. Chen. Is there something you need from me? The man opened the door and got out, speaking politely and elegantly. It's like this. I also recently learned from my secretary that you are not my daughter's boyfriend, but a victim of school bullying. Is that so? I was startled and took half a step back without saying anything. Young Wang, it's normal for you to be so wary of me. First, I am here to apologize to you. I was not strict enough in raising my daughter. This is all my fault. This is a small compensation from me on behalf of my daughter. I hope you will accept it. Chen Yuan took a bank card from his suit and handed it to me. I didn't take it, and on the contrary, I was frighteningly calm. I don't understand what you're talking about. I have to go home now. It was strange. I had clearly waited over 5 years for an apology, but at this moment, it no longer mattered. A flicker of surprise passed through Chen Yuan's deep, dark eyes. You don't resent my daughter? In such a hurry to get home? Is it because of your grandmother at home? That familiar tone, I immediately looked at Chen Yuan with caution. What are you planning to do? Chen Yuan paid it no mind. He chuckled. Young man, only the brave can achieve victory. What do you think? I suddenly realized the kind father before me was not what he seemed. I quickly realized why he had come to find me. My grandmother needs me to take care of her. There are many things where victory isn't guaranteed in one move, and I won't do them anymore. Sir, I really don't understand what you're saying. I have to go home now. Chen Yuan walked towards me and placed the card in my pocket. Young Wang, if you need anything, you can come find me anytime. Watching the car leave, I took out the card. It had Chen Yuan's contact information printed on it. I casually threw the card into the trash can and ran home. For over 5 years, I had become almost numb. A peaceful, normal life for me has become a luxury. I just want to live peaceful days with my grandmother, that's all. Chen Yuan sat in the car. He saw Wang Mo throw the card away in the rearview mirror. The phone rang, and he answered it. The secretary's respectful voice came through the phone. Mr. Chen, Wang Mo is indeed not the young Mrs. Boyfriend. You've already said that. Did you find any other news? With just these trivial school matters, you can't even peel a layer of skin off that little beast. Just now, the Xixing Electronics Company revealed a piece of information to us, saying the young miss has a very close online friend. The young miss values that boy more than her own life, and that online friend is Wang Mo. The young miss currently doesn't know that this online friend is Wang Mo. Now this is interesting. Send everything about her bullying others to Grandpa. Remember to send it from an anonymous email. 5 days later, Chenki didn't come to school. Because of her disappearance, my after-school evening time was freed up. I originally wanted to share more with Yi about the interesting things happening at school, but he seems very busy lately, always taking a day to reply to messages. The words exuded an indescribable exhaustion. It was time for school to end. Shu King leaned close to my ear, with a mysterious expression. Mo, my dad told me. Old Master Chen recently flew into a rage at Chen Qi. I wasn't interested in knowing about Chen Qi's business, but I still replied to her. Why? Shu King revealed a meaningful expression. You really don't know? I finally put down my pen, vaguely realizing Chen Qi's disappearance was probably related to me. So it wasn't you who reported it? Why do all my dad's friends say you reported it? The fact that Chen Qi bullied you was discovered by Old Master Chen. Old Master Chen flew into a rage. He almost stripped her of her status as the Chen family heir, but there was no other way. After all, she's the only direct descendant of the Chen family now. Old, established powers like them would never let their family fortune fall into the hands of an outsider. I was stunned on the spot. Chen Yuan wanted to use me to fight against Chen Qi that day. I didn't fall into the trap. So he chose this despicable method. Whether I agreed or not, I would eventually become a pawn in their father-daughter struggle. Everyone thought I did it. Then Chen Qi would think so too. The status of the Chen family heir is definitely Chen Qi's. What will I have to face in the future? Thinking of this, I could barely breathe. A bone-chilling cold made my whole body tremble. I found a pink notebook. I don't know if it's yours. Shu Yue came up from the back row. She looked at me with a friendly smile on her face. I came back to my senses. I shook my head. This notebook isn't mine. Shu Yue scratched her head. She held the workbook. A little unsure of what to do. I just found it next to your seat. I thought it was yours. How about I just leave it at your desk for now? You can give it to the homeroom teacher to claim later. My seat is too far from the teacher's desk. Having no other choice, I casually placed the notebook on the corner of my desk. The fear of Chen Qi that had just risen vanished into thin air. Besides my grandmother, I have nothing. At worst, it'll take her down with me. During the second period break, I was buried in a sea of practice questions, scribbling furiously. Suddenly, I was hit on the back of my neck, hard. The familiar sensation made my whole body freeze. Shu King jumped in surprise. Lin Naiyi, what are you doing? Lin Naiyi rolled his eyes. Shu King, do you have a stutter? If you don't know how to talk, then shut up. No one wants to hear you babble. The sudden force slammed my head into the corner of the desk. My head was cut open, and blood started to flow. The other students in the class were used to it, so they weren't surprised. They bowed their heads and continued with their own work. The girl beside me, she stood up, trembling. She retorted in a low voice, if you keep this up, you'll go tell the teacher. Han Jiaxi laughed arrogantly and loudly. Go ahead and tell. Who cares? Wang Mo, you're finished. Chen Qi will definitely kill you. Lin Nai's eyes were full of mockery. You thief. Are you so poor you can't even afford a workbook? He picked up the workbook, waving it back and forth in front of me. I just bought this on the street yesterday. It cost 3 yuan. You're even greedy for this? You're truly dirt poor. In the silence, Shu Yue stood up. It wasn't Wang Mo who stole it. I found this workbook. I asked him to give it to the teacher for me. Lin Naiyi narrowed his eyes. Shu Yue, you pity this poor bastard. You don't have to use such a cliché excuse. A thief is a thief. Not stealing is not stealing. Why bother? Let's just say it's as you say. If you really found it, why didn't you give it to the teacher yourself? Shu Yue turned red with anger. Her gaze went from timid to resolute. My seat is very far from the teacher's desk. The next period is class meeting. It was just for convenience. Lin Nai's voice suddenly turned fierce. Shu Yue, how dare you talk to me like that? Are you tired of living? The class bell rang. The homeroom teacher didn't come. The class monitor stepped forward to stop Shu Yue. Lin Naiyi ignored her. He turned to look at me condescendingly. Getting involved with Chen Qi wasn't enough. Now you're seducing Shu Yue too? You're really something. Lin Naiyi grabbed my arm and dragged me out of the classroom. The hallway was empty. I cowered at the back door of the classroom. My vision went dark. I closed my eyes. Fresh blood trickled from my forehead down my cheek, finally dripping onto the floor. Han Jiaxi looked at my apathetic state. Her eyes turned red as she stepped forward and kicked me in the head. Han Jiaxi, stop! I've called Chen Qi over. Shu King's trembling voice echoed in the school building. Han Jiaxi shot her head up, just in time to meet Chen Qi's cold, dark eyes. She took a few fearful steps back. I slowly opened my eyes. Chen Qi, you're back. It wasn't me who reported you. Chen Yuan came to me, but I didn't agree. I didn't go to him either. I know you did very well, but you brought me trouble. All of my plans. Almost because of you. They were completely ruined. I think Chen Qi is sick. If she hadn't gone crazy and bullied me in the first place, then today's situation would never have happened. Chen Qi leaned close to my ear and said softly, "Obstacles like you should just be killed off." I looked at her indifferently. My eyes were completely empty. "It'll drag you down to hell with me." Chen Qi patted my face lightly. She enunciated every word. "I'm already in hell." Then she stood up and walked straight back to class, just as they were about to continue teaching me a lesson. Shushu King rushed to shield me. "What are you doing? He's bleeding. Do you want him to die? He needs to go to the hospital to get his wound bandaged." "Shushu King, do you want to go against the 4-star group? Do you believe we'll destroy you too?" Shushu King was trembling all over, but her eyes were filled with determination. "The 4-star group belongs to the Lai family. Uncle Lin is just an employee of the 4-star group. Do you think that the 4-star group, for a bunch of employees like you, would treat human life as worthless? Or is it just because I protected my friend that you want your parents to target my father? If you want to do that, then go right ahead. Let me see if your parents, because of your unprovoked troublemaking, will join forces to target my father." Lin Naiyi's eyes widened with anger. He raised his hand, intending to hit Shushu King. Han Jiaxi stopped the aggressive Lin Naiyi. Their fathers would never, because of school matters, confront Shuhua Guo. Shuhua Guo controls gold mine resources. Even though they call the Xu family new money, they can't avoid doing business with the Xu family. They even have to frequently maintain good relations with them after the two of them left. The long-vanished homeroom teacher coincidentally appeared. Xiu King. Take student Wang to the infirmary. The doctor was a young female PhD. How did it get this bad? You're so young. This is going to leave a scar. On the hospital bed, my face was pale. My head was wrapped in layer after layer of gauze. My eyes were a little red. This time, I didn't resist Shushu King getting close. I might have even dragged Shu Yue into this mess. A person who has been in the dark for a long time will also pray for a ray of light to shine in. During lunch, I picked up my phone. New messages showed 99 plus. Thinking of Yazi, I quickly unlocked my phone and tapped on the chat window. Nuo, I miss you so much. Nuo, are you very busy right now? Are you mad at me? A lot has been happening at my home recently. That's why I didn't contact you much these past few days. A few days ago, I wasn't even allowed to touch my phone. I had to borrow someone else's phone. Looking at the messages flooding the screen, I couldn't help but smile. I'm not mad. It's because I got hurt and had to go to the hospital. What happened? Did someone bully you? It'll help you teach them a lesson. Are you that violent? It's better to be a little calmer. Yizzy thought for a long time. She hesitated before replying. I will slowly change. Nuo, I'm really looking forward to meeting you. Me too. I hugged my phone and smiled. The food in the box was almost untouched. Shushu King finished eating. After finishing her meal, she threw the lunchbox into the trash. She turned her head and happened to see the smile of a boy in love. Why are you smiling like you're in love? You're not actually in love, are you? I answered frankly. We just like each other. I won't be in a relationship before college. Shushu King sat on the chair next to the bed, feeling down. Momo, have you ever thought about getting revenge? Yes, I've thought about it like crazy, but one must recognize reality. I forced a wry smile. So if you really get a chance for revenge later, and you can make them and the powers protecting them all be brought down at once, would you get revenge? I would. My voice was calm, but my eyes showed unprecedented determination. The school doctor kept me for observation until 6 o'clock before I went home. As for Shu Xiu King, she was picked up by her butler at 5:30. Winter was approaching. The street vendors set up their stalls. It looked like 3 in the morning. The sky was gloomy. The alley leading home was always quiet. The deeper I went, I heard a commotion. You blind old hag? Your grandson gets beaten by us at school every day. Do you know why he often doesn't come home at night? Because we lock him in the school bathroom. He can't get out, as if I were in an ice cellar. My whole body was trembling from the cold. I ran home like a madman. The first thing I saw was the shattered light bulb, the ever-arrogant bullies, the sugar cake stall was scattered everywhere, and my grandmother, pushed to the ground. Her hair was completely white. Tears streamed from her empty eyes. You can't bully Momo. He'll give you money. He'll give you money. Please don't bully Momo, okay? Han Jiaxi rolled her eyes and kicked my grandmother's hand. Who wants your stinky money? The old woman was kicked down. Her expression was a mix of confusion and despair. Like in a world-famous painting, the darkest brushstroke depicting tragedy. I rushed forward, knocking down Han Jiaxi and Lin Naiyi. I held my grandmother's hand tightly and helped her up. The powerful impact sent Lin Naiyi sprawling on the ground. A red, swollen lump appeared on his head. Han Jiaxi staggered a few steps and yelled, Wang Mo, are you crazy? Wasn't the lesson Chenki gave you this morning enough? You've really gotten bold. You stinky old hag. Do you know, your precious grandson had his head smashed open by us today. His head is still bleeding right now. Ha ha ha. I gritted my teeth and clenched my fists. I hated them to the core. A hot tear fell on the back of my hand. I looked down and saw my grandmother's eyes were swollen from crying. She was still muttering apologies. Momo, I'm sorry. The old woman only felt that it was her fault because their family was poor. Her good grandson had brought this disaster upon himself. My heart ached so much it was hard to breathe. I helped my grandmother sit down on a stool. Grandma, this isn't your fault. It's okay, Grandma. It's all over now. Everything will be okay. It's okay. Chen Kei, who had been silent until now, suddenly let out a cold laugh. Wang Mo, you're really optimistic. Our road ahead is still very long. Grandma trembled all over. From anger, she was gasping for air, her chest heaving violently. Lin Naiyi rubbed his head and laughed even louder. Isn't this old hag about to die? If she dies, it has nothing to do with us. We didn't do anything. Old people get angry so easily. She should really learn to take it easy. Don't get so angry you kill yourself. I suddenly stood up and grabbed the rolling pin that had fallen on the ground. I recklessly swung it at Lin Naiyi's head. Is this something to be proud of? Speaking of illegal things, you can actually brag about them. Lin Naiyi, you guys are devils. You deserve to die. It's you, Momo. Grandma staggered, wanting to stop the enraged teenager, but before her was just an endless void. She couldn't see anything. She powerlessly covered her face in anguish. In this moment, she resented fate's injustice. Couldn't all the retribution fall on her? Why did her good grandson have to go through such things? Lin Naiyi's terrified screams echoed endlessly in the small alley. Fresh blood gushed from the gaping wound. Everyone around was stunned with fear. No one expected Wang Mo to dare to fight back. You guys, hurry and stop this lunatic. I'm about to be beaten to death. I'm really about to be beaten to death. Han Jiaxi snapped out of it and tried to pull Wang Mo away. The frail, thin teenager. I don't know where the burst of strength came from. It was impossible to separate the two. Wang Mo, you're crazy. Do you believe we'll call the police on you? You talk about calling the police? I find it laughable. You beat me and film it every day, and you don't go to jail. Why should I go to jail? I wildly swung the club at Han Jiaxi. Grandma at the side was so worried she was crying. Momo, stop hitting them. Something bad will happen. Chenki had been watching for a long time. She walked up to the completely bloodshot-eyed teenager. That's enough for today. Then Chenkei led her people away aggressively. Lin Naiyi and Han Jiaxi supported each other as they left. Among them all, Lin Naiyi was beaten the worst. He had 3 holes smashed in his head, and his body was covered in bruises. Chenki, how about we call the police and have Wang Mo thrown in jail? I'm covered in wounds. That should be enough to get him a year in prison. Hell missed the college entrance exam. Chenkei stopped and looked at Lin Naiyi. Her cold gaze just swept over him. It was enough to make him tremble. Lin Naiyi's tongue was tied. He stammered in reply, I was just making a suggestion. The stall was in disarray. Grandma staggered as she hugged the thin teenager, sobbing uncontrollably. It's because I'm useless that my good grandson has to endure such great humiliation and torment. Grandma, it's them who are bad. You're the best to me. I hugged her with a choked voice. My parents divorced very early on. My mother remarried. My father gambled, and both of them thought I was a burden. They abandoned me when I was still in elementary school. After my mother left, she never came back to see me. My father comes back once a year, and his only purpose for returning is to take all the money Grandma earns from selling sugar cakes. If I even tried to get a little closer, I would get a beating in return. Gradually, my expectations for my parents dwindled, until I finally got used to the coldness. Grandma cried heartbrokenly. Momo, let me transfer you to another school, okay? We won't study at this school anymore. They'll transfer you. Well, go to another city, rent a place, and you can go to school there. My eyes turned red. How could I tell her? I can't leave. The school made me sign a tyrannical contract. Transferring schools requires paying the school 1 million yuan in compensation. 1 million yuan is an astronomical figure for us. From tutoring Chenka before, along with the school's bonus money, I have 100,000 yuan left. Grandma, it's okay. The college entrance exam is soon. My grades are so good, I can definitely get into Tsinghua University. When that time comes, we'll go to Beijing together, okay? Grandma held Wang Mo's hand. Momo, those people are not good people. If you continue to stay at this school, you'll only be bullied. Listen to me. Let me transfer you, okay? Don't worry about the money. Haven't we gotten through all these years just fine? As long as you're safe, then nothing is too hard. My tears immediately fell. Grandma, please don't. Let's not go. There's only half a year left until the college entrance exam. It's not actually that bad for me at school. Grandma vaguely realized something. Momo, tell me the truth. Did something happen? Is that why you don't want to go? Is the school not letting you leave? Grandma, I signed a contract with the school. If I graduate and get into a prestigious university, the school will give me a 500,000 yuan bonus. But if I transfer schools and break the contract, they'll have to compensate the school 1 million yuan. Grandma was silent for a moment. After a while, she said with determination, well, sell this house. If the money isn't enough, we'll get a loan from the bank. Grandma, I don't want to. My tears wouldn't stop falling. Grandma loves me so much, no matter what. She only wishes for me to live happily. She wants nothing else. I don't want to. You've already been bullied to this extent. The teachers don't care. The school doesn't care. The police don't care. How big of a psychological scar will this leave on you? Ever since your parents abandoned you, I've always been holding my breath. I must raise my grandson to be healthy and happy. Okay, Grandma, I agreed tearfully. Once I get to college, I can work part-time and earn money to pay off this huge loan. The stars in the sky twinkled. The full moon lost all its brilliance, hiding behind thick layers of clouds. I am someone who is loved. My future will definitely be a smooth path. In early December, after Grandma gathered enough money, she went to find the principal of the foreign language university. She sat in the principal's office, tightly clutching a snakeskin bag. Mrs. Joe, perhaps you don't know something. A student who has signed this contract won't be accepted by any other school. Grandma abruptly stood up with her cane. Not allowed to transfer schools. You're not human. You're bullying a blind old woman like me. You can't do things like this. What law? What regulation says my grandson isn't allowed to transfer schools? Grandma, please calm down a bit. If you insist on him dropping out, it's not impossible, but I've already told you about these things before. If no other school will accept Wang Mo, if you come to us later, we won't accept him either. Besides, the college entrance exams are coming up. You should think about it carefully. The old woman's eyes were red, filled with tears. Please, Principal, take good care of our Momo. The sun was setting. I sat by the window in the last row and saw Grandma's familiar figure. Her leather bag was heavy, and I knew in my heart my attempt to transfer schools had failed, and these people wouldn't let me go so easily. After school, Lin Naiyi and two others were skillfully waiting at the door. I looked at Shushu King and urged in a low voice, "You should go home quickly. If you stay with me, they'll bully you too." Lin Naiyi raised his hands and clapped. What a good friend. Wang Mo, weren't you so arrogant when you hit me? You stutterer, if you don't leave, we'll beat you up too. Chen Qi waved her hand, and immediately a group of people came up to me and dragged me out of my seat. Shushu King quickly grabbed my hand. You can't take him away. What are you trying to do? Wang Mo, you've got some nerve. Chen Qi looked at me coldly. We paid a high price to bring you here in the first place. You think you can leave when you want and stay when you want? It seems we haven't taught you a lesson yet. I looked at Chen Qi and pleaded earnestly, please, let Zhu King go home. Shushu King looked at me with a determined gaze. Momo, why do you have to beg her like that? Can she actually kill us? Chen Ke's gaze suddenly sharpened. Two vans were parked below the school building. She had people shove us into the trunk. Chen Ke sat in the passenger seat, unlocked her phone, and sent a message to her beloved, sharing the brilliant sky. The sky is so beautiful today. Inside the trunk, I curled up in the darkness. I closed my eyes and touched a sharp blade. I bit my lip and slashed my wrist hard. Fresh blood gushed out. I pressed my wrist against the gap in the trunk. The glaring red blood flowed out of the trunk through the gap. It's enough for me to be stuck in this mire alone. I absolutely cannot drag Shushu King into this. The fresh blood dripped onto the ground, alarming the cars behind us. Several cars coordinated to block the van. A burly middle-aged man pointed at the pool of blood behind us. Are you kidnapping someone? I pounded on the trunk with all my might and shouted loudly for help. My grandmother is waiting for me at home. The man's expression changed. More and more people gathered around, pointing at Li Jing, who was driving. A police officer in the crowd quickly arrived. After they saw Chen Qi's profile through the car window, they jumped in fear. It's the young miss of the Chen family. Chen Qi said nothing. She took a stack of cash from the glove compartment and threw it out. The police officer nodded, bowed, and smiled. After dispersing the crowd, the van continued on its way. I don't know how long we drove. The car finally stopped. I was grabbed by the wrist and thrown to the ground. An abandoned factory came into view. Shushu King was also pushed down. She looked at the scene before her and finally understood what Chen Qi wanted to do. Her doe-like eyes filled with terror. Lin Naiyi laughed smugly. Scared now, are you? Shushu King, let me tell you, for following Wang Mo, you deserve this fate. Shushu King glared at Lin Naiyi. It's not wrong for me to be friends with Wang Mo. You're the ones who are wrong. I gritted my teeth and pushed Shushu King away hard. You think I don't know what you're thinking? You never considered me a real friend. It's just because you think I'm poor and pathetic, so you can show off your status, right? Don't come near me. I'm really fed up with your hypocrisy. Shushu King's eyes turned red. She instantly felt abandoned by the whole world. I never thought that way. I didn't dare to look into her eyes. I pushed Shushu King towards Lin Naiyi. If you want to kill someone, kill her. I have no power, no influence. I can't do anything. You just need to shut me up, and I will shut up. Shushu King is different. She's the young lady of the Exu Corporation. Her father owns mines and oil energy resources. Shushu King froze completely, looking at Wang Mo in disbelief. He Lanxiang applauded. What a piece of trash. You'd even abandon your best friend. Shu King, see what we told you? This kind of person isn't worthy of sympathy or pity. He deserves to go to hell. This idiot probably doesn't even know. We were only targeting him. So what do you say? Want to consider joining us? I screamed at Shushu King. What kind of friend are you to me? You're just relying on your status and position to come here and bully me? Shushu King vaguely understood something. She pressed her lips together and nodded slightly. The phone in her pocket was vibrating. It was probably the butler calling to check on her. Chen Kei narrowed her eyes slightly and suddenly spoke up. "You're not that stupid, are you? Tie them both up." Lin Naiyi immediately became vigilant. Then they took both of us to the factory. In the small room, Li Jing said doubtfully, "Sister Kei, we kidnapped them and brought them here. We're not actually going to kill them, are we? Are we really going to do something bad? Besides, why did we bring Shushu King? Are you scared? Shushu King will avenge Wang Mo. This dark past should be buried forever in the ground." Under the crescent moon, Chen Qi laughed maniacally. In the room, I broke free from the ropes, then I quickly untied Shushu King. I was terrifyingly calm. "We can both get out of here alive. Later, step on my shoulder and climb out through that vent. If you fall, you won't break any bones. After you get out, you must run forward. Don't look back. When you get to a safe place, find someone to come and save me." Shushu King held back her tears. "But I can't leave you here alone, or you can let me stay here. You're the one they're after, not me." I suddenly grabbed Shushu King's shoulders, my gaze firm. "Shu King, look at me. If you don't get out, we'll both die here." I walked to the wall with the vent and squatted down. Shushu King stood on my shoulders and flipped herself out. Shushu King gritted her teeth through her tears and crawled forward through the weeds until the factory became a small black dot behind her. She leaned against a large tree trunk and tremblingly took out her phone. There were over 20 missed calls on her phone. She hurriedly called her father back. The other end picked up immediately. "Shu King, where did you run off to? Why aren't you home this late? Dad, come save me and my classmate quickly. My classmate gave me the chance to live. He stayed behind in the abandoned factory alone to face those bad people. Send your location to Dad quickly. Don't be scared. It's okay. I'll call the police right away." "Don't call the police. Don't call the police. The police are on their side. The person who kidnapped us is Chen Qi. Dad, please bring people here quickly. They're about to torture Wang Mo to death. Okay? Send me your location. Mom and I will come save you right away. Good girl. Don't be afraid." The call ended. Shushu King hid in the dense forest. The sky was frighteningly dark. The moon didn't give off a single ray of light. Crows could be heard cawing occasionally. Chen Kei looked at me coldly. "Classmate Wang, you're not being very obedient. You let someone escape and ruined my plans. How should I punish you now?" I slowly closed my eyes, freezing the illusion of escape in my mind. "If I die, what will Grandma do?" "Wang Mo, you've always been a troublemaker, you know that?" The girl stomped on the torn flesh of my wrist wound. I suppressed a scream. Under the dim moonlight, I wasn't afraid of her gaze. "Chen Qi, do you also have someone you like?" Chen Qi suddenly froze. The handsome face of the boy she had imagined countless times at this moment overlapped with Wang Mo's. She was startled. "Wang Mo, what do you mean?" I was disgusted by the fleeting deep affection in her eyes. Disgusted. "Chen Qi, so you have someone important too. Does someone like you also deserve love and salvation? You're looking to die." Chen Qi panicked for no reason. She abruptly stood up and kicked me hard into the corner. Chen Qi took out her phone, instinctively wanting to find Nuan Yang Nuo for reassurance. She looked at her phone screen. Her expression froze. It's been 3 hours. He still hasn't replied to her message. Chen Qi grew even more frustrated. Nuo, where are you? Please reply to me, okay?" "Did something happen?" Han Jiaxi dragged over a girl with a dazed look and walked over. "Sister Kei, we brought Shushu King. The camera is also ready. Do you want to watch with us?" "Get lost." Chen Qi's voice was cold and extremely impatient. I cowered in the corner. Lin Naiyi forced a few blue pills into my mouth. Under the bright moonlight from the vent, in a hallucination, I saw a girl fall despairingly onto the jade-white tiles formed by the moonlight. Closing my eyes, I heard their taunts. "This kid is getting lucky. This is so exciting." "Haha," I'll ask Sister Kei later, when to post the video. My phone had fallen in the corner. New messages kept popping up. "Has Nuo been so busy studying that he's forgotten me?" "It's okay, you can be busy. He'll wait for you to message me." Nuo, when can we finally be together? "I watch my phone every day, just waiting for you to message me. I miss you so much, do you know that?" Half an hour later, outside the factory, the sound of car engines roared. Then the door was kicked open. Xu Huaguo burst in with his men, followed by the top prosecutor of Su Cheng and a team of criminal police. In the ambulance, I was like a soulless puppet, my eyes empty and numb like a plant that had lost all vitality. My phone, right. Where's my phone? I struggled to sit up. I opened the live stream room and pointed the camera at myself. I took off my jacket, revealing my scarred body. "Hello, everyone in the live stream. I am Wang Mo from the foreign language school." In the police station, the girl looked at her phone with an indifferent expression. The next second, a news alert popped up on her phone. Future heir of the Chen family, Chen Qi, suspected of bullying a classmate, causing a hot search explosion. Chen Qi stared at her name on the phone, her anger uncontrollable. She didn't care about her own reputation, but she was afraid the person she loved would have a negative impression of the name Chen Qi. Chen Qi suddenly looked up, staring at the police officer opposite her. "Who leaked this? The two officers were intimidated. The oppressive feeling from an 18-year-old girl made their hair stand on end. Chen K lowered her head and clicked on the hot search. She saw a familiar face in the video. The naked teenager in the live stream displayed his bloody scars and evidence of humiliation. His expression was calm, but his eyes held a desperate brokenness. "Have you taken her statement?" The door to the interrogation room was pushed open. The two officers stammered, "Captain Wen, she's not cooperating. Chen Ke's status is special. They didn't even dare to confiscate her phone. You and Xiao Wu do it. You two have been busy all day. Go eat first." Wen Chuan took a pen and paper and sat opposite Chen Qi. Chen Ke slowly put down her phone. "Captain Wen, the Wen family group. Since when did it have such a righteous and brilliant criminal police captain?" "Wen Chuan, stop pretending. Let me go now and nothing will happen. If you insist on meddling in other people's business, you, including your Wen family, will be finished." Wen Chuan wrote neatly stroke by stroke, recording Chen Qi's every word in the file. He was suppressing a fire in his heart. Unable to shake from his mind the tragic scene of the boy and girl falling under the moonlight. "Why? Another victim said you kidnapped them. Chen Qi, please answer truthfully. The foreign language school has surveillance cameras everywhere. Officer Wen, I'm tired. You're not planning on torturing a confession out of me, are you?" A naive smile appeared on Chen Qi's face, completely devoid of her earlier arrogance and domineering attitude. Wen Chuan gripped his pen tightly, his voice as cold as ice. "No, you can rest first. We'll continue questioning you in 12 hours. Oh, I'm innocent. Is there anything else to ask? My grandfather is coming to get me soon. Officer Wen, how would you like a post guarding the border?" Wen Chuan stopped in his tracks, his expression unchanging. "You can try." 5 hours later, Chen K was released without charge. The hot searches across the entire internet were completely removed. Anything related to Wang Mo became a prohibited keyword. Wen Chuan watched helplessly as Chen K swaggered out of the detention room and then gave him a mocking and contemptuous smile. Chen Qi walked out of the police station, and just as she got into the car, the next second, a cane struck her back. "You damn rascal, causing such a big mess. Grandfather, I was wrong." Chen Qi obediently lowered her head, a completely different person from the crazy one in the police station. Chen's attitude softened. "All right, it's not a big deal. Compensate that kid with some money and get his guardian's forgiveness. The impact will be minimal. You're about to take the college entrance exams. Behave yourself at school for me. Don't embarrass our Chen family." "Grandfather, I know." The car drove off. Chen K lowered her head and glanced at the screen. It was 5 in the morning. Nuan Youngnuo still hadn't replied to her message. Chen Qi returned to her villa. She sat in the darkness. Only the phone on the balcony table had its screen lit. "Sorry, I was hospitalized last night." All the strength drained from Chen Qi's body. A trace of tenderness appeared in her eyes. "Is it serious? Do you want me to visit you?" "No need, it's not too serious." "Yedzi, if I told you I've been bullied before and was even drugged and forced to have sex with someone, would you still want to meet me?" Chen Ke's expression froze. The rims of her eyes turned red. She stared at the 3 words Nuan Youngnuo. The despair in the teenager's eyes appeared in her mind. Until this moment, the pain she inflicted on Wang Mo was returned to her tenfold. All sorts of fantasies sailed through her mind. Did the culprits treat Nuan Youngnuo the same way they treated Wang Mo? The answer was obvious. The girl closed her eyes. A tear rolled down her cheek. She regretted it to the point of collapse. Who was the culprit? She stared at the screen opposite her, silent for a long time until the sun rose. A message appeared on the phone. It was a long time ago. "I don't remember clearly. If you feel I'm not suitable for your circle of friends, you can block me." Chen Ke's heart trembled. A strange feeling arose in her heart. She clutched her chest. "Nuo, I only feel for you. I've said it before, no matter what you're like, I love you." I curled up in a corner of the hospital bed. It was clearly just a simple sentence, yet it made me cry uncontrollably. Zhuking was sleeping in the VIP ward. She hadn't slept all night. She quietly watched the moon disappear as dawn broke. The door to my hospital room was kicked open. Lin Nai spoke smugly. "You damn old hag. Do you know what your grandson has been through all these years?" The old woman's tears fell one by one. The anxiety on her face instantly turned into devastation. She collapsed to her knees on the ground. "It's all my fault. It's all my fault. Sorry." I pulled out my IV needle and rushed off the bed to help Grandma up. It's not your fault." I pushed Lin Nai away hard. "What are you doing here? A bunch of criminals." Lin Nai sneered. "Why can't we come? A classmate had an accident. Of course we have to come visit. Get out. Do you hear me? Don't think that just because the police let you go, you can do whatever you want for the rest of your lives." Lin Nai toyed with his blonde hair with his finger. "Unfortunately, we can do whatever we want for the rest of our lives." "Mr. Lin, this is a hospital ward." A stern male voice came from outside the door. Lin Nai was annoyed. He turned his head and saw Wen Chuan in a police uniform. He was so scared he trembled all over and fled, as if escaping. Wen Chuan held a small bouquet of chrysanthemums. He placed the flowers on the table and bent down to help the old woman onto the sofa next to the hospital bed. "Thank you, officer," I said gratefully. Wen Chuan turned his head and saw the teenager in a hospital gown under the sunlight. His eyes carried an unyielding and resolute spirit. A pang of pain shot through his heart. If it weren't for the bullies, Wang Mo would definitely have been, during his school days, a popular figure pursued by everyone. "Officer, will those bad people be arrested?" The old woman heard his voice and grabbed Wen Chuan's sleeve as if it were a lifeline. Wen Chuan stood in the sunlight, feeling a true sense of powerlessness for the first time. How should he answer this poor old woman? "Mom, solving cases takes time for the police. We just need to wait patiently for the results." Wen Chuan decided to follow his heart. "I will do my best." He had neither the status nor the authority to interfere in this case. But I still want to use all my knowledge and my family's background to bring the perpetrators involved in the case to justice as much as possible. I looked up in disbelief. I reacted in time. I shook my head at Wen Chuan, signaling him not to get involved in this. "Thank you, officer. I'm truly grateful to you. You don't know how miserably our Momo has lived. Momo is a good kid, a very, very good kid. I know, I will do my best." Wen Chuan's voice was calm and firm. He originally came to inform Wang Mo that they wouldn't be filing a case. But this time, he decided to follow his heart. Wen Chuan left the hospital and returned to his office. He took out the materials he had collected about Wang Mo's school bullying and reviewed them from beginning to end. A bold idea suddenly came to him. 3 days later, the young master of the Lin group, Lin Naiyi, bullied a classmate for 5 years. It quickly shot to the top of the search rankings. In the search rankings was a video nearly 2 hours long, documenting every detail of him bullying Wang Mo. The major platforms tried to take the video down, but found that the video was like a virus, reappearing massively after being removed. Under the siege of the major platforms, it successfully provoked the rebellious mentality of netizens. Public opinion online surged into a fierce wave. Finally, in mid-November, the higher-ups accepted an interview with reporters, stating they would give the public a satisfactory answer. The next day, my grandmother and I were invited to the police station. The mediation room was full of people. Outside the door were Chen Qi and that group of people. What was different from before was, except for Chen Qi, the eyes of the others were filled with fear and panic. I looked towards the corner of the room and saw Wang Feng and Chu Xinran. They were my parents who had disappeared for over 10 years. Even though we hadn't met in many years, I could still recognize them at first glance. When the two of them happened to look at me, their eyes were both red-rimmed. I knew why they were here. I sneered coldly. The mediator spoke up. "Here's the situation. We understand that. The victim's family is in a very difficult financial situation. Therefore, Miss Chen here is willing to compensate 2 million, Mr. Lin is willing to compensate 500,000, and the rest will compensate a total of 1 million. That's a total of 3.5 million. Are you willing to settle? If you are willing to settle, then sign this withdrawal of complaint form." Lin Naiyi and the others nervously clenched their fists. They never thought that things would come to this. If they don't receive the victim's forgiveness, they might really have to go to jail for a year. My grandmother was very agitated. "We don't need it. We don't need anything. We just want these criminals in jail. We don't want a single cent. Mom, don't be like that. Everything can be negotiated." The first person to stand up and persuade her was Wang Feng. Chu Xinran also chimed in. "Ah, Momo, Grandma, let's not be so hasty. Our family's situation is indeed not good." Grandma laughed coldly. "Aren't you here for this filthy money? As soon as you heard about money, you rushed over. You truly have no shame." Chen Qi suddenly put down her phone and looked at me. "Hey, that police officer who helped you? I had him transferred to the north to guard the 38th parallel." I froze. I looked up in disbelief, staring at Chen Qi's indifferent face. Stationing at the border has always been very tough. I hesitated. My phone buzzed. I received a new message. "Little Nuo, hello, Wen Chuan. You probably don't know me well, but if Chen Ke uses me to threaten you, forcing you to sign the withdrawal of complaint, please, you must follow your heart's choice. Whether it's being a policeman or becoming a border demining soldier, it is all an honor for me. Protecting the motherland has always been the mission I pursue in life." Below the message, there was also an memes in the picture. Under the brilliant evening glow, the man was smiling and making a V sign at the camera. I wiped my tears and looked up. "I want sign. I will absolutely not forgive them." After saying that, I took my grandmother and left the police station. In the evening, I turned on the dim yellow light to review my major subjects. Ever since the incident happened, the school had specially given me a month off. Just then, Yezi sent a message. Nuo, can we meet on December 22nd? I really want to see you, although it seems a bit early to ask you now." To her invitation, I agreed. Moonlight flooded the windowsill. I put down my phone and stretched. A fierce knocking came from outside. After reassuring my grandmother, I went outside. Next to Chen Qi was Chu Xinran, and behind her were more than a dozen bodyguards in sunglasses. After seeing me, Chu Xinran fell to her knees with a thud. "Momo, please save your younger brother. Your younger brother has acute leukemia and needs a bone marrow transplant. You know, a marrow transplant is not a small sum of money. The subsequent treatment also requires a lot of money. Just consider it as me having wronged you. Can you save your younger brother?" I stared at my mother and suddenly felt a little sad. It turns out this woman also has a mother's love. It's just not for me. Momo, can you sign the withdrawal of complaint form? Miss Chen said. If you sign the withdrawal form, it can be done. Otherwise, Taoer won't live for much longer. I looked up at the starry sky, not letting my tears fall. This is your way of revenge, isn't it? Chenki spread her hands innocently. I'm doing a good deed. If you sign the withdrawal form, you can get 3.5 million, and you can also save your younger brother's life. How can this be considered revenge? I don't think you need this withdrawal form. The media, the press, even the video didn't mention your name at all. Without the withdrawal form, you'll be fine. The Chen family would never let anything happen to you. Chen Qi looked on coldly. Wang Mo's account gained 1 million fans overnight, becoming the fastest fan gainer in the country's history. I just need to shut him up. Wait until December 22nd, the day I meet my beloved. Once I get the withdrawal form, wash my hands of this. Strive to disguise myself as a good person. Become the good person that Nuan Yang Nuo likes. I let out a long sigh. My eyes were filled with tears. I looked at Chen Qi and said with a smile, "What makes you think that I would sign the withdrawal form for a woman who abandoned me for 20 years? That I would sign the withdrawal form?" Chen Qi wasn't surprised at all, nodding as if it was a matter of course. "You can choose not to sign. Whether you sign or not doesn't matter. I'm just giving the chance for your brother's survival to you to decide." For the first time, I didn't hide the towering hatred in my eyes, retorting, "What can I decide? Miss Chen here is powerful and influential. Saving a person is just a matter of a single word for you. You just want to use this method, force me to sign the withdrawal form. Miss Chen, whether to save him or not is your business. If you want to do a good deed, see it through to the end." The woman was still kneeling on the ground. She didn't dare to beg Chen Ke. She could only tremble and reach out her hand to pull me to look at her son's picture. Wang Feng came running out from somewhere. Out of hatred for this woman, he shoved Chu Xinran hard. "Chu Xinran, how could you be so cruel to our son? How could you use his pain to trade for marrow for your son? You're really no good." Chu Xinran pointed at Wang Feng's nose and cursed loudly. "You're a gambling addict. So what good are you? If Grandma hadn't single-handedly raised Momo, he would have died long ago." The two of them argued incessantly. I closed the door with a blank expression. Chen Ke had also left with her people. After resting for 3 days, I put on my backpack and returned to school. Today was also the deadline for signing the withdrawal form. As soon as I entered the classroom, Lin Naiyi's mocking voice rang out. "Last time with Shu Xiu King, did you have the time of your life? Giving you 3.5 million is already generous. How much do you think you're worth?" The pen in my hand paused for a moment. I paid no attention. I continued doing my homework. Shu Xiu King was no longer at the school. A loud slam on the desk drew everyone's attention. Xu Yue stood up straight. She looked straight into Lin Naiyi's eyes. I never thought that. There was such a demon beside me. What makes me regret even more is that I, Xu Yue, was also one of the demon's accomplices. Every time I was silent, every time I was a coward, it was a cruelty to Wang Mo. This time I'm standing up to atone for my past cowardice. Lin Naiyi, only a demon takes pleasure in the pain of others. Lin Naiyi was so angry his eyes widened. "Xu Yue, who the hell do you think you are? I could crush you with one hand. Do you want to be targeted too?" The next second, class monitor Hu Yuan also stood up. "Classmate Lin, target me too! Me too! Target me! Target me as well!" The voices echoed one after another in the classroom. Tears welled up in my eyes unconsciously. I didn't want to cry in class. I couldn't describe the feeling in my heart, but the remaining grievances vanished into thin air. Lin Naiyi stood frozen in front of the class. He was stunned. How did things turn out like this? Didn't everyone used to target Wang Mo together, this person from the lower class? This time, after school, the classmates all slowed down their movements of packing their bags. Until I was the first to leave the classroom, the others left one by one. It was still drizzling. I walked on the asphalt road, splashing water. At the intersection between the bustling street and the dilapidated residential area, I saw a familiar figure. The girl and her father were completely exposed to the rain. The two were surrounded by dozens of bodyguards. I sat at the bus stop with my back to them. I didn't want to face Chen Qi directly. I wanted to wait for them to leave before going home. That old man Chen Si has finally fallen ill. The doctor said he's not going to make it. I've already torn up the will. Chen Ke, let's see how arrogant you can be now. My good daughter, guess how I'm going to treat you. I stood up, planning to find a convenience store to sit in. Secrets of the rich. I didn't want to hear a single word. I held my umbrella, about to leave, but the rain suddenly got heavier. I took a step back and huddled back into the bus stop. Chen Ke's voice kept coming from behind me. "Kill me. What else could it be? No, I won't kill you that easily. Chen Qi, I want to torture you until you wish you were dead. You killed my son. You killed the only son of me and ran. Chen Yuan held an umbrella without his usual refined appearance, but like a madman who had lost all reason. His expression was ferocious, looking at Chen Qi as if looking at an enemy. Chen Ke laughed. "I had people torture your son to death long ago." She said it so lightly, completely ignoring Chen Yuan's madness. Chen Yuan was so angry his eyes turned red. "Seize her for me." But none of the bodyguards dared to move. Chen Qi sneered, then walked towards the black car by the road. Amidst massive public condemnation, Lin Naiyi and 2 others were sentenced to 1 year in prison. The minors were released. Such a light punishment provoked everyone's outrage. But all verdicts had a legal basis. No matter how great the public's anger was, the matter ended like that. I exited the app and opened WeTalk. Yezus' avatar was grayed out. The last reply was 10 days ago. At school, since that storm, Chen Ke no longer came to class. I heard from Xu Yue that Chen Yuan was 1 step ahead and is now the temporary chairman of the Chen Group's board. Chen Ke was tortured by Chen Yuan to the brink of death and was finally saved by her maternal grandfather, Qin Yu. Xu Yue also said that Chen Ke's grandfather, Qin Yu, is very mysterious. He's clearly just an ordinary person, so it's unknown where he got the ability to rescue Chen Ke from the Chen family. I felt nothing. I just felt that what goes around comes around. The sky was foggy. In the winter scenery, the sky brightened later and later. Today is Sunday. I wore a thick cotton jacket to Rene Hospital. I stopped outside the hospital room, looking inside through the glass window. The frail little boy lay on the hospital bed. The elegant woman had lost her former radiance. Her hair was messy, and her eyes were red and swollen. Tao-er, you are clearly my flesh and blood, so why aren't we a match? Mom, don't cry. Even if I go, it'll become a guardian spirit protecting you by your side. Mom, you must remember to send me lots and lots of chocolate. The little boy held his mother's hand, forcing a strong smile. Mom, I'm so hungry. Can you buy me breakfast? I moved to the end of the hallway, pretending to look at the scenery outside the window. I waited for the woman in the room to leave in a hurry, then I entered the room. Big brother, are you here to visit me? The boy's clear eyes were transparent to the bottom, like a clear stream in the middle of a forest, full of life. I took a chocolate bar out of my pocket and placed it by the boy's pillow. Thank you, big brother. My name is Chen Tayo. The boy picked up the chocolate bar. In his eyes that resembled mine, a clear joy shone. It was clear that his parents loved him very much. This is the gift I prepared for you. I hope you live a long and happy life and are happy every day. The boy from under his pillow took out a magnificent red box. Inside was a gleaming golden longevity lock. I froze on the spot. I suddenly really wanted to cry. Chu Shinran is such a terrible person. How could she have such a kind and good son? This gift is too precious. I can't accept it. I saved up my allowance for a long time to buy this for you. It was originally for your 18th birthday, but I can't wait until that day anymore. On my birthday, can you give me a bouquet of flowers? I couldn't bear to refuse an angel's kindness. I put the longevity lock in my pocket, then left the hospital room to find a nurse for a marrow test. The results came back very quickly. The high-resolution test was a successful match. I can donate marrow to Chen Tao, but I need to gain weight to 60 keys before January 15th to be able to donate. I followed the nurse back to the door of the hospital room. Chu Shinran had returned. I stopped at the door without going in. The nurse delivered the good news. Chu Shinran cried with joy. She hugged her son on the hospital bed, sobbing silently. The boy in her arms, his gaze rested on the door. I hid in the dark corner behind the door. I was like someone peeking at others' happiness, only able to wander in a barren desert. Mom, does donating marrow hurt? Yes, it does, so we have to thank the donor. The donor gave you a new life. In the future, Tao Er must also be such a kind person, okay? Mom, I actually know. I leaned close to the glass window, placed my index finger on my lips. As I left the hospital, Yezi sent a message. Nuo, I've been a bit busy lately, disappearing for so many days. Do you hate me? Not at all. You just handle your business. It's okay. In the November exam, I got first place. At this time, Shenqi's whole body was covered in wounds. In November, Wang Mo didn't take the exam, so he managed to get first place. That's great. In the future, we can go to the same university and enjoy college life together. A smile glinted in my eyes. I'm planning our future. In less than half a month, we can finally meet. You'll come, right? Of course he'll come. December 20th. That day was the final exam of the first semester of 12th grade. Chenqi still didn't come to school. I breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that even the gloomy sky had become much brighter. On the evening before December 22nd, Yezi sent me many messages. What should I do, Nuo? I'm so nervous. Will you think I'm ugly? We already agreed we'll never leave each other. If you think I'm ugly, I can get plastic surgery. I laughed until my stomach hurt. How could there be such an adorable girl? To hide from Chen Yuan, we arranged to meet at a cafe in the suburbs. Chen Ke's palms were all sweaty. Using the little money she brought when she ran away, she bought a cheap coat. With the remaining money, she wanted to treat Nuo to coffee, because she knew Nuan Yang Nuo was very poor. I took a taxi to the appointed location. In this bleak season, the colors of this figure were like the most beautiful thing in winter. I held my phone, and from a distance, at the cafe, I saw a familiar figure. I quickly took out my phone. Are you here yet, or should we change locations? I'm here. Where do you want to go? I'm fine with anywhere. I stared at the message and pursed my lips. Are you inside or outside? I'm standing right at the entrance. I stood behind a thick bush, uncertainly raising my head again, looking towards the cafe. But outside the door, only Chen K was standing there. My smile froze. My fingertips trembled. Messages kept coming on my phone. Nuo, are you here yet? I'm wearing a white coat and have black hair. Nuo, sorry, I forgot to tell you. My real name is Chen K. I couldn't read the messages that came after that. I once again looked towards the cafe. The girl in the white coat with long black hair. Her exquisite side profile was bathed in sunlight, like the model student everyone admired in school, a student with excellent grades. In my head, different memories intertwined. I remembered every gentle kiss Yizi gave me. In those worst years, Yizi was the only ray of light in my abyss. She was the moonlight. But very quickly, the beautiful memories were erased, and countless horrifying memories filled their place. The glares, the insults, the beatings, the isolation, the torture. Countless overlooked details were now savagely rampaging through my brain. Chen K, Yizi. It turned out they were the same person all along. No wonder Chen K dyed her hair for no reason. No wonder she sought me out for tutoring. No wonder when she disappeared, Yizi also disappeared. It turns out Yizi is Chen K. I suddenly feel so cold. The winter in Sushi is truly too cold. I look up at Chen K again. The girl seems to be in a great hurry. She holds her phone, typing nonstop. I close my eyes in despair. A single tear rolls down. All love vanishes. In an instant, only surging hatred remains. Thinking about how she brought people to humiliate me, to beat and torture me. I tap on her profile picture and decisively unfriend her. Then I deliberately block her as well, through the bare tree trunks. I turn my head to look at Chen Ki one last time. I see her forcefully throw her phone to the ground. Such an arrogant person is frantically searching for someone all over the street. She grabs every man who walks by, humbly begging and asking questions. But the passers-by treat her like a madwoman. They steer clear to avoid her. Chen Ki stands devastated in front of the coffee shop. She looks up and her eyes meet mine. I've forgotten the tears in the girl's eyes, those cold, dark eyes. There's no contempt, there's no disgust, only anxiety. So Chen Ki knows how to cry. It seems she loves me even more than I imagined. Realizing this, my whole body trembles. I absolutely cannot let Chen Ki know my identity. Chen Ki is a stubborn madwoman to the core. After finding out my identity, she won't let me leave, and I can never love someone who bullied me. I shudder. After looking at Chen Ki for a second, I hurry away. The weather in Sushi changes in an instant. As soon as I get home, the bright sun has hidden behind dark clouds. The sky pours down with rain. The sugar cake stall is closed today. Grandma specially went to the market to buy steak. Business was very good those few days. She was so tired she couldn't even straighten her hand. Grandma said she wants to raise me to be fair and plump. My bad mood completely disappears. Grandma spoils me so much. I want to be her good grandson for my whole life. I lie on the windowsill. The rain roars, washing away all the worldly dust. My thoughts are in turmoil. Is Chen Ki still waiting there? I quickly shake my head, pushing the demon's face out of my mind. A gloomy, rainy day. To prepare for the college entrance exam, I decide to go online less before the exam. Then I bury myself in a sea of practice tests. The heavy rain keeps falling. Chen Ki stands in the storm. Her clothes are soaked. She waits at the coffee shop entrance, watching day slowly turn into night. She is drenched by the pouring rain. Her body sways, about to fall, after being blocked. She sent many more messages, but without exception, they all had a red exclamation mark. Chen Ki feels as if her heart has been broken into a million pieces. Every piece is ground to dust, and finally washed away by this heavy rain. She hasn't eaten all day. She's so hungry she feels dizzy. She squats in front of the coffee shop, endlessly scrolling through the messages. She hugs her knees, suppressing her sobs. In a corner of the world, she's abandoned by everyone, betrayed by the person she loves most. Nuon Young Nuo doesn't want her anymore. Messages arrive on her phone one after another. With red-rimmed eyes, she quickly opens them. But without exception, none of them are from him. I don't know how long she waited until Chen Ki's consciousness began to fade. The horizon was already brightening. She finally stands up and walks step by step back to the rented house, torturing herself as punishment, hoping to pray for the gods' mercy. The miracle didn't appear. Fate would not favor her. January 1st, a new year begins. The sugar cake business is booming. I wear an apron to help Grandma set up the stall. A ribbon suddenly falls on my head. I look up and see Wang Qin and Yang Zhao. These two are friends from the adventure club I met on campus. Standing behind them is Shu King. And Shu King, after 2 months of therapy, has finally gotten over that incident. We came here today specifically to taste little Nuo's handiwork. Shu King and Wang Qin smile sweetly. Warmer than the March sun, the crowd keeps growing. After the three of them finish their sugar cakes, they also help Grandma manage the stall. The four of them are busy from sunrise to sunset. At dinner, we made plans to go explore Stone Village tomorrow. Stone Village is on Junjianghua Island. It's been abandoned for many years. It's said that on every house, lush green plants grow all over. Meanwhile, in the shabby rented house, Chen Ke carries food upstairs. The old house isn't soundproof. The voice of her maternal grandfather, Qin Yu, seeps through the door crack. Chen Yuan, I've raised Chen Ke for so many years. Is that all she's worth? The price we discussed before doesn't count. You should reconsider how much you're offering. Qin Yu's hearing isn't good. The phone call is on speaker. How much do you want? At least 100 million? Old Master Chen personally appointed Chen Ke as the Chen family's heir. You transfer the money over. He'll send you the location immediately. The other side is silent for a long time, then speaks again. Have you gathered the information I need? Chen Ke, has she been in private contact with the people the old master left behind? I've gathered it. There's really nothing. I told you, why don't you believe me? Chen Ke has been as listless as a withered leaf these past few days. Every day, she's either sleeping at home or staring blankly at her phone in her room. An 18-year-old kid. What is there to worry about? I deliberately let you rescue Chen Ke. Chen Ke isn't suspicious, is she? What could she be suspicious of? There's nothing to be suspicious about. This child has been close to me since she was little. Are you giving me this 100 million or not? If not, I'll take her somewhere else. Qin Yu, don't push your luck. If it weren't to make Chen Ke suffer a greater blow, would I have given you this chance? 100 million? Don't even dream of it. Chen Yuan, don't be so ruthless. About you killing my wife. I haven't settled that score with you yet. Are you paying or not? If you don't, tomorrow I will take Chen Ke to take back everything that belongs to the Chen family. What follows is another long silence. Chen Yuan finally speaks. But I can't give you that much. In the rented house, the two are still negotiating the price. Chen Ke quietly goes downstairs, then throws the food hard against the first floor wall. A self-mocking smile appears on her face. Even though she already knew the outcome, she can't help but feel disappointed. Chen Ke buys a mask and a hat. She looks at her phone with its shattered screen, searching for a place to hide. In the bustling city, there's only one place, Junjianghua Island. Everywhere are abandoned villages. Chen Ke shoves the phone into her pocket and walks towards Junjianghua Island. Her eyes are cold. She silently vows that after she returns to the Chen family, the first thing she must do is to find Nuan Yangnuo. January 2nd, a light snow falls in Sushi. The black branches are dotted with white snow. The pedestrians on the street are sparse. Everything is buried in a white mist. I arrive at the ferry dock for Junjianghua Island at the appointed location. Snowflakes fall on my hair, melting into water. My hands are also red from the cold. After waiting for about 5 minutes, I see the other three, walking over in thick down jackets. They are fully equipped, wearing large, heavy hiking backpacks. Are you two ladies planning to stay in Stone Village? You brought so much stuff. Aren't you afraid of ghosts at night? I look at the island shrouded in mist from a distance, and unconsciously swallow. Wang Qin glares at me and elbows me in the waist. You coward. Zhu Qing and Yang Zhao aren't afraid of these things. Yang Zhao gives an embarrassed laugh. He takes out 3 ferry tickets and gives them to us. Let's go, let's get on the ferry. This is the private room my dad bought for us. This is my first time on a ferry. I follow Yang Zhao to the room at the end of the hall on the top deck. The private room is very large. The sea view outside is completely unobstructed. I timidly sit on the extremely luxurious goose-down sofa. For the first time, I visually perceive the gap between the poor and the rich. A knock-knock sounds at the door. Yang Zhao gets up to open the door. He immediately becomes wary. Can I help you? Outside the door is a man in a suit. Behind him are 5 bodyguards holding guns. The man in the lead bows apologetically. Miss Yang, I'm very sorry to bother you at this time. We've come to find our Miss Chen. Where is Chen Ke? How would we know? She hasn't been to school in a long time. Here's the situation. Our Miss Chen was kidnapped by Qin Yu. Qin Yu brought her here to hide, and her whereabouts are unknown. We followed the information here. If you have any leads on our young lady, Miss Yang, please be sure to inform our Mr. Chen. Mr. Chen is very worried. After closing the door, Yang Zhao frowns slightly. He realizes the seriousness of the situation. Wang Qin covers her mouth and lowers her voice. Old Master Chen is seriously ill in the hospital. Chen Yuan somehow tore up the will, and he also got some of the veteran shareholders in the Chen group to turn against her. Now Chen Ke has been pushed out. She has no say whatsoever. To prevent any unforeseen problems, Chen Yuan wants to eliminate Chen Ke. Shu Xiu King's eyes widen. But Chen Ke is Chen Yuan's daughter. Why would Chen Yuan want to kill her? You wouldn't understand this. It's all about the grudges of wealthy families. Why do you think an illegitimate child like Chen Ke was able to return to the Chen family? Isn't it because she won over Old Master Chen? To take over the Chen family, Chen Ke killed Chen Yuan's son, meaning her half-brother. Since then, the father and daughter have been like fire and water, but I only heard this from my dad. I pursed my lips, remembering the things Yizi once told me. She said her parents didn't love her, and even wanted to kill her. That day in the luxurious villa, the crazed girl confronted her own father. It was with hatred, screaming, I can't imagine how painful and desperate Chenke's life has been, but Chenke's tragic life is not an excuse to hurt me. I can't forgive her, and I really can't pity her, a demon who has hurt me so much. The ferry docks. The first thing I see, even in winter, is the overgrown weeds and the endless rows of trees. The air carries the faint salty smell of the sea. Wang Qin holds a map. She raises a flashlight and shouts, "All right, let's head to Stone Village now." Xu King looks at me hesitantly, seeing Wang Mo's reassuring gaze. Xu King is relieved. She grabs Wang Mo's sleeve and walks forward, after crossing 3 small hills and going around 2 streams. The 4 of them found the abandoned Stone Village. The houses in Stone Village are dilapidated, built with construction techniques from the 1990s. The sky is getting dark. Wang Qin is very excited. She holds the flashlight to light the way. But under the light, a bloody footprint suddenly appears on the soft ground. The look of surprise freezes on her face. Wang Qin is so scared she takes 2 steps back. Is there a serial killer here? I calmly observe the surroundings. I guess Chen Qi must be hiding nearby. The fresh blood on the ground is Chen Qi's blood. Yang Zhao takes a deep breath and decisively turns around. Let's go back. Ghosts aren't scary. People are. Xu King raises both hands in agreement. The 4 of them intend to go back the way they came, but just then, the snow starts falling heavier. The blowing snow obstructs our vision. The temperature drops sharply. Wang Qin stops and says we should take shelter in Stone Village for now. The snow is too heavy. It's very dangerous. Everyone agrees. We avoid the bloody footprint and go to a house near the village entrance. The house is a single-story building, but the windows are broken, but it can temporarily shelter us from the heavy snow. Wang Qin gets the 3 of us settled, leaving the backpacks, taking only flashlights and phones. You guys wait here. I'll go find a house with windows. Xu King immediately objects. No way. What if there's a bad person? I volunteer. Let me go with Wang Qin. Yang Zhao, can you protect Xu King? Yang Zhao is afraid of ghosts, but not people. He pats his chest and assures us, definitely. Wang Qin and I shine our flashlights together, walking forward in the heavy snow. The snow gets heavier and heavier, showing no sign of letting up. I shine my flashlight into each house. It's strange. Why are all the windows in Stone Village broken? Wang Qin points to the far corner. Let's go check over there. If there's nothing there, we'll make a call, and have my butler bring a helicopter to pick us up. I nod. Wang Qin enters the second-to-last house. I go to the house in the innermost corner. I shine my light on the corner of the wall in the yard. The hem of a white shirt is visible. I bite my lip and walk towards the hidden passage. I've forgotten the girl who fell in the snow. The weather is below 0. Chen Ke is only wearing a white hoodie. It's stained with blood, and the fresh blood has long since congealed. The heavy snow falls relentlessly, as if wanting to bury her. I get within a meter of her. If I didn't see the girl's chest faintly rising and falling, I would have thought she was already dead. Chen Ke is so weak right now. So weak that if I just turned and left, she could die in this unexpected blizzard. I actually did just that. I turn and leave. My mind is filled with the image from that moonlit night, the girl's contemptuous and cold gaze, reaching the doorway. I pause. My conscience is whipped by moral condemnation. I lean helplessly against the corner of the wall. There was a time when I truly wished Chen Qi would die. But when the power to save her falls into my hands, I hesitate. Why is it that Chen Qi is clearly the one who did wrong, yet I am the one suffering this torment now? If I see her dying and don't save her, then these wicked people will have truly stripped away my conscience and uprooted my integrity. I abruptly stand up and walk back, mocking my own worthless kindness. I stop beside the girl and take off my cotton-padded jacket, draping it over Chen Qi, the warmth enveloping her. Chen Qi opens her eyes slightly. In her blurry vision, she sees a slender figure. Her fingers twitch, wanting to touch the boy's face. Nuo, you came to find me. The blizzard loses all reason, wreaking havoc wantonly. His black hair is blown aside. A familiar side profile appears before her eyes. Chen Ke is stunned. The person who saved her is Wang Mo. She closes her eyes, thinking it's a dream. How could Wang Mo be on Junjianghua Island? And he certainly wouldn't come to save me. It's a miracle he hasn't chopped me into a million pieces. She opens her eyes again, in the fierce blizzard. The youth's small face is flushed red from the cold. He is very focused. His hands are under the padded jacket, using tissues to clean bit by bit the knife wound on her abdomen. Warmth spreads. Chen Ke gradually regains her senses, feeling the intense pain. She finally comes to her senses. This isn't a dream. The person she used to bully is saving her. She stares motionlessly at Wang Mo. He isn't wearing much. After giving me his padded jacket, he's only wearing an ugly white sweater. You can tell that blind old woman knitted it for him. He is very skilled. His wound dressing technique is very practiced, recalling the countless times she'd beaten him black and blue. Chen Qi quickly understands why. Looking at him carefully for the first time, Chen Qi suddenly realizes Wang Mo is actually very handsome. A high, straight nose, bright eyes as clear as autumn water. You're awake. Seeing she doesn't answer, I turn to leave. I'm only wearing a sweater. The moment I open the door, I feel like I'm about to freeze. Chenki looks at the slender youth. His fingers are still stained with her fresh blood. She lets out a weak cry. Save me. The wind and snow are blinding. Chenki clearly sees Wang Mo hesitate for half a step, then leave with extreme resolve. How interesting. He throws me a padded jacket, cleans my wound, but doesn't want to be a good person all the way. Watching the youth's back disappear into the blizzard, everything goes back to how it was. Chen Ke leans against the wall, using its support little by little to sit up. Then she takes out the food hidden in the corner and eats. Wang Qin, on the opposite side of the village, found a house with windows. The house is tightly wrapped in vines. The blizzard can't get in, allowing the four of them to temporarily avoid danger. Wang Qin lights a candle. In the flickering candlelight, she sees Wang Mo dressed thinly. She quickly takes out other clothes and drapes them over Wang Mo. Mo, where's your jacket? I met Chen Ke in the corner. She was stabbed. She was barely dressed, exposed to the blizzard. I gave her my jacket. The three of them are stunned into silence. Xu Xiu King hesitantly puts her hand on my forehead. No fever. Momo, has the cold made you stupid? Why would you save Chen Ke? I don't want to look back later and feel like she died because I didn't save her. A moment of silence passes. Wang Qin sets up a tent. The four of them make do for the night. The next day, the snow has stopped. We board the ferry to return. Then we say goodbye at the departure dock. As I enter a deserted alley on my way home, I'm suddenly pushed against the wall with great force. I want to scream, but a cold hand covers my mouth. A sharp blade is pressed against the pulsing artery in my neck. My eyes are filled with disbelief. I clearly saved her. Take me home. Chen Ke's voice was hoarse. She was still wearing my padded jacket. In the end, she shoved a black pill into my mouth. I wanted to spit it out. Chen Ke pinched my throat, forcing me to swallow it. My eyes showed terror. What is this? An aphrodisiac developed by the Chen group. If you don't find a woman, you'll explode and die. Only I have the antidote. You take me home, I'll give you the antidote 3 times in a row, and you'll be completely cured. Chen Ke put away the knife and leaned casually against the wall. The drug will take effect in an hour. You choose for yourself. I stared at her face, filled with extreme hatred. Aren't you afraid it'll kill you? You're going to kill me? Wang Mo, you're stupidly kind, too soft-hearted. If it weren't for you, I would have really died. I looked at Chen Ke's wicked appearance, which was enough to anger anyone to death. I really couldn't associate her with Yizi, whose tone could drown someone. I snatched the padded jacket from Chen Ke. Give me back my jacket. You gave it to me, so it's mine. It will take effect in 55 minutes. It takes you 45 minutes to walk home. Are you sure you still want to argue with me here? I was furious. After a long struggle, I finally couldn't help but speak. What are you doing at my house? Staying, of course. You sleep with your grandma. I'll sleep in a room. I'll stay for 3 weeks at most. Has Miss Chen fallen this low? Coming to my house, you'll have to sleep on the floor. Chen Ke gave Wang Mo a strange look. You're agreeing to share a room with me? I don't agree. I'm sleeping with my grandma. You have to pay rent. Okay? 3 weeks. Is 300,000 yuan enough? I suddenly felt it wasn't that hard to accept. I nodded with difficulty, which was as good as agreeing. After all, I needed her antidote. I went to the door, opened the door. It was pitch black inside. No one was home. Grandma took the day off. She hasn't come back from the market. Chen Ke stood at the door and could see the bed in the living room at a glance. She brazenly sat down where I usually study, and the old wall clock ticked incessantly. I spoke up, a bit impatiently. Where's the antidote? Chen Ke casually took out a small white pill. I took it, my heart resolute, and swallowed it in one gulp. Chen Ke observed for a long time. Is this your room? But a desperate person like me has no right to complain. I couldn't be bothered with her and motioned with my eyes for her to move. Chen Ke didn't budge. I've already paid the rent. You only paid rent for the bed. Chen Ke frowned slightly. How much is the rent for the desk? I took my chemistry textbook and scratch paper out of my bag. The desk is not for rent. I have to study here. Chen Ke still got up and moved and sat on my bed. Not long after, Chen Ke's face turned pale, her stomach growling with hunger. She picked up the clothes drying pole leaning against the bedside table and poked me. Wang Mo, how much for food? I turned my head and glared at her fiercely. Can you even go back to the Chen family? Chen Ke leaned lazily against the hard headboard. Are you afraid I won't give you the money? Last night, she slept in the dilapidated wooden house on the deserted island, was freezing all night. Now she just felt dizzy and her whole body was feverish. I asked again, otherwise what? The state you're in now? How are you going to give me money? Chen Ke pursed her lips and threw the covers aside. I survived, so I won. I vaguely understood something in this battle to the death between father and daughter. It was more like a test that a long-established wealthy family had carefully prepared for the heir. I had no desire to ask further in this life. Chen Ke raised an eyebrow, continued poking my back with the drying pole. How much for the meals? I suddenly stood up, looking down on her. 3.5 million? This was when Chen Ke demanded I sign the waiver and offered it as compensation. Chen Ke's eyes narrowed slightly. Could anyone be more of a profiteer than you? Chen Qi naturally knew the meaning of this 3.5 million. This was the contract she used to crush my pride. Now I was using it as the condition for her to stay and survive. She tried to find indignation and hatred on Wang Mo's face, but there was nothing. Why don't you just round it up to 4 million if you want to give it? That's fine too. The extra 200,000 can be considered emotional distress. Compensation for housing you? Chen Qi's gaze was deep, staring intently at Wang Mo. After a long while, the boy's eyes were clear and pure, like a clear stream flowing through a mountain gorge during the February thaw. Her stare sent a chill down my spine. Dusty memories came flooding back, years of torment. The girl suddenly spoke. 4 million. Give me something savory. 4 million to an ordinary person is an astronomical figure. I came back to my senses, tore off a piece of scratch paper, and handed her a pen. You have to write an IU and give a fingerprint too. Chen Qi was amused. Wang Mo, 4 million to me is like 4 yuan to you. You're making me write an IU for a 4 yuan item. I shook the paper and pen in my hand without answering. Chen Qi still wrote the IU, stroke by stroke, then gave her fingerprint. I folded the IU neatly and locked it in the drawer. The girl's voice came from behind. I want black pepper spaghetti and also get some crispy fried onions, preferably with a cup of black coffee and a serving of blueberries after the meal. I put my hands on my hips and frowned. Chen Qi, my place isn't a wishing well. On a normal business day, my grandma only earns 100 yuan. Now one of your meals is already 100 yuan, and you can't even pay right now. Are you planning for these 3 weeks to make us sell our house to feed you? Chen Qi drew out her words, speaking slowly. Wang Mo, 4 million. You're not going to make me eat just vegetables, are you? I turned and went into the kitchen to make a bowl of instant noodles. Instant noodles served with 2 sausages and a small plate of kimchi. Chen Qi sat up straight and glanced at it. I don't eat instant noodles. When she was little and living with Qinyu, she never ate this kind of thing. Instant noodles, although it smelled very fragrant, eat it or don't. You haven't given me the money yet? If you don't eat, you'll starve. I placed the bowl and chopsticks on the bedside table and continued studying. Chen Qi still ate it and finished every last bit. She took the bowl and chopsticks to the kitchen to wash them. Grandma came back from the market just in time to run into Chen Qi, who had just finished washing the dishes. Mo, were you out with a friend? Did you have fun? The old woman's eyes were vacant. She smiled kindly and warmly. I hurried over and took her hand. Grandma, this is my classmate. Something happened at her house, so she'll be staying with us for 3 weeks. She's paying rent. The rent is 30,000 yuan. Her classmates. Why do you need rent money? Momo, you sleep with me and let your friend sleep in your bed. We still have to take the rent. Otherwise, she'll feel awkward staying. What's there to be awkward about? Grandma, a classmate is visiting and you didn't even buy some savory dishes. No need to buy any. Grandma, she doesn't like meat. Chen Qi originally wanted to object, but in the end, she said nothing and got into bed to gain weight. I've been eating a lot for every meal, and I eat another meal at 10 p.m. Grandma sleeps very early. She goes to bed right after making my late-night meal, so as not to disturb her sleep. I eat in the living room at night for more than 10 nights in a row. I've been eating high-calorie foods. Tonight, it's milk cheese fried chicken. The aroma of fried food filled the air. Chen Qi was on her phone, not sleepy at all. She sat up and finally couldn't help but speak. Wang Mo, I want some too. I wouldn't dare let Miss Chen eat this stuff. I took a huge bite of the fried chicken. The savory, fragrant taste of cheese filled my mouth. I felt nauseous, wanting to vomit, but I swallowed it all down. After my shower, the living room lights were off. I fumbled my way to the desk to dry my hair. Water dripped down the ends of my hair and evaporated. The hairdryer woke Chen Qi up. She sat up, watching Wang Mo in the dark. You woke me up? Why aren't you afraid of me anymore? Her stare made me uncomfortable. I bent over and unplugged the hairdryer. You fall into this state? Why would I still be afraid of you? Did you forget you're still under the effect of my drug? I'll give you the antidote tomorrow. I'm leaving tomorrow morning and I'll be back very late. Also, you're not to bully my grandma after I leave. Where are you going? If you leave, what if that old woman finds out who I am and kicks me out? You're not planning to snitch, are you, psycho? I didn't want to deal with her, and turned to go back to my room. Sioux City in winter was bone-chillingly cold. A message popped up on the cracked phone screen. Chen Qi tapped on it. It was from Secretary Yang, who works for the old man. Miss, are you still alive? Alive? Chen Yuan said. You were dead and wanted to directly inherit the position of chairman of the board. Mr. Chen told you to endure for 2 more weeks. I know. The wind blew the curtains. The girl's eyes were filled with a mix of hatred and killing intent. How ridiculous. This bet used her own life as the stake. Early the next morning, I shook Chen Qi awake, got the antidote, and finally popped it into my mouth. I grabbed my bag and rushed out of the house. Chen Qi opened her phone. The date was January 15th, 7 a.m. Chen Qi followed. I took a car to Renhe Hospital, then went straight up to the 5th floor and walked to the end of the hallway, the nurse's station opposite the VIP ward. Chen Qi wore a black hat. She stopped at the door of the station and heard voices from inside. The patient's condition is very poor. Once you begin the donation, if you stop, it will be immense torture for the patient because all your donation-related expenses and nutrition fees are covered by the patient's family. Are you ready? In the nurse's station, the boy answered very firmly. Chen Qi was very suspicious. What did Wang Mo want to donate? Before donating hematopoietic stem cells, you need injections for 4 consecutive days. On the 5th day, we can proceed with the collection. I need to remind you here, after the injections, you might experience pain in your lower back and abdomen, high fever, flu-like symptoms, and other discomforts. These are all normal and will disappear when the injections stop. Have you thought it through? I nodded and answered that I had thought it through. Then I'll give you the first injection today. If you feel unwell, you can be admitted to the hospital. Chen Qi took out her phone and searched for hematopoietic stem cell donation and realized it was a bone marrow donation, which can treat leukemia, an intramuscular injection, in less than 3 minutes. I pushed the door open and walked out, coming face to face with Chen Qi. I looked at her, confused. What are you doing here? Chen Qi lied without batting an eye, afraid you'd sell me out. Why are you donating this? Miss Chen really is a forgetful noble. Did you forget I have a sick half-brother who needs surgery? Chen Qi remembered. She had used this matter before to threaten him into signing the waiver. She stood there, her throat feeling as if it were blocked. But your mother doesn't treat you well. She remembered Chu Xinran wasn't a responsible mother, even willing, for this son, to disregard the life of her other son. You're no saint either. Didn't I save you? I'm just stupidly kind? I turned and continued walking forward. Chen Qi followed behind. Actually, I can help you solve this. In 2 more weeks, I can return to the Chen family. She said it very seriously. These past few days, she thought Wang Mo would take the chance to get revenge. But he didn't. I was immersed in my studies. Besides studying, I was eating. At most, I'd be on my phone chatting with friends, treating her like she was air. Sometimes Chen Qi would think, if she didn't exist, I would probably always be like this, bright and kind, like the warm blooming flowers in March, the shade of the parasol tree, the melting snow. The effects of the medication started to kick in. My legs felt like jelly, and my head felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds. I touched my forehead. It felt very hot. Chen Qi, since when did you become so kind? I've always been a bad person. You saved me? I help you save your brother? It's just a transaction. By the time you get back to the Chen family, his bones will have already turned cold. Don't follow me. Yiren doesn't want to see you. I didn't stop and kept walking forward. Chen Qi frowned tightly and asked doubtfully, Who is Yiren? Why aren't you going home? The familiar voice triggered the defensive alarm in my brain. I shoved her away forcefully. It's you who horribly harmed Yiren. How can you not remember who Yiren is? Chen Qi didn't understand. She seriously tried to remember, but truly had no clue about Yiren. I grabbed her by the collar and gritted my teeth. How can you not remember who Sun Yiren is? You guys have done so many evil things. Have you never thought that one day you'd face retribution? Chen Qi pushed my hand away and frowned. Who is Sun Yiren? I really forgot. There are so many people in this world, so many things. Am I supposed to remember them all? During 10th grade, Sun Yiren was my best friend. I wouldn't submit. So it was you demon. You had them target Yiren? Yiren was tortured to the point of a mental breakdown and had to be admitted to Nanyang Psychiatric Hospital. Chen Qi was stunned, reminded, and recalled a memory long tossed into a forgotten corner. It seems there was such a person. She couldn't clearly remember her face. Someone with a stubborn personality like Wang Mo. My voice was hoarse and nasal from a bad cold. You remember now? Sooner or later, you'll get what you deserve. The pain you've caused us will definitely be returned to you tenfold in the future. Chen Qi pulled out a dagger and pressed it hard against my neck. Do you believe it'll kill you right now? Chen Qi immediately thought of Nuan Yang Nuo. That was her only weakness. In a panic, Chen Qi put the dagger away. How could Wang Mo possibly get revenge on Nuan Yang Nuo? This was merely the struggle and delusion of someone from the lower class. Wang Mo, what gives you the delusion that you can get revenge on me? You saved me, so I won't come looking for trouble with you anymore, but if you dare to do anything unnecessary, I can crush you with one hand. I rummaged through my bag for ibuprofen and swallowed it, facing a lunatic like Chen Qi. I had to stay clear-headed. I turned around and continued towards Nanyang Psychiatric Hospital. I took 4 different buses and finally arrived at Nanyang Psychiatric Hospital. I familiarly went up to the 4th floor and headed towards Ward 406. A woman was squatting in front of the ward door. The woman's hair was a tangled mess, completely covering her face. Her slender wrist was shackled by a heavy chain. The woman suddenly looked up and gave me a gloomy smile. You're here? Sun Yiren is being very good, not violent like she is with the nurses. I gave a gentle smile, took the woman's cold hand, and led her back to the ward, which was filled with heaters. Yiren, were you waiting for me at the door? Don't wait at the door anymore. It's very cold and dark outside. Sun Yiren suddenly grabbed my sleeve and cried out, Little Mo is afraid of the dark. I have to wait at the door. Little Mo is afraid of the dark. Little Mo is afraid of the dark. Tears welled up in my eyes in that instant. I looked up, trying to hold them back. My eyes were red. I led Sun Yiren to the ward's bathroom to wash her hands. Why are your hands so muddy? I carefully cleaned the dirt from under her fingernails. Sun Yiren looked at me and smiled. The bad people in white coats won't let me go find you. Last week I escaped from here, but they locked up the tunnel I dug. I gently stroked Yiren's face. The ladies in white here aren't bad people. You have to be good. Take your medicine properly so you can get out soon and be with me, you know? That year Sun Yiren was targeted by Chen Qi. The Sun family was terrified and forced the already depressed girl to kneel and apologize to Chen Qi. Sun Yiren refused. and was locked up by Chen Qi in the remote suburbs in the long-abandoned Kunqian Psychiatric Hospital. It's said that crying is often heard inside, and strange things happen frequently. Many exploration teams that went in committed suicide one after another, leaving behind only a corpse with no internal organs. Even those lucky enough to escape would strangely go mad after getting out and eventually commit suicide. In just one night, that cheerful girl went insane. To curry favor with the future heir of the Chen family, the Sun family threw their daughter into Nanyang Psychiatric Hospital and locked her up, never visiting again. After learning this news, an intense sense of guilt nearly crushed me. In 10th grade, school wasn't stressful, so I visited every Sunday. Gradually, every Sunday, Yiren would carry a small stool and sit at the entrance of the inpatient area to wait for me. Later, the academic burden grew heavier and my visits became once a month. Sun Yiren no longer recognized anyone, but she only remembered me. She would reject contact from everyone. It was a huge undertaking for the nurses to give her medicine every day, but as soon as I arrived, she would quickly calm down and become stable. After washing her hands, Sun Yiren hid in the corner of the bathroom, looking left and right. She nervously scanned her surroundings. Not here either. Sun Yiren tiptoed closer to my ear. The people in white are all bad people. You have to be careful. Absolutely do not take the medicine they give you. They will scoop out other people's organs. I froze instantly. I remembered the exploration team. After entering Kunqian Psychiatric Hospital, not a single organ was left. I don't believe in ghosts or gods. Only humans can scoop out other people's organs. So that night, what exactly did Yiren face? I led Sun Yiren out of the bathroom. Then I found a nurse and had them remove the iron chains from Yiren's limbs. Sun Yiren was very aggressive. When she saw a nurse approaching, she would scream loudly. She would also shriek in terror until her voice was hoarse. I sat beside her and gently comforted her. Sun Yiren gradually calmed down. She even obediently took the medicine the nurse brought to her mouth. I took Yiren to the sports field for a walk. It felt as if we had returned to our first year of high school in an instant. Back then, everything was fun. The sky gradually darkened. I left Nanyang Psychiatric Hospital. With my current abilities, I couldn't shake the story behind Kunqian Psychiatric Hospital. Only by continuously climbing to the very top, letting flowers bloom along the way. Only then can I make these people suffer their deserved retribution. Half of the evening glow was dyed a brilliant red. The clouds were layered, plated with a layer of pale gold light. My mood was low, sitting at the bus stop waiting for the bus. Wang Mo, you're so good, it's foolish. A useless person abandoned by the entire Sun family. Is she really worth you thinking about her like this? I looked up at her. Chen Qi was very beautiful. She had a morbid, decadent beauty, but beneath that extraordinarily splendid exterior was a filthy, foul heart. Chen Qi, you have someone you love. Why can you be so cruel to others? Aren't you afraid that one day the person you love will also encounter something like what I did? The girl under the black hat frowned slightly. Wang Mo, what have you found out? I smiled. I don't know anything. Perhaps not knowing anything is the greatest punishment, right? Chen Qi stared at Wang Mo. She always felt that his words had a hidden meaning. She wanted to ask more, but in the end, she didn't ask anything. She was worried about my body after being injected with the drugs. Through the iron fence, she watched me walk with Sun Yiren lap after lap. She waited from day until night, only to be met with my sarcasm towards her. But it was normal for me to treat her this way. If she were Wang Mo, she would have reported to Chen Yuan long ago. Although reporting her wouldn't kill her, at most she would just get a few beatings. Then she would be rescued by the old man pretending to be sick. The old man, in order to purge the long-standing shareholders of the Chen family, had set up a trap, making her life one of the stakes. If the bet was won, the Chen family would clean out the long-standing shareholders, and she would inherit the Chen family. If the bet was lost, the Chen family would clean out the long-standing shareholders and then let Chen Yuan have another child. It was both a bet and a test. From the moment she escaped from Junjianghua Island alive, the old man had fully acknowledged her. When we reached the bus stop closest to my house, it was almost 10 o'clock. I wouldn't initiate a conversation with Chen Qi. The two of us were silent the whole way. Passing the intersection, I looked into the distance. The street was brightly lit, and every meter there was a person in black, wearing black sunglasses, standing there. I recognized at a glance these were all people from the Chen family. My hand was grabbed tightly. A sudden force pulled me to the side of the road, then she buried her head in my chest. The man in black glanced at the two of them, then looked away again. Then he continued to stare at the passers-by. Chen Qi stared at the boy's evasive action, a trace of annoyance rising in her heart. It's not like he hasn't touched a woman before. He's even been touched by a man. Hasn't he? Entering the small alley, after I confirmed it was safe, I broke free from Chen Qi's grip. A red mark was left on the back of my fair hand. What if I go and report Chen Ke's whereabouts to Chen Yuan now? Will that bring retribution upon Chen Ke? Or will it bring about even greater revenge from Chen Ke? I wasn't sure. What if this is just a game of the Chen family, and I would become the biggest joke in it? I clenched my fists. If I'm not 100% sure I can take down Chen Ke or the entire Chen family, I can't act rashly. Grandma and Yuren still need me to take care of them. I suppressed my hatred and pretended to ask with a relaxed smile, do you know that the Kunxian Psychiatric Hospital is haunted? How could there be ghosts? Isn't it all caused by people? Chen Ke said carelessly, her expression indifferent, as if she had long forgotten the filthy things she had done. I took a deep breath to keep myself calm. I saw an exploration team go in there before, and all their organs were scooped out by ghosts. Chen Ke replied lightly, do you want to go in and experience it? I put my hands in my pockets under the bright streetlights and gave my brightest smile. I'm scared of ghosts. If you go in with me, I'll dare to. My sparkling eyes left Chen Ke stunned. The appearance and voice she had imagined countless times in her mind once again coincided with Wang Mo's. She couldn't help but get lost in it and smiled along. You're afraid of ghosts, Wang Mo? Are you tricking me? On the deserted island that day, out of the four of us, you were the least scared one. But since you saved me, I can remind you, don't go to that place. I snorted coldly and continued walking towards the road home. This road was quite deserted, so there were very few Chen family members on guard. Chen Ke walked around in front of me, revealing a serious expression. Wang Mo, I'm not kidding you. Kunxian Psychiatric Hospital is a place for the rich to prolong their lives. I understood in my heart. The lights of countless homes were reflected in my eyes, and I smiled brightly. Since when did you become so nice? Chen Ke reacted, letting go of her hand in a panic. Damn it, why? Can I always associate Wang Mo with Nuan Yang Nuo? As you said, I'm also afraid that the person I like will encounter misfortune. Chen Ke held onto her hat tightly and hurriedly left. I watched her hurried retreating figure, feeling a little amused. Is she even worthy of the word like? What a pity. The person she likes has already encountered misfortune. Moreover, this misfortune was brought on by she herself. I was injected with leukocyte-stimulating drugs for 4 consecutive days. On the 4th day, I was forced to be hospitalized by the hospital. Chen Ke sat in the hospital corridor taking care of me. She stood at the door looking at the boy in the hospital room, who looked listless, like a withered weed, without a trace of vitality. Chen Ke came to take care of me, only because she was afraid that something unexpected would happen to me, and it would be quite troublesome to find someone else to cover for her after I died. 12 o'clock at night. All the hospital lights were off. The nurse took my temperature in the hospital room. The boy's high fever wouldn't go down, so the nurse frowned and gave him a fever-reducing pill. Wang Mo was already asleep, so the nurse gently left. Your boyfriend's temperature is still very high. You should go in and take care of him. Chen Ke was about to open her mouth to argue, but the nurse had already placed the medicine and thermometer into her hands. The hospital protected the donor's identity very well. Chu Xinran was willing to spend money on her son, so even the donor's hospital room was a top VIP room. One night cost 3,000. On the white bedsheet, the boy's face was abnormally flushed. I frowned as if I was having a nightmare, talking in my sleep. Why is it you? Why is it you? Perhaps the shock from the nightmare was too great. A tear rolled down the corner of my eye. Chen Ke reached out to catch it, and the teardrop fell into her palm. Who is Wang Mo talking about? 8 o'clock the next morning. The hematopoietic stem cell donation officially began. The entire donation process lasted 4 hours. Chen Ke stood waiting at the door. At the same time, she saw Chu Xinran in the corridor. The woman no longer had the refined appearance she had when they first met. Her hair was a messy bun. She was wearing high heels, anxiously pacing back and forth outside. A hint of mockery flashed across Chen Ke's eyes as she looked at the boy in the hospital room, who had completely lost all his color. They are both her sons, yet she could be so unconcerned about the other one. 12 o'clock noon, the donation was over. Chu Xinran was so happy she cried. Chen Tao's surgery was very successful. I was helped out of the hospital room by a nurse. Mr. Wang, you must come back to the hospital for a checkup in 6 months. We need to understand your health situation clearly. If you have any discomfort, you can contact me at any time. You can go home now, or you can stay in the hospital and wait for the uncomfortable symptoms to disappear before leaving. Let's go home. I'm in so much pain, it's unbearable. I frowned slightly, not making a sound. The nurse turned her head and instructed Chen Ke again. Miss, after your boyfriend goes home, he can't shower for 2 days. The wound area absolutely cannot get wet. Pay attention to eating less greasy food. She nodded slightly, replied, and then rested for a while. Chen Ke stood up and stood beside Wang Mo. She reached out to support my arm. In this state, do you want to go home by yourself? I thought for a moment, and still put my hand on Chen Ke's shoulder. Chen Ke wanted to walk past Chu Xinran, but I told her to take a detour. Take the stairs. Chen Ke compromised. She helped me slowly down the stairs. Wang Mo, you did a great good deed, and you still have to hide it from that irresponsible mother of yours. What on earth is in your head? I don't want to see her again, and I don't need her guilt. I certainly don't need her, out of guilt, to look at me with pity. It's best if we don't bother each other. Besides, I was helping Chen Tao. You helped Chen Tao? Does Chen Tao even see you as his brother? Chen Ke felt that Wang Mo's moral consciousness was too high. which was why he lived so miserably. This world is especially cruel to good people. Being a bad person is too simple. You can do whatever you want, without the constraints of morality, without the psychological torment. Just by showing a little remorse, you can receive everyone's applause. Leaving the hospital, Chen-Ki called a taxi. The winter sunlight wasn't too harsh, shining warmly on the body. Chen-Ki tilted her head to look at me. Wang Mo, if I hadn't woken up on the deserted island that night, would you have just, after doing a good deed? I pursed my lips, not wanting to answer this question. Chen-Ki already had her answer. Even if she was tormented to the point of being half dead after school started, I wouldn't have said a single word. Chen-Ki suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. I try to give love to everyone, looking as if I'm bathed in sunlight, but I don't receive even a little bit of favor from fate. Chen-Ki leaned into my ear and whispered, Wang Mo. School starts on March 1st, March 15th, they'll be released on bail. If you're willing to beg me, I can consider letting those people stay in prison for the rest of their lives. I retreated into the corner, avoiding Chen-Ki's actions. Her hot breath hit my face. I took a deep breath, my mind filled with a foul smell. I was so nauseous I wanted to vomit. There's no need. Chen-Ki stood frozen in place, clearly seeing Wang Mo's rejection and disgust. She retreated to her original position. It's normal for Wang Mo to hate her. After donating hematopoietic stem cells, I rested for 3 days before gradually recovering. The June exam was less than half a year away, so I began to bury myself in studying. During that time, Chen-Ki shamelessly followed me to hang out with the people from the adventure club. They were very surprised to see Chen-Ki. Later, when they found out she was on the run, they didn't care much. It was just one time. I don't know since when, Chen-Ki was only at my house for the last week. I asked her for the last antidote pill. Chen-Ki chuckled lightly. Wang Mo, you're so smart, but you haven't thought about how such a drug could exist in this world? If there were such a magic potion, would men still need to kidnap their wives? The black one was mixed with chocolate and the white pill was vitamin C. I'm leaving now. The money will be transferred to your account. After that, Chen-Ki hid here and there outside for 6 days. On the last day when the old man reeled in his net, she intentionally revealed her whereabouts and was imprisoned in the basement by Chen Yuan, and her grandfather happened to arrive just in time, saving the unconscious Chen-Ki. At this point, she also won this chaebol inheritance war. The green was lush, and the rotten wood had sprouted new shoots. Chen-Ki lowered her eyes slightly, thinking of the lover who had run away. Investigate a person on microchat named Nuan Yang Nuo, whose profile picture is a sunflower. On February 10th, my bank account received 4 million. I counted the zeros on my phone. It was a number that my grandmother and I could never reach in our lifetimes. I donated 2 million of it and kept 2 million in a 1-year fixed deposit. After school started, there were 3 months left until the university entrance exam. Entering the final stretch, I studied like crazy. I quit my phone every day. If I wasn't eating, I was doing practice tests. Occasionally, when I relaxed, I would count the days on my fingers, imagining life after high school graduation. When I get to university, I will definitely go see the sparkling Milky Way and the vast sea of flowers all over the mountains. Time flew by in a flash. School started in March. March in Sushi was warm and pleasant. The roadside was full of blooming goose yellow forsythia. I went to school, the classroom was empty. In the last 2 or 3 months, the teacher's management was also very lax. I carried my school bag to school, to the large hall on the 3rd floor of the library. From a distance, I saw Chen-Ki leaning against the floor-to-ceiling glass window. Since when did she love studying so much? I thought she wouldn't come to school anymore. I pursed my lips and turned around, heading to the newspaper room on the 4th floor of the library. There were even fewer people in the 4th floor newspaper room. I chose a seat in the middle. Soon, the sun had retracted its dazzling light. On the way home, next to my long, crooked shadow, there was another dark shadow. Wang Mo. I quickened my pace, pretending not to hear. Chen-Ki looked at the thin back and turned to get into the back seat of the Maybach. Her villa and Wang Mo's house were in opposite directions. After the incident with Chen Yuan, Chen Si had transferred most of the Chen family's assets into her hands. He began his retired life and even left his most capable secretary, Yang Ao, for her. The phone rang. It was Yang Ao calling. Young miss, the sushi prison wants me to ask you something. Previously, the people who bullied young Master Wang said they were your best friends and requested to be released on bail. The police from the prison just called, talking about this matter. I'm calling to ask for your opinion. Chen-Ki tapped her index finger lightly on her knee, the boy's determined back appearing in her mind. Once was on the 3rd floor of the library, and another time was just now. She lowered her voice, suppressing the annoyance in her heart. Let them go. Miss, Mr. Chen also told me to tell you something. The main business of SK Group is still in Hancheng. The old man hopes you will apply to Hancheng University. I know. Has Nuan Yang Nuo been investigated yet? Not yet. The Samsung Group is very tight-lipped. Give them a portion of the logistics market share, 1/10, just do as I say. Yang Ao vaguely understood something. After hesitating for a moment, he still spoke up to advise. Miss, the old man has already arranged a marriage partner for you. It's the second young master of the LG Group. Chen-Ki didn't. Her voice suddenly rose. Since when do I have a marriage partner? That old man is about to die, so what if I don't get married? Can he conjure up an heir now? Yang Ao, do you want to help me find Nuan Yang Nuo? Or do you want to follow someone who already has one foot in the grave and force me into marriage? Young Miss, Mr. Chen told me that I must be loyal to you. I will naturally follow the young Miss's orders. That online friend, I will find him as soon as possible. On March 15th, Lin Nai's group was released. This matter was completely silent, without any media reporting on it. March 16th, Friday, there were even fewer people in the library. The entire fourth-floor newspaper room, besides me and Shuking, there was only one male student. Outside the glass window, it was drizzling. Suddenly, it was quiet. In the library, the sound of footsteps echoed on the floor. The sound grew closer and closer. Shu King looked up and saw the group of people walking towards the newspaper room in a grand manner. Leading the way were Lin Nai, Han Jiaxi, and Shu Xi, 3 people. Immediately after them were the other animals from the abandoned factory at that time. Shu King clenched her fists and anxiously nudged with her elbow the boy beside her who was still absorbed in his studies. Momo, they're out. I looked up, just in time to meet Lin Nai's eyes. He still had his blonde hair and was still wearing a floral shirt despite the cold weather. Wang Mo, didn't expect us to get out so quickly, did you? You tell me, why did you have to make things so ugly in the first place? If you had taken the money and settled with us, you could have gotten 3.5 million, but now you've made things so ugly and you didn't get a single cent. Poor people are indeed poor people, shallow and crude knowledge. Guess who let us out? I stood up and looked straight into Lin Nai's eyes. What do you want to do? You made me sit in prison for so long. What do you think I want to do? Let me kindly tell you, it was Chen-Ki who let us out. Don't even dream of making a comeback. When it's time for the university entrance exam, how about we lock you in the basement? After speaking, Lin Nai covered his mouth and laughed. He laughed very loudly, the entire library filled with his piercing laughter. Looking past Lin Nai, I saw Chen-Ki's figure outside the glass door. The girl looked at me, her eyes cold. Lin Nai grabbed Shu Shuking's hand. And you too? What Wang Mo went through, sooner or later you'll go through it once. This is the consequence of you all offending me, Lin Nai. I picked up the umbrella next to my school bag and slammed it hard on Lin Nai's hand. Lin Nai let go, screaming madly at Wang Mo. Are you looking for death? Who the hell do you think you are? A low-class bottom feeder. What do you have to be so arrogant about? What's the use of you studying now? To build the nation? Or to realize your worthless ideals? Shu King, sooner or later, shall become our toy. The gazes of more than 10 people focused on Shu King again. They stared at her from top to bottom, trying to strip the weak girl with their eyes. I took a step forward, blocking everyone's line of sight. The image of my grandmother hugging me and sobbing flashed through my mind. The sight of Yiren squatting in front of hospital room 406, waiting for me. Zhu King. The fear she felt when she was taken to the abandoned factory because of me. I was expressionless. I shouted loudly in front of everyone. Mr. Zhou Shiren once said, a nation that has knelt for too long will even suffer from vertigo when standing up. Whenever money and power are mentioned, their pupils dilate. Whenever relationships between men and women are mentioned, they immediately get excited when it comes to morality, honor, and humanity. Everyone becomes as silent as a cicada in winter. It has nothing to do with me. You people take money, power, and romance. And repeat it countless times. You want to use the money and power you're so proud of to bury me in the ground. And then what? The seeds in the soil will only bloom into more brilliant flowers. You think you've ruined my whole life. I only see your petty and pitiful soul. Lin Nai, I'm telling you, I, Wang Mo, even if I have to risk my life, will not allow you to bully my friends anymore, my loved ones. Lin Nai was frightened. He subconsciously stepped back. It wasn't that Wang Mo had never fought back before. It's just that this time. Lin Nai saw a life-or-death struggle. Wang Mo, he seemed fearless of death. Lin Nai's tongue suddenly got tied. Wang Mo, don't spout nonsense with your twisted logic. What can you low-class people possibly achieve if I kill you now? I won't even have to bear any legal responsibility. Shu Xi, get me the club. Chen-Ki stood outside the crowd, observing. Wang Mo is just like that, always having an infinite source of energy. Actually, if he were willing to beg me, it's not like I couldn't step in and save him. Chen-Ke's phone vibrated. She answered the call. Miss, I found out who Nuan Yang Nuo is. Meanwhile, the press room was in chaos. Lin Nai swung the long club, striking randomly towards Wang Mo and Shu King. Things on the table were scattered everywhere. Chen-Ke watched coldly. Her voice unconsciously became gentle. She spoke into the phone. Go on, Chen-Ki. In her mind was the companionship, time and again, in the middle of the night, the salvation when she was cornered, and a soul that could always resonate with hers. She had finally found the person she loved. Yang Ao on the other end of the line was silent for a long time. The fight in the press room was becoming more and more intense. I was pushed to the ground. Shu King was surrounded by more than 10 male students. The girl's thick black hair was disheveled. Her determined eyes sparkled like stars. Chenki frowned slightly. She urged him on. Is there something you can't say? Miss, it's Wang Mo from class 12-2 of Sushi Foreign Language School, also known as Young Master Wang. Chenki repeated the information in her head. Both are Wang Mo from class 12-2 of the Foreign Language School. She froze, the rims of her eyes turning red in an instant. The immense shock made it almost impossible for her to stand straight. Chenki couldn't breathe. Yang Ao, what did you say? Who is it? Wang Mo? Those two light words were like a sharp blade, plunging hard into Chenki's chest. She held the phone and looked up at the skinny teenager. Different memories continuously intertwined. It was companionship, it was salvation, it was hope, it was light. Every night before, they relied on each other, warmed each other, and looked forward to a better tomorrow together. It seemed as long as they had each other, life would be a smooth path. The happy memories vanished. She recalled her own endless dark nights. The teenager who couldn't even trust a chicken, and more than 10 men and women. Chen Kei could no longer hear the noise around her. A few people rushed in, shielding Shushu King. In the corner, the teenager's phone with the cracked screen was still playing an online lecture. Chen Kei tried to suppress her emotions. She picked up the phone from the corner. She held the phone and opened WeChat. The profile picture was a sunflower. The nickname was Nuan Yang Nuo. She entered her own account into the search bar. It showed she was blocked. She opened the chat. The history was a past of 5 long years that she couldn't scroll through completely. The blood in her body seemed to freeze. Chen Kei's hands were so cold they trembled. The object in her hand felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds. She held the phone, scrolling as if to torture herself. The chat history. Have you arrived? Or should we change to another place? Yezi, if I told you I was drugged and assaulted before, would you still want to meet me? Yezi, maybe you don't know. I really relied on the memories of you to get through these 4 terrible years. It was like that before, and it will be in the future. Don't be so violent. Yeah, especially me with my red hair. I want to get into Tsinghua University. Every sentence was a testament to their past. Nuan Yang Nuo was really Wang Mo. Endless memories engulfed Chen Kei. It turned out that every time Nuan Yang Nuo didn't reply to her messages was when he was being humiliated, beaten, and bullied by her. The details that had been overlooked countless times exploded at this moment, awakening her long dusty memories. 5 years. Every bit of the bullying was like a fast-forwarding optical disc. No wonder. No wonder I saw him at the coffee shop where we were supposed to meet. No wonder Nuan Yang Nuo blocked her. No wonder Wang Mo was willing to save her during the big snowstorm that day. No wonder his gaze towards her was always so complicated. Fate had played the biggest joke on her. She had bullied the person she loved most. A teardrop fell to the ground. Lin Nai's voice was piercing. Wang Mo, what do you think would happen if this club stabbed you? What would happen to you? Chen Kei turned and walked over. She grabbed the club and forcefully pushed Lin Nai to the ground. Who is it? Who dares? Lin Nai was stunned, shaking with fear. He hurriedly whispered fawningly to Chen Kei, I didn't know it was you, sis. Chen Kei ignored him. Every step was heavy. Finally, as devout as a believer, she knelt at Wang Mo's feet. Nuo Nuo. Everyone was stunned. The arrogant and haughty heir of the Chen family, that endlessly glorious person, would one day beg so humbly. And to Wang Mo, of all people, Lin Nai was dumbfounded. What is happening? Lin Nai stepped back one by one. He clenched his fists anxiously. My whole body stiffened. I didn't respond. How could Chen Kei? How could she possibly recognize me? I hid my emotions. I quickly stood up. I pretended not to understand. I silently walked around Chen Kei. Han Jiaxi flinched, but still couldn't help but speak up. Chen Kei, his Wang Mo. Chen Kei grabbed my hand. A gentle smile bloomed on her face. That's right, you're Nuo Nuo. I was wrong from the very beginning. Nuo Nuo, you knew it was me all along. Didn't you? I panicked. It's June. The college entrance exams are coming up. The day of escaping the abyss was right before my eyes, but it felt so far away. What I want is brilliant sunshine, not to be forever damned to the abyss. I turned back, my face full of doubt. Chen Kei, what are you talking about? What, Nuo Nuo? Let go of me. The girl's eyes were incredibly certain, carrying a stubborn madness to the death. If I let go, you'll run away. I swallowed. I was terrified to the extreme. I tried to pull my hand back. How on earth did she figure it out? I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Don't pretend you don't know me, okay? Looking at her, I only felt horrified, just seeing this face. I would recall countless nights of humiliation. I tried to hold back, pretending not to understand. Chen Kei, that day of the big snow, I saved you. I don't need you to repay the favor. I also know you're Chen Kei. I accept your apology. Can you let go now? Another shocking piece of news made the crowd erupt. Lin Nai, Shu Xi, and Han Jiaxi were completely stunned. The 3 of them stepped back one by one, trying to sneak away from the scene quietly. Chen Kei suddenly spoke. Sorry isn't enough. They should go to hell. She turned to look at Lin Nai. Her eyes suddenly became fierce and sharp. Shu Xi was so shocked he collapsed. He fell to the ground. The girl's previous threat was still vivid in his mind. Wang Mo can be a toy. So can you. Susi shook his head desperately. Tears streamed down his face. I didn't. It was all Lin Nai's doing. Lin Nai looked at Susi in disbelief. What do you mean? We did it all together. Why are you pretending to be a good guy? I didn't. Dare to defy Lin Nai. I really didn't mean it. Lin Nai forced me to do it. How could I do such a cruel thing? Chen-Ki switched to a gentle, kind expression. She looked up at her beloved. Momo, what can I do to make you happy? I'm not happy. I just want to escape. Chen-Ki, let go. I don't have time to act with you. I have to go. I'll study with you. We said we'd get into Tsinghua University together. Chen-Ki hugged the teenager tightly. She was extremely infatuated with the scent on Wang Mo. She couldn't help but bury her head in the teenager's neck, seeking a sense of security. Chen-Ki hugged me tightly. She was extremely infatuated with the scent on Wang Mo. She couldn't help but bury her head in the teenager's neck, seeking a sense of security. I looked at the girl hugging me. I pushed her away with force. Chen-Ki, stop being crazy. What kind of script are you holding today? What play do you want to act out? Chen-Ki looked as if she had been struck to the heart. She saw the teenager. His eyes were filled with fear, without a single trace of love. Chen-Ki smiled, like a perfect lover, instructing her beloved. Momo can't accept me right now. That's okay. Even I hate myself so much I could kill myself. It's raining so heavily today. After the library closes, wait for me to come find you. It'll take you home, okay? Shu King walked through the crowd. Chen-Ki, you really are shameless. Who are you putting on this affectionate act for? Acting crazy all day long. I suggest you go get your brain checked. Chen-Ki didn't respond. She just held my hand tightly, squeezing it harder. Chen-Ki suppressed the urge to kill Shu King. She told herself, I can't leave a bad impression on my beloved anymore. I said nothing. I saw through her thoughts. I hesitated, then nodded slightly. A hint of joy was added to Chen-Ki's smile. Then wait for me to come find you. You study here, Il. Get rid of everyone. I quickly refused. No need. I'll just go to the 5th floor. I'm not used to being here. Watching the two of them disappear from sight. Chen-Ki's expression completely changed. Her cold eyes swept over Lin Nai with contempt. Lin Nai's legs were trembling. A fear spreading from deep within his heart engulfed his entire body. He forced a smile that was uglier than crying. Sis Chen, are you sick? Has Wang Mo, a low-class kid whose family sells sugar cakes. How could you? How could you have anything to do with him? Chen-Ki's eyes were terrifyingly bloodshot. She paid no attention to Lin Nai, but looked at the others. She spoke slowly. You people are still here. Do you want to go to jail with this lot? The crowd of onlookers scattered like frightened birds. The 4th floor press room was empty in an instant. Lin Nai was already scared stiff. He screamed at Chen-Ki. I'm the son of the head of the sushi branch of the 4-star group. Chen-Ki, you can't touch me. I've already called my parents. They don't see me today. They'll definitely come after you when they get home. Chen-Ki raised her eyes slightly. She spoke nonchalantly. Who the hell are you? Lin Nai couldn't help but cry. Chen-Ki, you brought us out. Now you're pulling this stunt. What for? You were clearly part of the bullying against Wang Mo at the beginning. Shut up the girls. Dark pupils turned cold. An angry roar echoed throughout the press room. She stood up and walked step by step towards the blonde-haired teenager. You will be the first to die. Lin Nai's eyes widened. He wailed miserably. No, this is illegal. You can't treat me like this. You can't treat me like this. You'll go to jail. The next second, countless bodyguards in black suits rushed into the press room. Yang Ao walked in front. Miss, I have invited the Chen family's golden legal team. The legal department of the Chen group is top-notch, whether it's internal or external affairs. They have never failed. Sentence these people to life in prison without parole, then take them to my Chen family's basement. In a public place under countless surveillance cameras, Chen-Ki was still, completely fearless. Then you're the one who deserves to be punished, Lin Nai's roar was muffled by a bodyguard's hand. More than 10 people were all handcuffed and gagged. Police cars were parked all over the front of the library. Miss, are there any other instructions? Everyone in our class, except for Shu Yue and Shu King. Take them all to the police station, depending on the severity. The minimum is 3 years in prison. The most severe is the death penalty. All the teachers of Finance Class 2 revoke all of their teaching licenses. They are never to work as teachers again. Among them, the homeroom teacher Huang Qian gets at least 10 years in prison. The principal of Sushi Foreign Language School is to be dismissed. Each of the people here is to pay 10 million in compensation to Wang Mo. They will get a 1-month reduction in their sentence. Anyone who insulted Wang Mo in the school group chat is to be expelled. Yang Ao suppressed the shock in his heart. The people who could study at this school were either rich or powerful. For the young miss to use such great power to punish so many people, and all for an online friend. Miss, will you be returning with us? No, I still have to take Momo home. Only when she said this did a smile appear on Chen-Ki's face. Yang Ao wanted to advise against it, but in the end, he said nothing. He led everyone away. In a flash, only Chen-Ki was left. She was in no mood to study. She held her phone, checking the time. Occasionally, she would open WeChat to see if Wang Mo had unblocked her. There were no exceptions. Not yet. Chenki comforted herself that it was okay. Waiting until 4:50, she couldn't sit still anymore. She went to the 5th floor lobby. Chenki went upstairs happily, but there was no one in the lobby. Chenki pursed her lips. She knew Wang Mo must have run away again. Dark thoughts began to sprout. Gloomy thoughts that could not see the light finally broke out of their shell at this moment. On the day we were supposed to meet, if you had come to meet me, I absolutely wouldn't have let these people bully you like this. Can you punish me with your own hands? Chenki placed the knife hilt in my hand. Her eyes were bloodshot, as if she would burst into tears the next second. I tried to make myself calm down, trying my best to suppress the disgust. Don't be like this. Chenki let go. The knife fell onto the car's floor mat. Okay, then let's not be like this anymore. Momo, do you still remember the promise you made to me before? You'll still be by my side, right? I hesitated. The girl who was once so ruthless and cruel to me was now like the most devout believer, willing to offer everything. Recalling the girl's coldness under the sunset glow that day, I spoke softly, trying to reason with her. Chenki, there are too many barriers between us. As soon as I finished speaking, my hand was grabbed again. The knife was shoved into my palm. I could feel the hand holding mine trembling nonstop. I know Momo must hate me. I'm so evil, so terrible. I deserve to go to hell. Does Momo hate me so much he wants to kill me? Then come kill me, okay? The crazed words rushed out. I was terrified. The next second, my hand was gripped tightly. The sharp blade stabbed fiercely towards her left heart. Fresh blood spurted out. I struggled to break free because I pulled my hand back in time. The blade didn't go deep. Blood flowed down the blade, dripping onto the back of my hand. Chenki showed no sign of pain. She discovered the person opposite her had no love, only fear. She still didn't give up. Momo, you actually still love me, don't you? I always knew Chenki was a lunatic, but I never thought she could be this crazy. Let's go to the hospital first. Chenki smiled. Wang Mo was concerned about her. She took the opportunity to lean her head lightly on the teenager's thin shoulder, the familiar scent mixed with the smell of blood. Her anxiety subsided a lot. I don't want to go, the wound. If it heals, you won't feel sorry for me anymore, sensing her intense love. I changed my approach. You're scaring me. I'm very scared. Okay, then I'll go to the hospital. I won't scare you anymore. She knocked on the car window, signaling the person outside. The driver got in the car and drove towards the hospital. Chenki couldn't control herself. She still couldn't help but wrap her arms around Wang Mo's waist, lying in the teenager's embrace. Mo, don't reject my kindness towards you. You'll be your wife in the future. Everything I have is yours. My gaze was drawn to the knife stuck in Chenki's chest. Such a crazy stalker. What should I do? Can I still run towards the life I desire? After arriving at the hospital, Chenki went to get her wound treated. A man walked up to me and bowed. Master Wang, this is the phone the young miss bought for you. The data from your phone has already been transferred to these phones. I am Yang Io, the young miss's secretary. From now on, if you need anything, just contact me. I forced a smile. I don't need it. Thank your young miss for me. Master Wang, if you don't like these, then we will find some new, trendier models. Your previous phone, due to the bodyguard's negligence, was damaged. For this, I would like to offer my sincere apologies to you, Master Wang. You can consider this as compensation from the young miss. I didn't want to make things difficult for an employee. I casually picked up a blue and white phone. We will send the rest to your apartment, Master Wang. The young miss has already helped you move all your belongings to the new apartment. Your grandmother has also moved into the new house. What did you people say to my grandmother? I frowned. This was getting more and more ridiculous. We said we were from Tsinghua University. Because Master Wang has excellent academic achievements, he was gifted a house. The old lady was very polite, treated us very kindly, and was also very cooperative. Holding the new phone, I felt a little angry, but I still suppressed it. I know. Can you help me move back? Yang Ao was slightly stunned. He suddenly seemed to understand a little why the young miss was so obsessed with the young man before him. Master Wang, I'm very sorry. We don't have the authority. It's fine. I turned away helplessly. When I was young, I actually believed in karma. My teachers told me, do good and good will come to you. Do evil and evil will befall you. Now I know, useless kindness only brings unnecessary disaster. I looked up at the hospital. The lights on the ceiling were cold, just like these pale white walls, forever a deathly color. A nurse came out and asked, Who is Nuo? The patient keeps calling your name. You should go in and see her. I glanced around, stared at my bodyguards, then walked into the hospital room. The girl, with a pale face, weakly opened her eyes to look at me. I sat in the chair for family members. I have to say, Chenki's appearance was the only thing decent about her, combined with her pitiful expression as if she had suffered all kinds of grievances. A wilting flower. Chenki tried to reach out and hold my hand. Until she touched the young man's pinky finger, gripping it tightly in her palm, she finally smiled contentedly. I wanted to escape the strong smell of antiseptic in the room. I didn't resist and said softly, You said you wouldn't affect my studies. Chenki was stunned. The slightly petulant and reproachful tone made her very happy. I was wrong. Can you go back to studying? Come to my house tomorrow to study with me. I know Shusiu King is your best friend. I've had our group collaborate with the Xu family on a project. The Xu family has no technology, no talent, only resources. I lent them manpower to support them. My heart tightened. If I run away in the future, will the Chen group suddenly withdraw their manpower and capital? The answer was obvious. I couldn't breathe. I realized Chen Qi was weaving a seamless cage, wanting to imprison me for all eternity. Studying with you will distract me. The corners of Chen Qi's lips curved into a line. Then just stay with Shushu King. I won't bother you. After we graduate from university, we'll get married. I didn't answer and changed the subject. Will your injury affect the university entrance exam? It turns out Nuo cares about me this much. It won't affect me. Nuo, are you applying to Tsinghua University? Chen Qi used a little force, intertwining her pale white hand with the young man's 10 fingers. Yeah, I'm heading back now. I tried to pull my hand away. I thought to myself, Sun Yat-sen University is in the south, which must be very far from the north. The driver took me back to the gate of the apartment complex. This apartment that Chen Qi bought is a top-tier luxury residential area in Sioux City. The security and management are both top-notch. Across from the apartment complex is a slum. The dilapidated, crooked one-story houses looked as if they could collapse at any moment. The sky grew dark. This land with no future, even the sunlight didn't want to shine upon it. Black smoke billowed. I was dazed. The smell of cyanide spread. I saw a large fire in the one-story houses. The firefighters arrived very quickly. High-pressure hoses were aimed at the flames. The raging fire grew even bigger. People scattered in all directions. Everyone's face showed anxiety and panic. Someone is slashing people. Run. Someone's killing people. Run. Someone's dead. Countless people fled. Someone's arm was bleeding. Someone had a bloody gash in their abdomen. I hid in the security booth. From a distance, I saw at the edge of the crowd a middle-aged man wildly swinging a knife. The man looked crazed, like a madman, but he aimed the sharp blade at the weak and defenseless. Women, the elderly, children. I called the police. In my limited field of view, I saw a man in a military uniform going against the crowd, confronting the middle-aged man who was still taking revenge on society with a knife. The man in the military uniform was tall, with healthy, wheat-colored tanned skin. I vaguely felt a sense of familiarity. My heart was in my throat. An impatient voice came through the phone. Hello, this is the Sioux City Police Department. Tanhua Condominium. There's an attacker in the residential area opposite it. Tanhua Condominium. Alright, we'll be there right away. When I looked up, the knife had already fallen to the ground. The middle-aged man was quickly subdued. The police arrived late. The assailant was escorted into a police car. I recalled the murder announcement post I saw this morning. The collapse of the real estate market caused landlords to withdraw their capital and leave. Tenants couldn't get their deposits back and still had to pay off bank loans. Coupled with the wave of unemployment that hit, the people's resentment grew stronger. The man in the military uniform turned and looked into the distance, and saw the young man in the security booth. The corners of the man's mouth lifted. Under the gloomy sky, his smile was radiant and bright. I quickly remembered who he was. Wen Chuan, the police officer who, for helping me, was sent to the 38th parallel to clear mines. Wen Chuan smiled and walked up to me. Wang Mo, you're here too? Yes, thank you for helping me before. I looked at his military uniform and saw the major's insignia on his sleeve. It was nothing. It was what I should have done as a police officer. Where do you live? I'll walk you. I need to go to Building 8, Unit 2. Thank you. Then I followed Wen Chuan to the base of Building 8. Wen Chuan spoke up. Recently, there have been many murder announcement posts in Sioux City. Wang Mo, you need to be more careful when you go out. Wen Chuan hesitated, telling himself not to meddle in other people's business anymore. The Wen family was in peril now, unable to withstand even a light blow from the Chen group. Recently, the top search results have all been about the Chen group's heiress, Chen Qi, who, to avenge her bullied boyfriend, sent all the bullies to prison. This matter received everyone's praise. But he clearly remembered that Chen Qi herself was a bully. That poor young man. How could he willingly be the boyfriend of a bully? Wen Chuan still couldn't hold back, once again yielding to his sense of justice. I live in Building 1, Unit 1. If you run into any trouble, you can come find me. I nodded in thanks. Thank you, but I'm fine. Sorry to bother you, Major Wen. Then I turned and left, stepping into the elevator. Wen Chuan stood still, watching his thin back, as if a gust of wind could blow him over. After their last parting, the young man seemed to have gotten thinner. I entered the password to get into the house. The new house was very spacious, bright and clean. The decoration was a warm-toned, real wood style. Is that Momo coming home? The old woman's voice was aged. Leaning on her cane, she walked towards me, her wrinkled hands fumbling towards the source of the sound. I took her hand. She smiled happily, but the joy vanished instantly. Momo, has something happened recently? I still feel more comfortable in the old house. How about we move back? It's okay, Grandma. It's the same everywhere. I thought to myself, everywhere is under Chen Ke's surveillance. I might as well let her relax and lower her guard. Let her think I really still have some feelings for her. Once I get into university, I'll escape Sioux City and go to Jeju Island. Time will fade her obsession with me. Alright, it's good that nothing's wrong. Can I sell sugar cakes at the gate of this complex? Grandma, you don't need to go out and sell sugar cakes anymore. Hancheng University has already paid me a 500,000 scholarship in advance. From now on, you can just rest at home and enjoy life. Our Momo has such a bright future. Grandma smiled, her eyes crinkling into wrinkles. I'm not asking for Momo to achieve anything great. I just hope you can be happy and safe your whole life. The murder announcement posts appeared continuously. More and more people were carrying out revenge attacks on society right on the streets. No one knew where the next disaster would strike. I studied for the exam at home with peace of mind. Chenki really didn't come to bother me anymore. Everything seemed to have returned to peace. In the evening, I would sometimes take a walk in the apartment complex. The stars twinkled. Every time I went for a walk, I would always run into Wen Chuan on his night run. A breeze blew past and I turned my head. As expected, I saw Wen Chuan. The man stopped, standing next to the gazebo. Wang Mo, you're at the most beautiful age. You should be smiling more. I tried to force a smile. Just as I was about to speak, Nuo Nuo, a familiar voice suddenly called out. I couldn't help but tremble. I turned my head and saw Chen Qi's figure. I couldn't see the girl's face clearly. A dark shadow drew closer. Chen Qi's gaze was fierce. Wen Chuan, you came back pretty quickly. Wen Chuan's eyes fell on Wang Mo, pausing for a second, then quickly moved away. It was clear that Wang Mo was constantly being watched by Chen Qi, even being held in disguised captivity. Wen Chuan remembered that Wang Mo's family situation wasn't well off, so being here could only be Chen Ke's arrangement. His situation was even worse than he had imagined. Wen Chuan's expression didn't change. Stop paying attention to Wang Mo. It was just luck. Wen Chuan, I still have to thank you for righteously intervening for my boyfriend before. Let me congratulate you in advance on your promotion to major. Your Wen family has been in decline for so many years. It's been difficult for a prominent figure like you to emerge. The Wen family must seize this opportunity to rise again. Major Wen, what do you say? Hearing Chen Qi's unfairly teasing and threatening tone, my heart tightened. The fate of the Wen family is determined by heaven. I can only decide how to walk my own path. Wen Chuan's gaze was resolute. Ever since the day Wang Mo moved in, Chen Ke had moved in on the floor above him. Every action was under her control. Nuo Nuo liked looking at the flowers, always sitting in the flower garden at 10 p.m., enjoying the night breeze and zoning out. Other than this, his recreational activities, when not studying at home, were talking to his classmates. What made Chen Qi a little unhappy was when Chuan always passed by Wang Mo during his night runs. Chen Qi was worried they were plotting something. The corners of Chen Qi's lips curved into a line. Major Wen, seize the opportunity before you. Learn more about how to conduct yourself. Watch more, and once you learn what should be done and what shouldn't be done, promotion and fortune will just be a matter of time. I'm taking my boyfriend back now. After Chen Qi finished speaking, she forcibly dragged the young man in front of her into the elevator. I saw Wen Chuan wanting to step forward to stop her, so I turned my head, my eyes shimmering with a plea. I begged him not to follow. Wen Chuan stopped. He understood that right now, he was not strong enough to confront Chen Ke directly. His impulsive actions might bring disaster upon Wang Mo. I saw that the 7th floor had been pressed in the elevator and was a little suspicious. I wanted to press the 6th floor, but Chen Ke reached out and grabbed my hand, stopping my action. I understood. Chen Ke lived on the 7th floor and had always been, monitoring my every move. The elevator doors opened. Chen Ke led me into her apartment. The inside was lavishly decorated, in a luxurious European style. All the furniture was made from high-quality teak wood. I couldn't guess what Chen Ke was thinking. It's late now. I want to go back to sleep. My grandmother will be worried. Hearing this, the girl raised her head, her deep black eyes looking straight at me. Sleeping here is the same. Your grandmother is already asleep. If you go back now, you'll wake her up. I was about to make a run for it, but Chen Ke reacted very quickly, blocking the doorway. She caressed my neck and said leisurely, "Why have you gotten so thin?" I knew she was talking about the time at my house. The exams are coming up. I don't have an appetite. Recently, Chen Ke's madness has made me increasingly anxious. Whenever I'm in a bad mood, I lose my appetite. During this time with me, you should eat a little more. Chen Ke's gaze was gentle as she leaned close to my lips. She didn't wait for my answer, directly opened the bedroom door and pushed me onto the large bed. The room had a faint scent of jasmine. "Can you sleep with me tonight?" I tensed up. I'm not used to sleeping with other people, especially girls. The girl paused slightly, her eyes immediately turning red. She gently caressed my cheek with her hand, her eyes filled with affection and regret. "I'll stay a little further away from you. I'll sleep without touching you. Nuo Nuo, don't be afraid of me." "Nuo Nuo, do you hate me a lot?" I felt a sour taste spread in my mouth. The girl squatted down, almost kneeling in front of the young man. "No, I don't hate you. I don't like you either." I lowered my eyes slightly. After all, in the future, she'll just be a passerby who has nothing to do with my life. Chen Qi stood up and sat beside the young man. She opened her arms and carefully hugged Wang Mo. Seeing that the young man didn't resist, she hugged him tighter and tighter. Her eyes were colored with infatuation, her breathing growing more ragged. The atmosphere grew heated. Chenki was sinking deeper and deeper. After a long while, she let go. I will wait for you to undo the knot in your heart. Can you sleep at my place tonight? I'll sleep in another room. Nuo, don't be afraid of me. I'm leaving tomorrow. I won't be back for 2 days. If you want to stay here, an auntie will come to cook for you. If you're not used to it, you can go back and rest tomorrow morning. I know it's hard for you to get used to me right now. I'll give you time to slowly get used to my existence. Let's take it slow. The future is still very long. I didn't want to get any more entangled with her, so I answered casually. I know. However, at 12 midnight, the locked door was opened with a key. Chen Kei tiptoed in. She stood at the head of the bed, gazing intently at the sleeping young man. The night lamp was dim, its sickly yellow light cast upon him. He frowned, seemingly having a nightmare. Chen Kei recalled his whisper in the hospital that day. Why is it you? So he was talking about me? She turned off the light, fumbling in the darkness. She bent down and kissed his soft lips, her hands subconsciously gripping the young man's wrists. The young man beneath her struggled slightly. She let go in a panic and sat on the edge of the bed, silently watching the young man. The night was long. The girl sat there all night. Dawn arrived. The horizon brightened. Chen Kei, carrying her bone-deep exhaustion, took an early morning flight to Thailand. Accompanying her was Chen Kei's close friend, Xia Nangxiang. Chen Kei, what are we going to Thailand for? To see an old friend? Chen Kei's eyes lowered, as if she were talking about something unimportant. Old friend? Xia Nangxiang's face turned pale. Being in the same circle of chaebols, everyone knew Lan Nai's fate. He was turned into a human vase and sold to a circus. At that time, to avoid being affected, I had already cut ties with him long ago, but I never expected to still be implicated. When Chen Kei went crazy, she disregarded anyone's life or death. The Lin family suffered heavy losses, their vitality greatly damaged. They could only desperately struggle to survive. I don't want to face it anymore. Time flies. Time flows on relentlessly. In a flash, it was May 2nd, filling out university choices. There was one day to think it over. I didn't fill it out immediately. I wanted to wait until the last 5 minutes to submit. 8 a.m. The sun peeked out. The phone, which had been silent for days, received dozens of strange messages. Nuo, have you filled out your university choices yet? I chose Hansheng University. Hansheng is more prosperous than Sioux City. Do you prefer a mansion or an apartment? Do you want to plant some roses in the garden? Or a different kind? Nuo, I bought a mansion. It's very big inside. It has a movie theater, karaoke, everything. If there's anything else you like, I'll bring it all home. I couldn't wait any longer. I wanted to start preparing for our wedding. I held the phone and didn't reply to the messages. I waited until 4:55 p.m. to fill in Jeju University as my choice. I sat watching the computer, watching until the very last second, and saw no notification that my choice had been changed. My suspended heart finally settled down. The sunset was brilliant. Half the sky was dyed orange-red. The evening sun stretched to the end of the horizon, which was where the moon rose in the east. Leaning back on the sofa, I smiled in anticipation. After June, I could forever escape the abyss and head towards a life that was completely my own. But I was still uneasy about the university choice. I logged into the website every hour to check my choice. Every time, it was Jeju University. I was completely relieved. It got dark and Chen Kei hadn't received any news. There were no stars tonight. 10 p.m. She was restless and made a phone call to Yang Ao. Have someone look up Wang Mo's graduate school application preference. Miss, I found it. He put down Jeju University. Chen Kei pressed her lips tightly, her dark eyes filled with coldness. The boy had been unusually well behaved these past few days. Aside from not being able to be physically intimate, the two of them interacted normally. But the more it was like this, the more frightened Chen Kei became. Chen Kei didn't give up and asked again about Jeju University. Are you sure it's Jeju University? Yes, miss. Mr. Wang did indeed fill in Jeju University. He submitted it in the last 5 minutes. With a crash, at the auction, the glazed floral cup, bought at an exorbitant price, was smashed to the ground. Chen Kei laughed. So, he had been deceiving me all these days. He never loved me at all. Miss, it's normal for Mr. Wang not to love you. The corner of the girl's mouth curved into a cruel smile. He has to love me whether he wants to or not. He has no choice but to love me. Change his application preference to Hansheng University. Miss, Mr. Lin Mo is a good match for you. He would be more beneficial to you. The old master will absolutely not agree to you being with Mr. Wang. Instead of torturing each other later, why not give Mr. Wang a way out now? Let him enjoy his own life. Miss, you've schemed step by step to get to where you are today. How can you let yourself be blinded by love? Chen Kei was standing on the balcony, recalling the despair of being an illegitimate daughter with nothing to her name. Hunted by her own father, sold into a nightclub by her own mother, the only maternal grandmother who loved her, died at the hands of her own father. During that darkest period of her life, Nuon Young Nuo was the only light that could shine on her. She wanted to keep him so badly, like a drowning person wanting to grab onto a piece of floating wood. Chen-Kei spoke coldly. What's so great about relying on a marriage alliance to secure my position? My marriage can only be decided by me. Change his application preference to Han Cheng University. Grandfather will have to agree, whether he wants to or not, unless he wants to be killed by Chen Yuan. Chen-Kei's eyes were deep, glowing with a bright red, like a wild beast that could lose control at any moment. Yang Io didn't try to persuade her anymore. Miss, the preference has been changed. She hung up the phone. Chen-Kei stood on the balcony, listening to the rain all night. When dawn broke, a thin, white figure came into view. Her eyes were bloodshot. She stumbled after him. Following him all the way to Nanyang Psychiatric Hospital, Chen-Kei couldn't hold back and stepped forward to grab the boy in front of her. Momo, what did you put down for your school preference? I tried to appear calm and answered nonchalantly. Han Cheng University. The rain pattered, not as torrential as in winter, but it still chilled one to the bone. Chen-Kei leaned against the back of the seat, looking at him in the rearview mirror. Chen-Kei mocked herself, feeling that she deserved to be blind for not recognizing the person she loved. She smiled at him. I also thought you applied to Han Cheng University. I felt something was wrong. I frantically took out my phone to check my submitted preference. On it, 4 large words were clearly displayed, Han Cheng University, but yesterday it was clearly Jeju University. I suddenly looked up and saw the hidden emotion in the girl's eyes. I'm so stupid. I was so happy that I forgot preferences could be changed. For a chaebol who can cover the sky with their hand, isn't changing a school preference as easy as flipping a hand? I thought the road ahead would be wide open, that a person can be unlucky forever, that fate wouldn't always play tricks on me. I thought if I just did good things, without asking about the future, that God would give me a satisfactory answer. But hope shattered at dawn. Dawn was right before my eyes, but just one step away, I fell forever into the abyss. I suddenly pushed the girl in front of me away. I completely collapsed. Chen-Kei, why did you change my preference? Chen-Kei tried to grab Wang Mo's wrist, but got her hand scratched instead. We said we would be together forever. We would apply to Han Cheng University together. You said you wouldn't leave me. What makes you think we can still be together? On what? On the fact that you've tormented me for the past 5 years? Or on the fact that you dragged me into the darkness and destroyed all the good things and my hopes for this world? Destroyed everything. You're right. Kindness is the most useless thing in this world. There is no heavenly justice, no gods, no reincarnation. Those who commit heinous crimes enjoy all the glory and wealth, while those who stick to the righteous path are destroyed until they lose all hope. My kindness has become the cage that imprisons me. My eyes, always clear when looking at others, now, looking at Chen-Kei, were filled with nothing but hatred. You hate me? Do you regret saving me? Chen-Kei said with difficulty, forcing me to admit this truth. I really do regret it. This was my own choice, and I have to pay the price for it. I never thought that one day my kindness to others would become a sharp knife pointed at myself. I clearly knew you had no limits, no morals, yet I still extended a helping hand. Everything I have to endure today is what I deserve. You succeeded. I really do regret it now, and I also truly hate my own decision. If I could do it over, I would choose not to go exploring on Junjianghua Island. Chen-Kei, if you have a shred of conscience, then you should let me go. Momo, I am a bad person. Sooner or later, you will love me again. As long as we are together, 5 years of bullying will eventually be erased by time. You saved me because you still love me, right? From the day you chose to bully me, there was no longer any question of love or not love between us. I threw clothes to you, treated your wounds because I didn't want to carry the burden of a guilty conscience later. It has nothing to do with love. I want what I do to be without shame, without carrying any psychological burden. It's precisely because you are extremely cruel that I don't want to feel even a hint of pity when I think of you in the middle of the night. Whether it's because of your tragic circumstances, irresponsible parents, or twisted personality, I don't want to feel any heartache. I've done what should be done and what shouldn't. Whatever state you're in is not my fault. On the contrary, I even saved you. No matter how pitiful you act or how much pain you're in, I will not love you again. Not becoming enemies is the best possible outcome for us. You are a chaebol. I am a commoner. I can't touch you. Even if I take revenge on you, it will be dealt with by the Chen family behind you. So I beg you to go easy on me and let me go. Chen-Kei froze. The heartless words were like a knife stabbing straight into her heart. He really doesn't love me. He doesn't even want to waste a single shred of affection on me. The veil of self-deception was torn apart. The girl pleaded almost desperately. We accompanied each other for those 5 years, night after night, overcoming every difficult and arduous situation. Momo, our past was at least happy at times. I can change all the things you don't like about me. Everything can be changed. Whatever kind of person you like, I will become that person. Just say the word. I'm willing to use everything to make it up to you. You can punish me in any way except for leaving. You said we would be together forever. Give me a chance to make it up, okay? Without you, where would the difficult situations come from? It was your indulgence. That made me struggle in the mud for 5 years. Chen-Ki, my abyss was created by you. Your difficult situation was caused by your family. Without the abyss, why should I be nostalgic for that time? If you were born into a harmonious family, how could you possibly notice me, a low-class person like me, as you call me? I didn't know it was you. If I had known you were Nuon Young Nuo, I absolutely would not have done that. Momo, after I found out, I was in so much pain and regret. You're ridiculous. If it weren't me, could you bully others as you please? In that case, I'd rather it was me. At least it could deal a heavy blow to a bully like you, making you all regret it so much you lose sleep. What's the difference between people, really? Isn't it just one nose, two eyes, one mouth? Just because your surname is Chen, you think you're a cut above others, so you enjoy the pleasure of bullying others. Your affection is too cheap. You love me so much. Have you ever thought that, during those 5 years, I, as Nuon Yang Nuo, would also have to endure similar humiliation? If I, Wang Mo, were not Nuon Yang Nuo, then what would my fate have been? Chen-Ke, you tell me. I want you to tell me yourself. Chen-Ke was speechless. Wang Mo had never spoken so sharply and harshly. It made her filthy and ugly heart completely exposed. How could she ever make up for all of this? You can't say it, right? Then I'll give you the answer. If I weren't Nuon Yang Nuo, my fate would be to be tortured to death. Maybe in your Chen family's hell, maybe in a Thai circus, maybe as a wooden puppet in a live stream room. And I would have to endure such painful torture just because a low-class person like me dared not to submit to the bullying of upper-class people like you. You wanted to see me bow my head, wanted to see me broken by money and power until I lost all hope of living, wanted to see me grovel before you. Chen-Ki, what makes you think we can still be together? Chen-Ki's voice was hoarse. How do you know those things? I looked up. Do you take others for fools? It's not like I can't watch live streams on my phone. The circus performances always hit the top search results. Even if no one told me about these videos, I would have seen them sooner or later. Chen-Ki, even if you didn't bully me, but bullied someone else, I still wouldn't love someone like you. Chen-Ki's hands dropped and slowly clenched into fists. The dark thoughts completely erupted at this moment. Momo, just say you love me. Say you love me, please. I don't love you. From the day you started bullying, there was no longer any possibility between us. Do you know? Even in my dreams, I want your Chen family to collapse. You can teach me. Teach me how to be a good person, how to love someone. I'm willing to learn it all. You're 18, not 2. What should be done and what shouldn't? Do you still need someone to teach you? What is good, what is bad? Can't you tell the difference? There's nothing left to say between us. Consider your 24 million as compensation for me. You letting me go is also letting yourself go. Chen-Ki paused, her eyes as dark as the morning star. So you don't want to love me, do you? You don't even want to try once? There are too many things in this world more important than love. Not everything has to involve love. A person isn't complete just because they have love. Chen-Ki, as you are so proud, your surname is Chen, you sit in such a high position, you can do so many things to change the fate of the country, to lead the people to a better life. Which of those isn't more meaningful than love? I just want you to love me. Let's go home. After Chen-Ki finished speaking, she had the men hiding nearby put me in the car. Momo, I don't want to do this either. You don't want to be with me, so I can only keep you like this. Without you, it'll be so miserable, it'll go crazy. Other than leaving, I can give you anything you want. It's fine if you don't love me. Even if you hate me or despise me, it's okay. Just don't ignore me like this. As the car passed the Tanhua apartment complex where I lived, I suddenly realized things were developing in a worse direction. I suppressed my emotions and my voice softened. Chen-Ke, calm down a little. I am very calm. I've never been calmer than I am right now. It's raining. I want to go home and see if my grandmother brought the clothes in. Can you take me back to the Tanhua apartments? I'll have the maid help your grandmother bring in the clothes. Momo, I'd rather you hate me. Why don't you hate me? You can hate me. You can scold me, hit me, stab me a few times. Even if you want the entire Chen family, I'll give it all to you. The sick possessiveness in the girl's eyes skyrocketed. I pressed my lips together and said no more. The car drove towards the villa garden in the suburbs. A piece of wasteland had been cleared and planted with weeping crab apples and double roses. Chen-Ki had her men take me directly into the villa and chain me to the bed. The room was pitch black. I saw Chen-Ki start to take off her clothes one by one. My eyes widened. I couldn't believe she was this crazy. Chen-Ki, calm down. Don't do this, okay? The girl stripped naked. She got on the bed, her hands cupping Wang Mo's face, carrying the obsession of drowning together, even in death. This is the only way I can keep you. We'll go register our marriage tomorrow. I collapsed in despair, my slender hands braced against the bed, backing away step by step. If you love me, then respect me, okay? Chen-Ki, you said you wanted to try once. Fine, but I haven't even accepted your confession yet, and you're already in such a hurry. That doesn't make you a qualified girlfriend. You said you wanted me to teach you how to love. Then let me go now and respect my thoughts. This action of yours will make me remember the night I was assaulted. The sound of tearing clothes didn't stop. You want me to let my guard down and then find the next opportunity to escape. Momo, I can only keep you this way. We'll get married tomorrow. I don't remember how I fell asleep. When I woke up again, the sky was already bright. My whole body was bruised and covered in bite marks. A pair of hot hands was holding the person next to me, with her head on my shoulder, sleeping soundly. The dark eyes suddenly opened, looking at me. The body that had just slightly moved away was pulled back into an embrace. Trying to escape? Let's go register our marriage. I felt as if my eyes were dull. Can I escape? I don't have my household registration book. My grandmother won't give you the household registration book. Chen-Ki wrapped her long hair around her finger and stared at me. Yesterday when the maid came to clean, she already took out both your household registration book and your ID card. From now on, we can be together for a lifetime. I turned around, turning my back to Chen-Ki. We said before we'd be together after college graduation. You won't affect my college entrance exams. You've already done everything you wanted to do. You can't possibly force me. Until I don't even have the will to live, can you? Chen-Ki thought for a moment, not wanting to push him too far. Momo is right. Then let's register our marriage after we graduate from college. What do you want for breakfast? I'll have the maid make a few dishes you like. My eyes looked straight ahead to where the light was shining in. Tears fell from the corners of my eyes, wetting the pillowcase. The light was right there, but I couldn't get even a little closer to it. In an instant, I thought of many things. Because I had no power or influence, I was targeted by bullies and was bullied for 5 years. Also because I had no power or influence, I was locked up by Chen-Ki in this dark place where I couldn't see the sun. In an instant, I understood many things. The one who deserves to die is never me. I don't want to punish myself for others' mistakes, but rather, no matter the circumstances, I must shine my brightest light. I turned around and looked at Chen-Ki. Make me some dumplings. I was originally planning to go see Yi-Ren yesterday. Yi-Ren likes to eat dumplings. Chen-Ki was surprised by the boy's change, thinking he would go on a hunger strike to resist. Yi-Ren has been locked up in the psychiatric hospital for a long time. His condition never gets better. The Sun family doesn't want to save him. I'm not skilled in medicine, so I'm helpless. Tell me, can a mentally ill person recover and become a normal person? I took the initiative to reach out and put my arm around Chen-Ki's bare shoulder. Joy filled her dark eyes. The coldness melted away, gradually replaced by gentleness. Even though she knew the person before her had other intentions, Chen-Ki was still overjoyed. As long as she could make him happy, she would do anything. Chen-Ki gently caressed my face. I will hire the best doctor to treat Sun Yi-Ren. He'll recover within a year at most. That trashy Sun family towards their own daughter doesn't even care. Should I just get rid of them? Forget it. Let Yi-Ren decide the matters of the Sun family herself. I want to eat dumplings now. The dumplings were brought to the door. Because no specific cooking method was mentioned, the maid made steamed, fried, and boiled dumplings. I looked at Chen-Ki's face and couldn't swallow. I only tried 2 or 3 fried dumplings and then stopped eating. From now on, stay with me, okay? I had a teacher from the sushi language school. Go to the Tanhua apartments. They told your grandmother that the dorms have been renovated, so you'll be staying at school from now on. You've already decided everything, so why are you even asking me? Miss Chen, with your overwhelming money and power, are you afraid you can even watch over me alone? Momo, I won't bother you. I'm afraid that if you're not in my sight, you'll run away immediately. Before we get married, I won't touch you again. Eat one more. I looked at Chen-Ki. I really couldn't eat anything. I'm going to study now. I still need to go back to the Tanhua apartments. My books and notebooks are still there. I had the maid bring them all over here, including the notebook that was trampled on before. I've had someone restore it. Chen-Ki brought the things in from the door. I took the things and turned to do my homework at the desk on the balcony. Han Cheng University it is then. A person always has to be in a harsh environment, paying attention to what's beneficial to them in order to survive. Isn't that right? I studied all day, only nibbling on a few bites of bread for lunch. I didn't want to be with Chen-Ki, not even for a few short minutes. Around 3 in the afternoon, the villa was surrounded by a circle of men in black. Iron fences were even installed on the high walls. To prevent me from escaping, Chen-Ki could be said to have spared no effort. The phone vibrated. A message from Su Xiu King arrived. Momo, I came to look for you today, only to find out you've moved. Where are you now? I'm coming to find you. I'm at Chen-Ki's suburban villa. With her. I've already registered for the Hanqing University entrance exam. Damn it. I'm coming to find you, to be with you. I looked up and into the house. Chen-Ki was leaning against the bed, using her computer to handle company work. I pressed my lips together and hesitated for a long time, but I still walked into the room. Can I have Zhuking come visit me? Chen-Ki tossed her computer aside, and unable to restrain herself, she rushed up to hug my neck. A smile flashed in her eyes. Of course you can. Nuo, just treat this place as your own home. I could feel her scorching gaze. I used my other hand to try and push Chen-Ki away. Let go first. Chen-Ki used a bit of force, pressing me tightly against her. She was like a greedy stray cat, wishing she could just swallow me whole, to be one with me for all eternity. Let me send the address to Xiuqing first. After she let go, I fled in a panic and returned to the balcony to continue studying. Xiuqing arrived at 5 o'clock, carrying 2 large bags of snacks. Xiuqing and I reminisced in the living room, opening a bag of wasabi-flavored potato chips. The horizon was tinged with a faint pink. The main door was wide open. A gentle breeze blew in. Xiuqing's hair fluttered in the wind. Her eyes darkened slightly. Nuo, I'm not planning to take the university entrance exam anymore. I froze, quickly understanding the reason. Is it because of me? I don't want you. Because of me. Nuo, it's not because of you. My dad hopes I can live a carefree life, being his innocent and lively daughter. But people have to grow up eventually. Before, I also thought being my parents' daughter was great. Having seen so many things, I should take on my responsibilities now. Nuo, you don't know? I used to be really cowardly. Even if Lin Nai just stared at me, my legs would tremble uncontrollably. It was seeing you resist so bravely that created a brave Xiuqing. Dad's business has to have a successor eventually. Before, Dad planned to find a man to marry into our family, to inherit the Xu group. He said he would dote on me until I'm 22, and my husband would dote on me for the rest of my life. But in this world, finding a man like my dad is so difficult. True feelings can change in an instant, only self-improvement is eternal. After graduation, I'll inherit my dad's company and strive to take the Xu group to new heights. I looked at her and smiled happily. I believe you can definitely do it. Wang Qin still plans to apply to Hancheng University. Yang Zhao has made it to the finals of the World Figure Skating Championships. If he can secure a ranking this time, he can participate in the Winter Olympics next year. I went to visit Yi Ren. Her mental state has improved a lot. You didn't reply to my messages, so I knew something was wrong. I just didn't expect her to be this insane. Creak! The door opened. A dark figure stood at the top of the stairs, looking at us. Xiuqing couldn't help but roll her eyes in contempt. Leaning on the sofa, she gave Chen Qi the middle finger. Chen Qi crossed her arms, leaning half her body against the wall. She found the person next to Wang Mo to be an eyesore. She quickly thought of a way to solve it. Chen Qi sent a message to Yang Ao. The eldest son of the Sixing group, Chen Yingjin, is 29 and still not married. What's his private life like? He's into both men and women. He hangs out in nightclubs all day. Otherwise, he's rumored to be with a famous female idol or gets caught in bed with some female singer. He doesn't like any of the women from families of equal social standing. You find a way to get the Xu family's daughter to catch his eye. Make the Xu family's daughter marry him. Miss, if you do this, Mr. Wang won't be happy. I remember that Mr. Wang and Miss Xu are close friends. If you don't say anything and I don't say anything, how would he know? Chen Qi turned off her phone and deleted the chat history. Xiuqing stayed until 9 p.m. before leaving. Chen Qi just watched from upstairs as the two of them talked until 9 p.m. The hallway light went out, leaving Chen Qi completely shrouded in darkness. Nuo, I won't touch you again before we're married. Sleep here. I'll sleep in the room next to you. The door was closed, leaving me alone in the room. I was surprised and uncertain. Just now, I was even prepared to go through what happened last night. It was past 9 p.m., still early. I went out to the balcony and studied until midnight. The surveillance camera in the room was always pointed at the corner of the door so I could go to bed with peace of mind. The Gyu solar term just passed, entering late spring. In the blink of an eye, Lixia was approaching. Time flies. The university entrance exam is approaching. I slowed down my pace and started to mentally prepare for the exam review. These days, although Chen Qi and I were both at the villa in the suburbs of Sioux City, besides seeing each other at breakfast, we weren't together for the rest of the time. Chen Qi was very busy. She left before dawn in the morning and was busy until midnight without a trace of her, so I breathed a sigh of relief. May 2nd is Grandma's birthday. I hesitated and sent Chen Qi a message. I want to go to the Tanhua apartment to celebrate Grandma's birthday. The message was replied to almost instantly. I'll have the driver take you to Tanhua apartment. About 5 minutes later, a BMW parked outside the villa. I got in the car. The scenery outside the car flashed by quickly. Blue sky, white clouds. It was no different from the world inside the villa, but I always felt that the sunlight outside shining on me was warmer than inside the villa. The car stopped at the gate of the apartment complex. I saw from a distance the man sitting by the hydrangea garden. Late spring, the weather was getting warmer. The trees were lush, the leaves growing ever greener. Nuo, I invited Major Wen to celebrate Grandma's birthday with us. Xiuqing waved at me from the balcony. On the balcony were also Wang Qin, Yang Zhao, and Yi Ren. I couldn't bear to blink, and my heart trembled. Yi Ren's hair was neatly combed, soft and flowing. The girl wore the small white dress from high school, a serene smile on her face. I held back my tears and heard Yi Ren shout, Nuo, these people are all good people, they won't bully me anymore. Her eyes were innocent and hazy, waving like a child. I bowed my head, my eyes welling up with tears. Yi Ren's condition is much better. She's no longer afraid of strangers like before. A warm voice sounded. Wen Xuan smiled at me. Wang Mo, I brought you a cake. Let's go up together. I answered and gave a happy smile. The fog in my eyes also cleared up a lot. The elevator doors opened. Shu King was standing in front, throwing confetti at me. You're finally out. I thought you wouldn't be able to come back today. Sun Yiren didn't understand what was happening. Imitating Shu King's posture, she grabbed a large handful of ribbons and threw them at me. The ribbons fluttered down. I laughed. When it's time for the university entrance exam, I have to come out to take it. If we waited until you came out for the entrance exam, Grandma would be worried sick waiting. Yang Zhao didn't understand. He scratched his head in confusion. Out? Out to where? I remember Nuo didn't live here before. So Nuo is a hidden rich second-generation kid living in a place like Tanhua apartment. Wang Qin reached her arm behind Yang Zhao's back and pinched his stomach hard. She lowered her voice, grinding her teeth. You idiot! If you don't know the situation, don't talk nonsense. Grandma was frying sugar cakes in the kitchen. The food on the table was abundant. There was fried chicken, hot pot, and also pork rib soup and beer braised duck. I rushed into the kitchen and gently massaged Grandma's shoulders. Grandma, stop cooking. Come out and eat with us. Hurry. Your friends helped make all the food on this table. Seeing that you've made so many friends, Grandma is really happy. You used to come home every day. Now you can't even come back once a month. You have to taste Grandma's sugar cakes. Grandma came out carrying a heaping plate of sugar cakes. Her eyes were vacant, but she couldn't hold back the smile on her face. Thank you all for coming to celebrate my birthday. Shu King laughed. Grandma, it's no trouble at all. I am the one who dragged Nuo back. He's a bookworm. All he does is study day in and day out. That's Nuo for you. When he was in elementary school, he used to play with friends. But as he grew up, he became more and more lonely. Sun Yiren spoke up. Like Grandma, like Nuo, like Qing, like Chin, hated Chen. Before she could finish, Wang Qin covered her mouth with her hand. It's okay, Grandma. Nuo has us now. We are all Nuo's good friends. Yang Zhao spent the whole meal just eating, one moment grabbing fried chicken, the next gulping down a big mouthful of pork rib soup. He didn't hear the voices around him, only knowing that the things his parents and coach forbade him to eat, he could finally eat to his heart's content today. Wang Qin nudged Yang Zhao's elbow hard. Don't just focus on eating. Today is Grandma's birthday. Yang Zhao struggled to swallow the piece of fried chicken and quickly raised his glass. Grandma, happy birthday. I wish you more and more happiness and more beauty. Wang Qin facepalmed. The whole room burst into laughter. I stood to the side, smiling happily. I'd forgotten how long it had been since I felt this happy. After dinner, it was time to cut the cake. The doorbell rang. I quickly got up to open the door. It wasn't Chen Qi outside the door, but a middle-aged man in a suit. Excuse me, are you Mr. Wang? Miss Chen told me to order a 3-tier cake for you. Miss Chen said, if you don't want this cake, she will buy you a bigger one. If you don't eat this cake, she will personally come and choose one with you. Yang Zhao's urging voice came from behind. Nuo, we're just waiting for you. If you don't come over, they won't let me eat the chocolate on top. I still took the cake. The cake was 3 tiers high, and it was fruit-flavored. Yang Zhao ran over and happily took the gift box. Oh my god, Nuo bought such a big cake. How long will it take to finish this cake? If we can finish it, leave it for me to take home. Wang Qin walked over and slapped Yang Zhao's hand hard. Eat, that's all you know. Someone else bought this cake. Yang Zhao grinned cheekily. Chin, don't be mad. This cake has already been bought. It'd be a waste if we don't eat it. Tell me, she's so awful. This little thing isn't even enough as compensation. Ask Nuo. Only you could stomach this unlucky thing. Yang Zhao turned to look at me. Seeing me nod, Yang Zhao hugged the cake and cheered. This is even happier than when I won the championship. The apartment was filled with happy laughter and chatter. After singing the happy birthday song and eating the cake, Shu King and I sat on the sofa watching TV. Shu King lowered her voice and said Chen Qi was preparing for a wedding. She said at the Chen Group's press conference that she plans to, after graduating high school in mid-June, hold a grand wedding. The marriage partner is you. My breathing became heavy and a deep sense of helplessness washed over me. No wonder Chen Qi has been getting busier lately. I knew she would force me to marry her, but I didn't expect it to be so soon. Nuo, I called Major Wen over this time because he's willing to help you escape. I know, you definitely don't want to be with Chen Qi. But where can I escape to? This vast country of H is all under the control of the Chaebols. Whether it's Hancheng or Jeju Island, the outcome will be the same wherever I go, and it'll just implicate the people around me. I lowered my eyes, feeling bitter, shaking my head. Forget it. Major Wen already risked his life to help me once before. I don't want to involve you all again. Shu King looked at me, her eyes firm. Nuo, listen to me. I don't want to see you under Chen Ke's shadow, having your life force drained away bit by bit. Back at that factory, you told me to run forward and not to look back. This time, I want to save you too. The Chen family truly holds immense power in Country H. But once she leaves Country H, she can only be considered a wealthy businesswoman. Wen Chuan and I plan to wait until after graduation for you to take your grandma away by boat or plane. From Sioux City, cross the Yellow Sea to China. Wen Chuan is an army major. He has friends in the Navy and Air Force. He even knows the Chinese Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs, Qian Jia-sen. After arriving in China, Minister Qian will assist you, helping you with the necessary procedures. What about you guys? All of your relatives are here. What will you do after I leave? Nuo, you're staying with Chenki because you don't want us to face retaliation. How could we not be heartbroken? Do we have to watch you? Stay with Chenki for the rest of your life just to protect our family's businesses? Don't worry about us. The Xu group, the Yang group, the Sun group, the Wang group, and the Wen group will join forces to fight this crisis together. Let that Chenki do whatever she wants. The worst that can happen is declaring bankruptcy. We can all escape to China together. Wang Qin's mother knows Han Cheng's high-ranking prosecutor, Yan Tongchun. When necessary, he will hold back the Chen family. Hope rekindled in my gloomy eyes. I cried, hugging Shu Shuking tightly. Okay. We all have to live well. Of course we will all live well. Don't worry, I'll take care of you, Ren. When the storm passes, I will go there to find you. The timid girl from before seemed to have grown up overnight, becoming mature and rational. The sky gradually darkened. A large group of people left the Tanhua apartment. I was at the very back, looking up at the stars in the dark night. Nuo, I'm here to pick you up. The voice echoed from a distance, causing the crowd to stop in their tracks. The luxurious Maybach stopped in front of Wang Mo. The car window rolled down, revealing Chen Qi's sharp-featured face. Why, for Grandma's birthday, did Wen Chuan also come to join the fun? Wang Mo hurriedly explained. Grandma was grateful for his frequent concern, so she invited him. Today you all discussed escaping from Sioux City. In the end, you still decided that traveling by sea is the safest. Before carrying out the plan, I can't reveal any intention of leaving. Chen Qi in the back seat was silent for a long time and finally spoke. Nuo, let's go home. I got in the car, sitting in the far corner, curling up to minimize my presence. After the car started, Chen Qi tapped her knee lightly with her index finger, her dark eyes staring at the boy beside her. Nuo, do you think I'm very evil? I tensed up, answering slowly. To me, you are, of course, an unforgivable villain. To the world, you are a worthy leader. To the workers, you are a businesswoman who provides countless jobs. Not getting the answer she wanted, Chen Qi didn't hesitate to bite my neck. She didn't bite too hard, but I still felt a numb pain. After a long while, Chen Qi let go and said jokingly, You pity everyone, but you refuse to pity and love me alone. Noticing that something was off with Chen Qi, I didn't rush to speak. Chen Qi's background and circumstances are indeed pitiful, but everything she suffered was not caused by me. The car came to a complete stop. The villa was brightly lit. She pulled me to sit on the swing in the garden. Nuo, fate has treated me very badly. Did you know, back then, on Junjianghua Island, Chen Yuan and Qin Yu teamed up to destroy me? My own grandfather, for the sake of the Chen group, used my life as a bargaining chip. In this world, I am all alone, with no relatives. Every step is a struggle. I wasn't born like this. I also once yearned for family and love. I always think, if I had a happy and harmonious family when I was young, would I really have become the color that you like? I recalled over the past 5 years, the things Chen Qi had told me. Being unloved by father and mother is already incredibly difficult, but Chen Qi's childhood was a version of hell. I once felt pity, but ever since I found out that Yizi was my bully, I could no longer associate her with pity and love. She is indeed pitiful, but in this life, aside from a few people, who isn't pitiful? Everyone suffers in life, it's just that everyone's suffering is different. I spoke softly. No one can predict how things that never happened would have turned out. Maybe you would have become better, maybe not. You, as you are now, your conditions are already much better than the average person's. Time cannot be turned back. Why not look forward? A terrible person like me, even you don't want to contact me anymore. Chenki's eyes were a little moist. She forced her 10 fingers to intertwine with mine. Nuo, can you love me? Just love only me, okay? The past 5 years have all been my fault. I know where I went wrong. I shouldn't have taken pleasure in bullying others, whether it was you or someone else. I shouldn't have done that. I was outrageously wrong. Can you forgive me? I'm a little tired. I want to go to sleep. I stood up and walked towards the living room. An icy chill descended. The moonlight enveloped the lone boy. Chen Qi looked up and saw the moon's favoritism towards him, leaving her alone in the eternal night. She screamed and begged, Nuo, what on earth do I have to do for you to believe that I'm truly sorry? People who do wrong need to be punished. You're right. I should go to hell. Seeing the back in front of her still resolutely leaving, Chen Qi took out a knife and without hesitation slit her wrist. Fresh blood dripped down like a light pitter-patter of rain. I raised my hand to the sky. There was no rain. I suddenly thought of something. Turning around, I saw a gory, bloody scene. Under the pale yellow light, Chen Qi's lips were pale. She smiled, showing me her bloody arm. Is it only when I do this that you'll be happy? Nuo, I love you more than anything. I was so scared that I stumbled backward. Amidst the fresh roses, that girl was like a demon crawling up from hell, dismembering herself while still alive, just to receive the salvation of the moonlight. Chen Qi continued, holding the knife. The flowers were bright red, the blood was dark red. Only the moonlight was gentle. The stark white blade went in. I hurriedly stopped Chenki. Don't be like this. Her hand stopped, but Chenki still had a crazed look on her face. Nuo, are you worried about me? You still love me, right? I took out my phone and called for an ambulance. At this point, she had gone mad, losing all semblance of a human. Seeing that she was about to continue, I ran towards her, grabbing the hand holding the knife. My voice was also trembling a little. Don't laugh at me. Chenke's fingers were very nimble. Gripping the blade in her palm, she didn't give up, stubbornly seeking an answer. Is Nuo worried about me? Yes, can you put the knife down? I was terrified that Chenke would play out another horrific torch scene for me. The blade fell to the ground. Chenke smiled, leaning her head on Wang Mo's shoulder. Nuo, I'm so scared that you don't want me anymore. I gave a perfunctory reply, anxiously looking outside the mansion to see if there was any sign of the ambulance. I didn't want her to leave me with another psychological scar. Nuo, only at this moment, are you willing to shine your light on me? Chenke raised her blood-red hand, touching the moonlight that enveloped Wang Mo. Chenke, don't talk anymore. I occasionally raised my head, looking towards the 24/7 bodyguards outside the gate. Seeing their young miss like this, yet they stood still without moving. Those bodyguards are here to protect your safety, not to guard me. You can send them away as you please. Chenke coughed violently. Please, just stop talking. I was almost begging. I picked up the knife hilt and threw it into the rose bush where Chenke couldn't reach it. She's truly insane. In the quiet of the night, the sound of the ambulance echoed. The vehicle's lights swept by. I felt like I was seeing the dawn, looking towards the source of light. I didn't want to go with her. Looking at the person on the stretcher who was looking at me, I stammered an explanation. The college entrance exam is the day after tomorrow. I haven't reviewed yet. You just stay home and study without worry. After the exam is over, my wounds will have healed and we'll go choose a wedding dress together. I breathed a sigh of relief. After coaxing her away, I was still terrified. While I was hesitating, the bodyguard at the door took action. Young master, just let us clean up. You can go back to your room to study. The news of Chenki being hospitalized alarmed Old Master Chen Sai. He stood at the door of the hospital room, his brows furrowed tightly. Why would you, for a poor kid, do so many absurd things? Chenke lowered her eyes. Grandpa, don't be so angry. Being angry isn't good for your health. I was just playing around a little. Playing around. You call this playing around? You want to marry that poor kid in mid-July? You think I don't know? Your marriage to Lin Mo cannot be delayed any longer. Get married next month. Grandpa, I understand. I've made you worry. The company affairs haven't been fully handed over yet. Chenki appeared extremely obedient. Chen Si arrived in a hurry and left in a hurry. Chenki was used to this. Sitting on the hospital bed, she looked out at the night beyond the window. It was 3 a.m. The building opposite the hospital was still lit up. Her mood was extremely gloomy, so she called Yang Ao. It took a long time for the call to connect, and Yang Ao's drowsy voice came through. How did the old master find out about Nuo? Young Master Lin came to investigate before. It was probably young Master Lin who told the old master. Young Master Lin also released news to the media that he might be engaged to you. That bastard. You can go back to sleep for now. After you wake up, within a 5 km radius of the mansion, install a full set of surveillance cameras with no blind spots. Chenki hung up the phone and leaned against the bed. She felt lucky that she had already reinforced the protective grid and security personnel at the mansion. Chen's methods were dirty and despicable. After secretly executing Zisheng and Jiang Ran because he was afraid of Chen Yuan's revenge, he framed her for it. Now, although Chen Si was old, there was no guarantee he wouldn't pull the same old tricks and execute Nuo. June 5th, the day of the college entrance exam, Xu Xiuqing still came to take the test. She planned to enroll at Hancheng University after passing the exam to further her studies. There were a lot of people taking the exam. A whole area was packed. After studying hard for so long, on this day, I was actually more relaxed. Each exam room was assigned 3 proctors. The distance between the candidates was very far, so far that the students sitting in the back couldn't rely on their good eyesight. I sat in the front row, right under the proctor's nose. The sparrows on the branch outside the window were chirping good news, singing non-stop. The bell rang. I finished the paper right on time. I went to the gate to wait for Xu Xiuqing. I never check answers after an exam. Once a subject is done, I forget it, so it doesn't affect the next subject or my post-exam mood. You. What do you people want? Xiuqing's voice came from the dead-end alley. My heart trembled. I immediately called the police. I saw Xu Xiuqing surrounded by a group of drunkards. I grabbed a brick and rushed in without hesitation. However, a shadow flashed by. Someone was even faster than me. He didn't hesitate to throw a punch at the lead drunkard. What kind of man bullies a girl? The drunkard looked up and caught a glimpse of the man's face and immediately begged for mercy and fear. Sorry, really sorry. The leader led the others away in a panic. The man in the suit bent down and offered a hand to Shushu King. You weren't scared, were you? Shushu King was sitting on the ground, her eyes dazed and unmoving. I quickly walked past the man and helped Shushu King up. Shushu King was quite frightened, still shaken, her small face pale. The man wasn't angry as he withdrew his hand. Are you two students hoping to get into Hanqing University? I also studied at Hanqing University before, so in a way I'm your senior. I quickly recognized who he was. The eldest son of the Xixing group, Cheng Yingjin. There were many scandals about Cheng Yingjin on the news sites. His private life was very messy. Shushu King had calmed down from her fear and forced a smile. Thanks. Shushu King took Wang Mo's arm and left. From behind, a deep, warm voice called out. Is just a thank you enough? Shushu King stopped, took a lollipop out of her pocket, turned around and pushed it into Cheng Yingjin's hand. This is all I have on me. It's our thank you gift. It's true that no good deed goes unpunished. I saved you, yet you two are wary of me, like I'm a thief. As if I was the one who called those drunks, it all becomes my fault. Shushu King's steps faltered slightly. She took a deep breath, unable to swallow her anger. Young Master Cheng's acting skills are truly impressive. If it wasn't you, young Master Cheng, who called them, then who else could it be? Cheng Yingjin raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. The corners of his mouth lifted, his face full of amusement. I've been wronged, so terribly wronged. This time I was really just passing by. If I want to win over a beauty, why would I need to stage this hero saving the damsel act, which gets my hands dirty and also displeases the beauty? Besides, my Xixing group has countless riches and power. I could easily just throw money at Miss Xu. Let me tell you, I'm not close to you at all. You could have chosen not to save me. Don't think I don't know what you're up to. After saying that, Shushu King took me to a fried chicken place for lunch. Remembering the words that Cheng Yingjin said, I felt something was strange. I lowered my voice and asked Ching Ching, do you know him? Of course, the young master of the Xixing group. I don't know how it happened, but before, he suddenly went to my dad, saying he wanted a marriage alliance with me. But I refused. He didn't pester me after that. You don't even have to think to know it's a scheme. Does he really think I'm an idiot? Maybe he wants me to marry him and be a stepmother to his child, or be his mistress. I went over the information in my head and suddenly thought of something, then looked up again at the man standing outside the door. I've never believed in coincidences. Many things can only be elaborately staged by people. The man outside the glass door seemed to sense it and drew an S in my direction. I froze. That's right, only Chen Qi of the ski group would have such great power to orchestrate this. I understood very quickly. To ruin a woman, the simplest way is to lock her in the cage of marriage, letting her marry someone with no principles, no morals, and no limits. Nuo, what's wrong? Is Chen Qi not treating you well? She's truly awful. On one hand, she imprisons you in that small mansion, and on the other, she's engaged to the young master of the Lug group. I didn't answer her, lowering my head in thought. Chen Qi must have felt that Su Xiuqing and I were getting too close, so she found a way to make her stay away from me. If Chen Qi could target Su Xiuqing, then who would be next? And what despicable means would she use to deal with them? That's why I fled from Country H. If anyone, because of me, had something happen to them, then for the rest of my life, how could I live in peace? After finishing the last exam, I had the driver take me to the hospital where Chen Qi was. As soon as I got upstairs, I saw a man talking to Yang Ao. The man's voice was arrogant and defiant. Yang Ao, let me ask you, why hasn't Chen Qi let me in yet? I went to the trouble of making this chicken soup myself. Are you just going to leave me baking in the sun out here and make me wait? Yang Ao could only bow his head in apology, but after seeing me, he immediately straightened up and trotted over to me. If the young miss knew you came to visit her, she would definitely be very happy. Lin Mo stopped a meter away from me, seemingly remembering something. He took a piece of paper and threw it in front of me. This is 100 million, leave Chen Qi. I picked up the check from the ground, opened it. It was indeed a valid check. I flipped the check over and over in my hand, counting the zeros several times. He really wanted to give me 100 million. Lin Mo looked at the high school-like boy in front of him and pursed his lips, speechless. He took out another piece of paper. Is 100 million not enough? 200 million, leave, Chen Qi. Lin Mo lightly tossed the check in my face. I opened the new check, and as expected, it was also valid. So a Chen Qi is worth 200 million. I looked up at the man in disbelief. Is the LG group more powerful than the SK group? Lin Mo lost his patience. What do you mean? Even if it's not as powerful, it's still better than a sugar cake seller like you. I'm still young. Many things are not for me to decide. If you can really marry Chen Qi, then for me, it would actually be a release. Yang Ao, seeing the situation was not good, hurriedly pushed open the room door, wanting to invite me inside. Lin Mo grabbed my hand, not letting me go. What do you mean? If you don't make it clear, you're not leaving. The door opened, and Chen Qi, after seeing the young man outside, got out of bed and came out. What made you think of visiting me? With a slap, everyone present was stunned. Lin Mo was the first to react, pointing at me, stammering incoherently. How dare you hit her? Aren't you afraid she'll retaliate? Chenki didn't get angry, she even smiled. Nuo, Lin Mo was arranged by my grandfather. I only truly love you. The news in the papers was all Lin Mo's doing. I pushed Chenki away. Who cares who this person is? Chenki frantically reached out her hand, wanting to pull my dangling hand into her embrace. Nuo, what did I do to make you so angry? Can you tell me? Lin Mo and I really have nothing going on. I will handle these matters properly. When July comes, no one will be able to decide my marriage anymore. I shook off Chenki's hand. You want to marry me, right? You love me very much, right? What is your definition of love? Chenki was bewildered, but still answered obediently. Liking, loving. I laughed sarcastically. The Shuowen Jiezi explains the character love as the shape of walking, meaning to cherish and care for the other person, to travel far and wide for them. According to your understanding, have you ever loved me? Nuo, did I do something to make you misunderstand? What misunderstanding could there be? Chung Yingjin, you can't possibly not know, right? Is this what you call love? The love you keep talking about? Possession, imprisonment, deception? Which of these is not hurtful? Which of these has anything to do with love? Chenki, you said it's because of your family tragedy, that you pathologically abuse others. So what are you doing now? Nuo, I'm afraid you'll leave me. Chenki lowered her eyes like a child who has made a big mistake. You're afraid he'll leave you, so you go and harm my friends. Chenki, is that your logic? You trample on other people's lives to obtain your love? Nuo, I really feel very insecure. You'd rather like Shu King than give me a second glance. I admit I was jealous, that's why I did this. But I never thought of killing her. Don't you feel that the things you do are for enemies? Harming my friends, imprisoning and forcing me, skinning yourself in front of me, forcing me to stab you, Chenki. Is this your love? Chenki panicked. She suddenly stood up and hugged Wang Mo. No, it's not like that. I just don't know how to love. You don't know how to love, so you harm my friends? Do you know, this only makes me hate myself even more for being soft-hearted in the beginning. If I hadn't been soft-hearted and saved you, then my friend wouldn't have, because of me, had to suffer today's outcome. If something happens to Zhuking because of you and me, do you think I would love you, or would I reject you even more? At this moment, she was crying in the hospital room, hugging my arm. Nuo, it'll never be like this again. I'm so scared. I always feel like your friends will take you away from me. Nuo, will you leave me? I won't, I replied firmly, so firm that even I realized its perfunctory nature. Chenki saw the indifference in Wang Mo's eyes. He's lying to me. Nuo, if I weren't a bully, would you love me? I lowered my eyes, my voice calm. If not for all of this, how would Miss Chen have ever known me? If you weren't a bully, if your family was harmonious and happy, why would you have ever noticed me? This, Chenki wanted to retort, but was heartbroken to realize it was true. Nuo, I swear, I will absolutely never touch the people around you again. I turned to look at her. Is that so? Can I believe your promise? Chenki nodded repeatedly. You can. Of course you can. We'll be husband and wife in the future. I walked towards Chenki step by step. Some people are destined to be imprisoned for their whole lives at the age of 18. I changed the subject. Tell me, what is the Kunqian mental hospital for anyway? Such a depraved place. Why can it still exist? Nuo, you don't want the Kunqian mental hospital to exist anymore? How about I buy it and plant jasmine flowers? I withdrew my hand, pretending to think. After a long while, I stated the plan I had prepared in advance. Isn't planting jasmine flowers a bit of a waste? How about we build a children's amusement park instead? Chenki frowned slightly. Sioux City's consumer market is not booming, and besides, Kunqian has a bad reputation. Building an amusement park there will be a loss. Nuo, in the future we will settle in Hancheng. It's best not to leave any assets behind in Sioux City. I stepped forward and wrapped my arms around Chen Ka's waist. I think this amusement park can be a public welfare project. Free admission, the commercial street inside can be rented out. It would both provide jobs and give big kids and little kids a happy world. Such a sinful place, transformed by your own hands into a paradise filled with the happy laughter of children. Isn't that very meaningful? First, it can promote the ski group, and second, it will also help the city's major industries significantly improve their public image. Chenki buried her face in my neck, panting with infatuation. Okay, since Nuo likes it, well, build an amusement park. I breathed a sigh of relief and didn't hold back my praise. The little kids will definitely love a big kid like you. Chenki was very efficient. Right in front of me, she told Yang Ao to buy the land of the Kunqian mental hospital. Nuo, do you want to stay with me tonight? I just finished my exams. I'm a bit tired. I have to go home. Then I'll have the driver take you home to rest. Chenki acted very magnanimously, putting on a reasonable and understanding facade. Before leaving, I suddenly turned to look at the woman lying on the hospital bed. Chenki, you won't lie to me, will you? If you lie to me again, it'll be very sad. Chenki was dizzy with happiness. No longer the madness of slitting my wrist that night. Nuo, I can't bear to see you sad anymore. I absolutely won't harm your friends. I suddenly smiled. A radiant smile blossomed on my face. Chenki, isn't it great when you're like this? Chenki couldn't help but smile along. Ever since we recognized each other, this is still the first time two of us have had such a harmonious and relaxed atmosphere. After walking out the door, my smile vanished. I have to suppress the disgust in my heart, waiting for the day of the planned escape. And Lin Mo, who had been waiting for a long time, approached angrily. You climbed up from the bottom. Are you that good at seducing women? I took out the 2 checks, for 100 million each that he had just given me. Then I handed the checks back to Lin Mo. Mr. Lin, why marry into the family of someone who doesn't love you? Lin Mo was stunned. The elevator doors opened. I stepped into the elevator, and Lin Mo hurriedly followed. What do you understand? You think I want to marry into her family? As a member of the family, I have to seek benefits for the family. Only by cooperating with the S-Key group can our line family successfully climb to the top. Forget about one Chen Key. Even if it were a 60-year-old woman, I would still be willing to marry her. How could a low-class person like you understand? Getting out of the elevator, I looked into Lin Mo's clear eyes. I have no intention of competing with Mr. Lin. If Mr. Lin is smart, he should use Chen Key's elders to apply pressure. What do you mean? If you have no intention of competing, why didn't you take my checks? You're such a contradictory person. Why do you keep clinging to Chen Key? I looked at him and let out a soft chuckle. Is there a possibility that she has imprisoned me? Lin Mo froze. His mouth fell slightly open. She imprisoned you? Lin Mo looked around. As expected, he saw Chen Shiren following closely from a distance. Lin Mo took a step forward and gently patted my shoulder. Don't you worry. I will definitely marry Chen Qi. She said she'll marry you in June, so the day before that, you'll come and crash the wedding. My eyes immediately lit up. Then thank you very much, Mr. Lin. Lin Mo's expression improved significantly. No need to thank me. I'm also doing this for my Lin family. It doesn't matter if Chen Qi loves me or not. But I must help our Lin family take another step forward. After the university entrance exams, I was locked in a villa in the suburbs. Occasionally, Grandma would call, saying she missed me very much. According to Shushu King, Cheng Yingjin indeed stopped pestering her. As for Chen Kei, she was in the hospital for over half a month, and as soon as she was discharged, she started preparing for the wedding. The wedding was a huge, sensational affair, known throughout the country. On the day the exam results were released, I successfully became the top student in the finance major at Hanchang University. I stayed obediently in the villa, like a canary with broken wings, having completely lost the desire for freedom. Chen Kei set the wedding date for June 16th. The venue was arranged at a 7-star hotel in Hancheng. All 9 floors were booked. Anyone who wanted to come and congratulate them could come in for a hot meal. Chen Qi came back once every 3 days. I could tell that arranging the wedding was keeping her extremely busy, but there was always a smile on her face. At first, I would give her perfunctory replies. Later on, after calculating the days, knowing Chen Qi would be back, I would go to sleep at 8 p.m. On June 14th, the half-month-long heat wave ended. Dark clouds filled the sky. I sat on the balcony, staring blankly at the scenery beyond the fence. The phone, which had been silent for a long time, vibrated slightly. I turned up the brightness and opened the phone. A trending search topic caught my eye. $900 million wedding venue destroyed. Scrolling down, the trending searches continued one after another. LG Group's young master destroys wedding out of love turned hate. Balloons symbolizing love smashed overnight. Suddenly, there was the sound of a car horn outside. Chen Ke's shout came from the car. Open the gate now! The car's headlights were blinding. In the thick fog, Maybach's license plate disappeared from view. I saw Xu Xiu King had sent a single word on WeChat. Now. I no longer hesitated and ran towards the light. I ran faster and faster, faster and faster. In this disorienting fog, the direction the light was shining would be my new life. The car door was pushed open. Wang Qin was waiting for me inside. Momo, we're here to take you home. I got into the back seat of the Maybach. The driver was Wen Xuan. Sitting in the passenger seat was Xu Xiu King. In the back seat were also Grandma and Wang Qin. The car door closed, and the Maybach sped off. Grandma leaned against the car window, fumbling towards her grandson. Momo, you haven't been home for many days. Did something happen? No, the school just kept me back for an experiment. Let's go home. That's good, that's good. After not seeing her for nearly 2 months, Grandma had aged even more. Her hair had turned completely white. The suburbs were quiet, the roads were wide. A half-hour drive would take us to the ferry terminal. Xu Xiu King had already prepared face masks for my grandmother and me, and a hat. She stuffed the ferry tickets into my hand. The night was quiet, the waves were choppy, rolling into large swells. The strong wind howled. The ferry terminal was packed with people. There were Navy guards on both sides of the terminal. The major in the lead saluted Wen Xuan. Wen Xuan stepped forward and patted the major's shoulder lightly. Thank you, Major. The major lowered his voice. Yan Tongchun is also here this time. Nothing will go wrong. The ferry departs in half an hour. Xu Xiu King said slowly, keep in touch often when you get there. Yi Ren. Wang Qin and I will take care of her. When the time is right, we'll bring Yi Ren over. Okay, you guys take care of yourselves too. If anything happens, you must tell me. Don't worry so much. After leaving this madhouse of a place, you must live well. You have to be happy every day. You too. We all have to live well. We hugged for a moment and then separated. I helped Grandma stand at the terminal, waving to the 3 people who came to see us off in the fog. The sea breeze was bone-chillingly cold. It was as if summer had turned back to winter overnight. Shushu King shouted, "Hurry up and go!" She was very anxious, constantly signaling to me, signaling for me to get on the ferry quickly. I nodded and entered the cabin. Shushu King had bought me a VIP ticket at the very end of the corridor. The room was very large, with its own private bathroom. The 3 of them were still standing at the terminal, not having left yet. Shushu King seemed to have been crying, her head resting on Wang Qin's shoulder, her body trembling slightly. A tear rolled down my cheek. I could feel the ship starting to move. The sea wind was fierce. The waves rolled 10 meters high, as if weaving a giant net, crashing hard against the deck. The deck was flooded with water. The passengers who were enjoying the breeze on the deck were advised one by one to return to their cabins. I was no longer in the mood to watch. I drew the curtains, turned off the lights, and waited for the night to pass. When dawn arrived, I would leave this land forever and start a brand new life. I couldn't sleep soundly. I had a few nightmares in my fitful sleep. I threw off the blanket, quietly got out of bed, and lay down on the soft sofa, admiring the mystery of the ocean. The fog on the sea grew thicker. The ship's lights shone brightly, highlighting the incredible power of the ocean. Fierce waves washed over the hull. A suffocating feeling enveloped me. I glanced at my phone. It was 4:32 a.m. The passengers were asleep, not even properly dressed, and were soaked by the sea waves. From a distance, the sound of knocking echoed. The footsteps grew closer, carrying a strong sense of oppression. My heart tightened. At that moment, a crack appeared in the middle of the patterned wall. The door within the wall creaked open. The other space was also pitch black. I was uneasy, grabbing the table lamp from the nightstand, and stepped back towards my grandmother. It was noisy everywhere. Grandma was awake. "Momo, what's wrong? I think I hear knocking outside." "Grandma, the waves are too big. It's probably a crew member going around to notify everyone." A dark figure appeared inside the ajar door. The footsteps gradually approached. The dim yellow candlelight illuminated half the space. A low voice sounded. The candlelight reflected the man's face. "Mr. Wang, your side isn't safe. The glass has been shattered. Please come over to my side. I am Yantong Chun." I took a step closer. After confirming the identity of the man before me, I nodded slightly. "Grandma, let's go over there. Our glass window is broken. Some seawater has already seeped in." "Okay." Grandma was unsteady on her feet, so I supported her, following Yantong Chun step by step. The door in the wall closed again. The layout of the 2 rooms was identical. The only difference was another secret door in the corner of the room. Yantong Chun was lighting a candle. The man pointed to the room hidden behind the secret door. "Grandma can sleep in there." There was only a small bed in the room, with no windows around. I saw the bed was very narrow, only big enough for one person to sleep. "Grandma, please rest here for a while tonight." I helped her lie down on the bed. Then I slowly walked out. The secret door closed. Yantong Chun leaned lazily against the sofa. The candlelight flickered with the movement of the cabin. The man raised his eyes slightly, looking me up and down. The man's tone was unfriendly. "So you're the one? The person who made the young miss of the ski group's Chen family fall madly in love? Wang Mo, you're not exactly a stunning beauty." The man smiled, his eyes filled with contempt and disdain. Compared to the beginning, Chen Ke's gaze towards me was even colder and more contemptuous. It's as if those at the top of the pyramid are born with a disdain for those at the bottom. I didn't argue or explain. I lowered my eyes slightly, my voice calm and gentle. "Thank you for your help, Mr. Yan. I really don't know what this Miss Chen likes about you. Just for a man, she went through all this trouble, hijacking an entire ship, making it known to everyone, becoming a joke in our circle." The man continued to mock. "Mr. Wang, if you want to raise your price, you should have some sense of proportion. You don't even know your own place. Let me, Yan, say one more thing. Chen Qi has really been too good to you. You're just a low-class person, to be noticed by a top chaebol like her. What more could you be unsatisfied with?" I didn't hear a single word. Everyone on the deck was herded into a corner. Bodyguards in black with the city's emblem, holding electric batons and guns, were like messengers from hell. My gaze slowly shifted to the left. In the center was a girl holding an umbrella. Her figure was thin and frail, with a characteristic sickly pallor. Just then, Chen Ke turned around. Even though the lights in the room were off, I still hurried away. By the window, my heart wouldn't stop trembling. My lips had lost all color. Yantong Chun clearly saw the boy's fear. He couldn't help but continue to mock. "You didn't steal something from Chen Ke, did you? To be this afraid of her. The Wang family and I have a connection. They repeatedly assured me that your hands are clean, which is why I agreed to protect and escort you." The footsteps grew closer, finally passing this room, and heading to the room I was in originally. The knocking was fierce and urgent. My heart trembled along with the door. It was as if I was being forcibly dragged back to the dark days of being bullied. Mr. Yan, I didn't steal anything from the Chen family. Yan Tongchun raised an eyebrow slightly. If you didn't steal, what are you afraid of? Do you really think that with just your looks, you can make Chen Qi pay any price for you, unable to forget you? Yan Tongchun was like a high-society Western European nobleman. Every gesture exuded a noble air. Every word and action was full of contempt and disdain for the lower class. I was used to such faces. I've heard similar words no less than 10,000 times. I smiled, my emotions completely flat. Mr. Yan is right, mild-tempered and with no spirit. Yan Tongchun continued his critique. I didn't answer anymore and took out my phone. Shuxiuking had sent me many messages. The last message made me feel suffocated. It's over, Chen Qi found out you're gone. Wang Qin and I are staying at the hotel next to the ferry terminal. We saw Chen Qi's convoy. The Navy major couldn't stop them. Why is this happening? Momo, you have to get out of these waters. Don't let Chen Qi catch up. The messages stopped there. The last message was sent at 4 a.m. I gripped my phone tightly. Suddenly a voice came over the loudspeaker. Due to stormy weather, to ensure the safety of our passengers, we have decided to temporarily turn the ship around and dock at the Hancheng ferry terminal. For the inconvenience caused to our passengers, our company is extremely sorry. Our company will refund double the ticket price to all passengers. I froze, looking in disbelief towards the source of the sound. Yan Tongchun shrugged. There's nothing to be done now. Perhaps if you go and confess to Chen Qi now, her punishment for you will be a little lighter. Tell me, what did you do to make Miss Chen so obsessed with you? Don't tell me you stole her family heirloom? The voice on the loudspeaker continued to drone on. I couldn't hear anything anymore. I ran towards the floor-to-ceiling window. The girl with the umbrella had disappeared. I searched everywhere, and finally, when lightning tore across the night sky, I saw Chen Qi sitting in a glass room on the second floor. She was sitting on a chair, her gaze indifferent. The loudspeaker was still making an announcement, broadcasting a missing person announcement. Mr. Nuan Yang Nuo, Yazi is looking for you. If you can hear this, please come to the second floor to meet Yazi. Yan Tongchun opened his mouth, his tone joking. Why don't you go find Chen Qi, so that when Chen Qi comes looking later, she won't take her anger out on me. The sound on the loudspeaker didn't stop. Dear passengers, the ship has docked in Hancheng. Please collect your luggage and prepare to disembark. I was completely desperate. My tears fell like rain. The thunder, lightning, and weather felt like the end of the world. This land is a place that even the gods and Buddhas don't want to look upon. I fell to my knees, sobbing silently. I devoutly kowtowed to the heavens, begging the heavens to open their eyes and let me escape this abyss. I never believed in gods or Buddhas, but when a person is so desperate that they know everything is settled, that they can't fight fate, they will also entrust themselves to the blessings of the divine. But the divine will not come. The door was broken down, hope completely shattered. The rain grew heavier. No god or Buddha cares about every bit of suffering in this world. Yan Tongchun was shaken by Wang Mo. He was stunned, on the spot, even forgetting to reprimand the gun-wielding bodyguards who broke in. The young man before him was still begging incessantly, begging the heavens to open their eyes. Let me leave this abyss. Let me find my peace in the hereafter, Yan Tongchun muttered. He saw behind a low-class believer, an indomitable soul. In such harsh weather, the person before him was clearly a sunflower blooming in a storm. Yan Tongchun, so it was you who kidnapped my husband? A gloomy voice sounded, disturbing Yan Tongchun's thoughts. He turned his head and saw the girl surrounded by bodyguards. Her gaze was as cold as ice, looking at Yan Tongchun like a sharp, poisoned blade. Yan Tongchun snorted. You made such a big fuss. I thought this kid had stolen some treasure from you, causing you to make such a grand display. Chen Qi tilted her head to look at him, her killing intent erupting instantly. So this is the reason you kidnapped my man? Chen Qi, don't go crazy here. Can't you see this kid wanted to run away on his own? Why do you call it kidnapping? Do I, Yan Tongchun, look like a human trafficker? Chen Qi ignored him, her infatuated gaze falling on the thin white figure. Nuo Nuo, come here to me. We should go home now. My body trembled more and more violently. I didn't move an inch, nor did I look at Chen Qi. I didn't know what to do. Yan Tongchun followed Chen Qi's gaze. He suddenly understood a little why Chen Qi was so obsessed with him. Too pale, too simple, and too pure. Chen Qi, why don't you let him go? There are thousands of men in this world. Why be obsessed with a low-class person? I heard the temporary young master your grandfather found for you isn't bad either. Chen Qi strode past Yan Tongchun and stopped beside the young man. She reached her hand out to me, her gaze gentle. Nuo Nuo, we should go home now. Seeing me stunned, Chen Qi turned her head, her sharp gaze fixed on Yan Tongchun. If anything happens to him, you, a prosecutor, shouldn't sit in that position anymore. Yan Tongchun was stunned. After he reacted, he crossed his arms, completely unafraid. Chen Qi, do you want to go to jail? Your ski group's books haven't even been settled, and now you come here to pick a fight with me. Don't forget, the reason your ski group has never had any problems is because we, the Hancheng prosecutors, don't want to investigate. Don't take advantage and then act smug. Do you think I wanted to hide him? Attorney Yan, it's been a few years, yet you've become even more arrogant. Climbing all the way to such a high position must not have been easy. Don't let all your effort go to waste. Yan Tongchun was about to curse, but Chen Ke had already ordered the bodyguards to take him away. At this moment, Chen Ke carefully took something out of a wallet in the back seat of the car. She took out 2 certificate books. This is our marriage certificate. My eyes were dull. I looked up slightly. The photo on the marriage certificate was photoshopped. I was hugging Chen Ke. She was smiling very happily in the photo. Her eyes were filled with happiness. The registration date was May 20th. It turns out Chen Ke, at some point I didn't know, had already completed the paperwork, regardless of whether I agreed or not. Chen Ke gently stroked my face with both hands. Nuo Nuo, tomorrow is our wedding. The ferries and airplanes have all stopped operating. The entire country will celebrate our wedding. I love you so much. My head was pressed against Chen Ke's chest. The sky outside the car window was pitch black. The sun won't rise today. The scenery outside the car flew by. It finally stopped in the most bustling area of Hancheng. Even though it was 5 in the morning, you could still see commuters passing by. Chen Ke pushed open the car door, a smile on her face. Nuo Nuo, this will be our home from now on. Before me was a magnificent building, like an ancient European castle. It was even larger than the residential area next to it. Through the enclosure's fence, I saw all kinds of flowers blooming in the garden. I was a little stunned, not moving, and continued to walk forward. This place, is it a mansion of wealth and fortune that everyone desires? Or is it the cage that is about to lock my life away? Nuo Nuo, do you like this place? I specifically bought this piece of land to be our bridal suite. I originally wanted to give you a surprise on our wedding day. A little incident happened today, so I had to let you see these things earlier. I was led into the mansion. The mansion was unimaginably large. The garden was filled with 100 blooming flowers, indescribably beautiful. The main gate was huge. The butler stood guard at the door and opened it. He bowed and said respectfully, "Sir, Mom." Upon reaching the living room, Chen Ke hoped to see joy in my beautiful eyes. But those starry eyes that had completely faded only had death in them. Chen Ke's smile froze on her face, but she still spoke gently. Nuo Nuo, do you like this place? I withdrew my gaze, my voice very soft, like, does it matter whether I like it or not? Whether I like it or not, when I be imprisoned in this place anyway? This will be our home from now on. The mansion is 5,200 square meters. When we have time later, I'll take you for a walk around here. If you think anything is missing, just tell me. I looked at the room, which was even larger than the old house in Sushi. My eyes lowered slightly. Nothing is missing. Very good. Chen Ke's eyes were bloodshot. Nuo Nuo, get some sleep. Wait until 5 tomorrow morning. I'll have the butler take you back to the dorm. To prepare for this wedding, Chen Ke has borne pressure from many sides, almost as if she's fighting against the old guards of the entire city. The pink crystal lamp was turned off. The curtains were drawn. The room was pitch black. Chen Ke fell asleep very quickly, but I couldn't sleep. I don't know since when. My sleeping hours have become shorter and shorter. I was suddenly hugged tightly. A voice called out by my ear, "Mom, don't abandon me. Don't abandon me." The familiar voice rarely carried such panic and helplessness. I turned my head. Chen Ke's frowning face appeared before my eyes. A teardrop hung on her long, curved eyelashes. Chen Ke seemed to be having a nightmare. I fumbled for the phone under my pillow. In the newly created adventure team group on my phone, messages worrying about me had already reached over 99+. I typed to reassure everyone, it's okay. Being with Chen Ke isn't all that bad. She's at the top of the pyramid. Me being with her is considered climbing the social ladder. Shushu King quickly typed, Nuo Nuo, are you serious? Is Chen Ke threatening you? Wang Qin also sent a message. Maybe others would really think that, but I know you, Nuo Nuo, absolutely wouldn't. There must be another way. There must be another way. I felt like crying a little. But what else can be done? I have to accept my fate even if I don't want to. I'm already locked deep in a cage. I can't involve others anymore. Thank you guys. Transportation has stopped. Tomorrow is my wedding. You all have to come with bright smiles. The pressure on my waist suddenly tightened. I was held even tighter. Hot breath fanned my neck. My fingers were grabbed, our 10 fingers intertwined. Nuo Nuo, who are you talking to that makes you so happy? You've never been this happy with me. I had my back to Chen Ke, so I couldn't see her expression clearly. I hesitated and gave a non-committal answer. Friends. Friends? Are they the friends who helped you run away from me? Chen Ke's voice was gloomy. My whole body shivered. I know Chen Ke's methods. She has gone completely insane. She doesn't care about anyone's life or death. Chen Ke gently squeezed my wrist, her laughter low. Nuo Nuo is getting thinner and thinner. You must eat more. Is it because seeing me makes you lose your appetite? Nuo Nuo, do you like your friends more or me more? Her deep dark eyes were filled with a crazed possessiveness. The words were on the tip of my tongue, but I swallowed them back down. The two can't be compared. Nuo 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 nuo, tomorrow is a happy day. It's our wedding. I won't fuss over these things. Nuo nuo, don't be afraid. I am your friend. How could I harm? I know now. Love isn't about hurting, but about protecting. I didn't say anything. To me, Chenki had no credibility whatsoever. This woman's promises could be torn up by her at any moment. Nuo nuo doesn't trust me. It's okay. We're a married couple. We are bound together for this lifetime. Sooner or later, you'll let your guard down with me and truly be willing to accept me. Chenki proactively pressed her face against mine and began to talk to herself. I just had a nightmare. I dreamed that Chinya took me to find Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan called me a bastard. She paused, rubbing against my face, then continued. Chen Yuan threw us out and then sent people to hunt us down. When Chinya saw that my existence couldn't be exchanged for money on a stormy night, she took me to a place with flashy lights, dazzlingly colorful. She left me there, saying she would come back, but she never came back after that. Not even when two men came in and grabbed my hands. It was pouring rain. I desperately ran outside, but I couldn't find where my home was. She almost pleaded, so, Nuo Nuo, don't abandon me, at least not on a heavily rainy day, leaving me all alone in this world. This voice. It turns out Chen Kei was also nearly sexually assaulted. If that's the case, why did she inflict the pain she once suffered onto me? June 16th, the wedding day, I was taken back to the old house in Sushi. It was still raining heavily. The heart-shaped balloons along the road, rushed by thousands of workers doing overtime, were tied to the trunk of every tree. The old house was renovated. The long-accumulated dark grease stains were gone. The old, creaky wooden door was replaced with a large iron gate with a fingerprint lock. The exposed cement wall was repainted with latex paint. At this moment, my grandmother still didn't understand what was happening. Why get married so suddenly? Where did you people hide my Nuo Nuo? Give me back my grandson! The lonely old woman, blind in both eyes, couldn't see anything. She stood in the middle of the room, her hands fumbling around. Tears flowed from her lifeless eyes. More than half of her white hair had fallen out. Grandma, how could we possibly hide the young master? Our CEO is sincere about your grandson. The CEO and the young master are deeply in love, a sweet and loving couple. You'll be able to see the young master in a moment. Grandma pushed the female secretary's hand away. Who on earth are you people? Give me back my Nuo Nuo. Give my grandson back. I won't agree to this wedding even if I die today. Mrs. Wong, you've really misunderstood. How could our CEO bully your grandson? She couldn't love him more. It's just that this wedding was indeed prepared a bit hastily. There's no way Nuo Nuo would agree to get married at this time. My grandson has his own ideals, he has his own ambitions. How could he choose to get married now? At this moment, Xu Xiuqing and Wang Qin rushed out from the living room to explain. Just as I had instructed, they recounted how Yazi and Nuan Yang Nuo met online and how they got to know each other. One was a god-tier student during his school days, the other was a school tyrant who changed for love. Removing the bullying element, the two were like a match made in heaven. A more perfect couple couldn't exist. Grandma's wrinkled face finally relaxed. So that's how it is. He found someone he loves and didn't even tell his grandma. Doing everything so suddenly. Kids, how do I look in these clothes today? Will I embarrass Nuo Nuo? Tears welled up in Wang Qin's eyes. Grandma, you look beautiful. Not embarrassing at all. You are the most beautiful and elegant person today. Really? Nuo Nuo, that boy planning such a hasty wedding didn't even bring the person home for Grandma to see. No, this won't do. Maybe I should go out and buy a different set of clothes now. I came home wearing a suit, and as soon as I heard what Grandma said, I quickly took her hand. There's no need, Grandma. You look the most beautiful just like this. Really? I'm just afraid of embarrassing you, and being looked down upon by others. Don't let others laugh at you. I pressed my lips together, holding back tears. Grandma, you raised me all by yourself. What is there for people to laugh at? In my heart, you are the greatest person. Suddenly, the main door was pushed open. The weak little boy who once lay in a hospital bed now appeared before me, full of life. Brother, Mom and I are here to attend your wedding. Chu Shinran was also specially dressed up, her hair slightly curled, wearing a formal long evening gown. The woman's brows were furrowed with guilt, her hand raised halfway and then lowered again. Nuo Nuo, I heard you're getting married. That volunteer from last time. I only found out yesterday it was you. Chu Shinran paused, her eyes filled with tears. I've wronged you so much. As she spoke, her emotions became uncontrollable, and tears streamed down. Guilt engulfed her like a tidal wave. She couldn't stand straight, covering her mouth to keep from sobbing aloud. Her stern expression gradually softened. I felt nothing. Chen Tao is Chen Tao. You are you. Chu Shinran held onto the wall to steady herself. In any case, I have to thank you. Others might be deceived, I know. Are you being sincere? In the press, this extravagant wedding is being hailed as the wedding of the century. Everyone thinks this is a fairy tale of a princess falling for a frog, but only those involved know behind this seemingly perfect love is a horror story of a bully imprisoning their victim. I smoothly picked up Chen Qi from the Chen family home and then went to the 7-star hotel. Along the way, we drove while scattering red envelopes. Arriving at the 7-star hotel, the staff had already laid out from the designated parking lot a thick carpet. The media staff had entered the hotel before dawn, choosing a prime location to start the live stream. A sky full of petals fell onto the red carpet. I got out of the car and slowly led Chen-Ki into the hotel. Chen-Ki held the wedding bouquet with both hands, walking very slowly. Entering the main hall, the whole venue was in an uproar. Guests from the second floor and above surrounded the circular corridor, scrambling to film with their phones. The chaebol's eye for people is really not bad. Before, I didn't understand why she would marry a poor guy. Now I get it. The groom is so handsome. I heard the groom has an account on Huabu. I remember, he seemed to be a bullied student before. Why would a chaebol marry someone like that? I heard he's been used by both men and women. Sitting in the very first row on the left of the first floor was Wen Chuan. He was wearing a military uniform with no expression on his face. Sitting next to Wen Chuan was a man in a suit. The man was dressed very formally, his posture elegant, his appearance dignified. At a glance, he could make one think of majestic mountains and rivers and peaceful times. I withdrew my gaze, lowered my head, and was absent-minded throughout the entire process. I recited the vows expressionlessly, exchanged rings, a cold and indifferent look, not like someone attending their own wedding. In contrast, the bride beside me, her face full of joy and excitement, also carried a hint of imperceptible fear and caution. I followed behind Chen-Ki and started toasting from the first table on the first floor. The first table was attended by the leaders of Country H, President Li Zai-min. There was also Wen Chuan, who had just made a great achievement a few days ago and was promoted to colonel, Han Cheng prosecutor Yan Dongchun, and many familiar faces whose names I couldn't recall. Xiao Chen really has a good eye. To have such a handsome husband, he just looks a bit familiar, seems like that person from Huabu. The words stopped there. Chen Ke's expression changed. I remembered last winter. Winter in Sushi was chillingly cold. I was forced to use public media to seek a little justice. My live stream video went viral online. I lowered my eyes, a smile always on my face, seemingly not understanding the meaning behind the words. Wen Chuan spoke up with a smile. The victim of that school bullying case? Not just similar, it is him. I heard he even got first place in the master's program at Han Cheng University. Wen Chuan stood up and raised his glass to me. Everyone, look, a rotten, muddy environment cannot stop a flower from blooming. I, Wen, wish Mr. Wang all the best. I clinked glasses with Wen Chuan. A faint smile revealed some sincerity and gratitude. May Colonel Wen have a smooth promotion. Li Zai-min breathed a sigh of relief. Ah, Chen-Ki, you are the most promising one of the younger generation. Chen-Ki, I watched you grow up. After getting married, you should restrain your temper a bit, you hear? Uncle Li is right. Chen-Ki replied with a smile. Wen Chuan changed the subject. Speaking of school bullying, should our country pay attention to this issue and care about the physical and mental development of adolescents? Before Li Zai-min could speak, Yan Dongchun proactively said, Colonel Wen, you must pay attention to the occasion when you speak. The new Chinese ambassador to Japan is still here. Why bring up these matters in front of an outsider? Oh, sorry, I forgot, Colonel Wen. It's Colonel Wen now. Originally, if this matter were to be brought up, it should be brought up by us. Is it an army colonel's turn to speak? The man who had been sitting silently next to Wen Chuan took the initiative to stand up. I, Qian, am fortunate to be invited to the wedding of you two today. I wish the bride and groom a harmonious union. May your love be harmonious for 7,000 years, and may you have 100 years of happiness. Li Zai-min was very supportive, clapping loudly. Excellent, excellent! GSN is truly a Chinese scholar to speak so poetically. After toasting the important guests on the first floor, I was completely full. I was still forced to drink a few glasses. Chen-Ki, I don't know how many glasses she had drunk. After finishing the first floor, we were enthusiastically pulled up to the second floor by the guests. The second floor was mainly people from the city. I didn't follow anymore. The wedding ended. I finished my shower and lay on the bed. Footsteps echoed in the quiet corridor outside. I frowned slightly and quickly got under the covers to pretend to be asleep. The door was pushed open, and the smell of alcohol hit my face. Nuo nuo, a low voice sounded. A slender hand wrapped around my waist. A hot body pressed close. Her breath reeked of alcohol. My body instinctively recoiled, trying to resist the woman's approach. A hand slipped under my waist. I suddenly opened my eyes and grabbed the moving hand tightly. What are you doing? Nuo nuo, we're married? Chen-Ki's face pressed against my neck. She closed her eyes, her breathing heavy. An unknown fire burned more and more fiercely, with the desire to burn the whole world to ashes. I pushed her away, feeling a bit nauseous. My stomach churned violently. I clutched my chest and rushed to the trash can and started vomiting the ginseng chicken soup I had just had for dinner. I threw up everything. Chen-Ki's hand on my shoulder, its grip tightened. The eyes, clouded with desire, gradually became clear. Nuo nuo, does the sight of me make you sick? I rinsed my mouth, feeling a little better. I leaned against the headboard, exhausted, my eyes dull. I'm not used to the smell of alcohol. The woman immediately stood up, took her clothes, and went into the bathroom. I'm going to take a shower. I fell back onto the pillow, forcing myself to sleep. My prolonged insomnia made it difficult to fall asleep. Until Chen-Kei returned, my mind became even more awake. A body pressed close. The next second, I was entangled by the woman, my clothes stripped off. Heavy gasps and suppressed moans blended together. When I woke up, it was already afternoon. The outermost blackout curtains were open. The white sheer curtain fluttered in the summer breeze. The evening glow dyed half the sky red. The sunset light reflected on my face. I opened my eyes slightly, my whole body aching. Pushing myself up with my elbows, I tried to sit up. Clank. A crisp sound of metal clashing came from my wrist. I looked down and saw golden chains binding my limbs. The dark shadow of the golden chains swayed under the orange evening light, slowly moving. I pressed my lips together and looked up at the sky. The window was a floor-to-ceiling scenic window. The scenery outside was unobstructed. Even so, the sky I could see was still narrow and limited. Bitterness spread through me. This time, I had truly become a bird in a gilded cage. The sparrow is locked in a golden cage. The bedside table is filled with food. I have no appetite. Barefoot, I step onto the thick, soft carpet. The golden chain moves with every action, making a crisp, metallic clinking sound. I walk barefoot out of the room, heading straight for the elevator door. The golden chain can't stretch any further. Chen-Kei allows my range of activity to be from the bedroom to the elevator. I turn to go back to my room when the sound of conversation drifts from the corner room. How did An Shuyan get promoted to colonel so quickly? A familiar voice reaches my ears. CEO Chen, Colonel An participated in international aid and achieved glorious merits. Colonel An exchanged his life for this rank. Chen-Kei's slightly doubtful voice drifts over. What do you mean, exchanged his life for it? The country is at war, engulfed in flames. Colonel An protected women and children with his life, from the bombs of fighter jets. I heard that in this rescue mission, Colonel An almost had to have his right leg amputated, find some people to tie him up and throw him into the sea to feed the fish, and Yang Zhao too, throw him into the sea with him. As for Xu Xiuqing and Wang Qin, stage an accident to take care of them, dismiss prosecutor Yan Tongchun, and have Ha Bakdin replace him. As for the newly appointed Chinese ambassador, Qian Jiashan, he's not so easy to deal with. Find some people to make things difficult for him and force him to return to China. The golden chain binds my limbs tightly. I can't get over there. I can only stand at the elevator door facing the end of the hall and screaming at Chen-Kei. How dare you? At this moment, a beautiful figure hurriedly runs towards me. She squats down, her face full of anxiety. Nuo, why did you leave the room? I drop my hands, my eyes fixed on her. You promised you wouldn't hurt my friends. What did you just say? They almost took you away. They even threw away the tracking chip in your phone. At that moment, I thought I'd never find you again. It wasn't like that. I was the one who wanted to leave. I was also the one who came up with the plan. Why don't you take your anger out on me? Why don't you just kill me? Chen-Kei was more panicked than ever before. She looked down and saw the golden chain locking my limbs, and only then did she relax a little. Nuo, how could I ever hurt you? I love you so much. It's their fault. They were the ones who bewitched you, wanting to take you away from me. Haven't you hurt me enough? Chen-Kei, those 5 years of memories, do you really not remember any of it? Why don't you tell your subordinates to kill me? Why not just kill me? Weren't you very good at it before? Now you can't bear to hurt me anymore? I've already married you and you've already locked me up. What more could you possibly be unsatisfied with? What is it that you want? You treat me like an object, locked in your own glass cabinet. What more do you want to do? Your promises and your sincerity are truly not worth a single penny. After a long silence, Chen-Kei finally spoke. As long as they're alive, you will find a way to escape. I have no other choice. I'm so scared. At this moment, the woman completely revealed the most wicked thoughts in her heart. She tried to break all the wings of the one she loved so that in the end, he could only be with her forever, without even a glimmer of hope for escape. So your previous promises were all lies to me, weren't they? I stared motionlessly into Chen-Kei's eyes. The darkness swallowed the daylight. I heard the woman's ridiculous answer. Nuo, I'm afraid you'll leave. I suddenly let go, pulled out the knife, and without hesitation, held it to my own neck. My body is weak and powerless. I have no way to take Chen-Kei down with me, and the harm I cause her, to this demon, might even alleviate her guilt. I'm the one who deserves to die. That day, in the snowstorm, I was the source of all mistakes. Nuo, put the knife down. Chen-Kei was completely panicked. She reached out to grab the knife, so I pressed the sharp blade a little closer to myself. The skin broke. A small, shallow wound. A drop of blood slowly trickled down. Chen-Kei, you've successfully driven me to my death. You've done everything you said you would. Are you satisfied now? Chen-Kei froze, not daring to come any closer. The corners of her eyes were filled with tears. Her hands were frozen in midair, not knowing what to do. No, it's not like that. I just want to be with you. They will find a way to take you away. You don't know. That day during the storm, after I saw the chaos in the hotel and then heard you had disappeared, how broken I was. There's already so much between us. Now you want to stain this ill-fated relationship with blood. You, Chen Qi, can bear the weight of so many lives on your back with a clear conscience, but I, Wang Mo, cannot. Okay. I won't touch them. Nuo. I promise you. I promise you everything. Give me the knife. I won't touch them anymore. I really won't. With me, do you still have any credibility? You say that every time. Which time? Have you ever actually done what you said? This time, it's for real. Nuo. Don't punish me with death. Chen Qi was practically begging. Punish you? You're the one punishing me. 5 years of school bullying, I struggled in the mire, and with great difficulty, saw a ray of light shine in. But as it turns out, that ray of light was the very culprit who pushed me into the abyss. After getting through university, I thought the life that truly belonged to me was about to begin, but then you locked me in this exquisite, magnificent cage. Chen Qi, I really want to live. Do you know that? If you let me go now, let me go live my own life, I will be able to live again immediately. You are the one driving me to my death. Chen Qi regretted it. The thing she had feared countless times was now finally happening for real right before her eyes. He would rather die than be with me. Chen Qi tremblingly took out her phone. Nuo, He'll call Duong Ngao. I won't let him do it. I won't let him do it anymore. The amusement park project has already started construction. Nuo, don't you want to go see our park? I looked at her, saying nothing. Chen Qi hurriedly made a call and put it on speakerphone. Cancel everything we just talked about. Don't harm on Xuyen. They will do as I say. Pull everyone back. The call ended. She held out the phone, showing me the call history. Nuo, is this okay? I really won't do it anymore. I gestured with my eyes, telling Chen Qi to throw the phone on the bed. Chen Qi complied. I picked up the phone with my other hand and checked it carefully. I stared at her, my voice full of resolution. Chen Qi, from now on, if anything happens to my family and friends, regardless of whether you did it or not, I will assume it was you. I'm imprisoned by you here. The only thing that keeps me alive is my family and friends. If you let them get hurt, you are driving me to my death. Even if you take my knife away and have people watch me 24/7, whether I swallow gold, suffocate myself with a plastic bag, bash my head against the wall, or smother myself with a pillow, I will still use my death to punish you. The ridiculous and stupid kindness from before. Do you understand? Chen Qi nodded vigorously. Okay. Chen Qi's voice was hoarse, her heart aching as if constricted. I've been completely pushed out of Wang Mo's world. I threw the knife to the ground, turned away, not wanting to see her face anymore. Chen Qi stumbled forward. You'll call the family doctor. Whatever it is, you can talk to me properly. Don't hurt yourself like this, okay? No reaction. In an instant, I returned to the dazed, foolish state from yesterday. The family doctor came to bandage the wound. I remained expressionless throughout the process. Before leaving, Chen Qi pulled the family doctor into the hallway to talk. Is it appropriate to prepare for pregnancy now? Miss Chen, please forgive me for being blunt. The young master is already so thin. If you force it, I'm afraid he will fall ill from distress. In the evening, Chen Qi prepared a table full of food. She brought over a bowl of stomach-soothing millet porridge and came to my side. Nuo, do you want to have some porridge first or something else? She always firmly believed that, as long as enough time passed, Wang Mo would sooner or later fall in love with her again. Seas may run dry and rocks may crumble and dripping water wears away a stone. I reached out to take the porridge, but she said it was very hot. I lowered my eyes and sure enough, I saw a red burn mark on the woman's palm. I didn't refuse and ate half of the small bowl. I didn't want to talk to Chen Qi, but Chen Qi spoke on her own. The graduate program starts this September. I've already requested a leave of absence from the school for you. When you graduate later, Hanthan University will still award you the degree. I froze. My long fingers clenched. She even wants to snatch away my opportunity to study. The opportunity to study that I worked so hard for 4 years to get. In the end, I still said nothing. What's the use of speaking or not speaking? In the end, Chen Qi will still do as she pleases. I am nothing more than her favorite possession. Chen Qi was very busy. On one hand, she was forcing me to eat another bowl of porridge, while on the other, she was at the adjacent table handling company matters. The phone for contacting the outside world had been taken away. Chen Qi was busy with her career. I lay paralyzed on the bed, thinking of my grandmother. Where's Grandma? I want to see her. What's wrong? I've arranged for her to stay on the second floor with someone to take care of her. I can go with you. I looked at her, feeling it was ridiculous. You don't even feel safe in your own house? Chen Qi took my small, cold hand and placed it on her heart. Nuo, this is your home too. It's our home. I was locked in the mansion for half a year. Chen Qi gave me an unlimited black card, letting me buy whatever I wanted. I didn't have to be swamped with work. For my master's thesis, I didn't have to endure things for money, living a 9-to-5 office life, and I didn't have to hate the world because of office politics. I lived a life of being waited on hand and foot. a life of a freeloader with more money than I could spend. No electronic devices, no paper books. My daily range of activity was just that small bed. I had completely become a tool for her to satisfy her desires, a prop to provide her with emotional value. This December, there was a heavy snowfall. Every day at 6 p.m., I would see Grandma, leaning on her cane and sitting at the garden gate. Grandma thought that I had gotten into my dream university, and after marrying the person I most wanted to marry in my youth, I had become a bird that flew away with no return date. Grandma was waiting for me to come home. In reality, I was locked upstairs and could only watch her every move through a narrow floor-to-ceiling window. The December weather was so cold that you could see your breath when you spoke. Every week, Chenki allowed me to see her once. Only on that day did I try my best to be a little happier. I didn't know what was happening outside and had no way to contact Susiu King and the others. I couldn't even cheer for Yang Zhao, who was about to compete in the Olympics. I often thought that perhaps my life would really just pass by in such a hazy way. Trapped in this place, there was no longer any way to escape the abyss. The harsh winter was the coldest. As usual, I sat by the floor-to-ceiling window watching the sunset. 6 p.m., Grandma didn't appear in the garden. A vague sense of unease grew in my heart. 10 p.m., Chenki car appeared, in my line of sight. For the first time, I felt a little anticipation for her return. Where's Grandma? Why didn't I see her today? Chenki's tired face appeared before me. Her dark eyes were full of red blood vessels. Chenki paused for a long time, her dark pupils trembling slightly. I stumbled back half a step. I tried my best to make my voice gentler. What do you mean? Chenki, why aren't you saying anything? I was almost choking up. Did you hide her away? She's just an old woman. She's not in your way at all. Chenki reached out and hugged my shoulders. The anxiety in her dark eyes only eased a little after seeing the golden chain tightly bound around my wrist. Nuo, Grandma is sick and has been hospitalized. When her condition improves a little, I'll take you to see her. The woman held me very tightly, her soft breath seeping into my very bones. A tear slipped from the corner of my eye. Without hesitation, I used a ceramic tile pried from the bathroom and stabbed Chenki's shoulder. Chenki, let me go. I pushed her away with all my might, but she only held me tighter. My tears fell, drop by drop. Her health has always been very good. I saw her taking a walk here every day, a walk in the garden. Chenki, you're lying to me. Give Grandma back to me. I don't want anything. I just need you to give Grandma back to me. I've become your husband, become your caged bird, and I'm not running away anymore. Why did you hide her away? Nuo, listen to me. She has terminal pancreatic cancer. The doctor said she needs conservative treatment for a while. I froze, the broken tile in my hand falling to the ground. Of course, I know what pancreatic cancer is. Once pancreatic cancer reaches the terminal stage, there's no possibility of a cure. I was strangely calm. I gently broke free from Chenki's embrace. When was she diagnosed? How was it discovered? Chenki spoke very seriously, with a hint of pity. She fainted this morning and was taken to the hospital. I wiped my tears and went into the changing room. The golden chain tied to my limbs clanked. Can you take me to see her? At least let me fulfill my filial duty now. I came out of the changing room and found gauze and tweezers to treat Chenki's wound. I won't run. Grandma is still sick. Where could I possibly run to? I'll still have to trouble you to find a doctor to treat her. Chenki stared at my cheek, finally spoke slowly. Okay. The Maybach drove very fast. The night spread like a sticky mire, enveloping people within it, making even normal breathing impossible. I was led to the VIP ward on the 6th floor of the hospital. Outside the intensive care unit, doctors and nurses were standing everywhere. For the first time, I wished Chenki was lying to me. Chenki had lied to me so many times. Why was only this one time the truth? I was led to the front of the hospital room. Her hair had been shaved off. Half of her body was leaning against the white hospital bed with all kinds of tubes inserted into her. I stumbled back, covering my mouth in disbelief. I even felt that. I was just having a nightmare right now. As long as I wake up, she won't be lying on that bed anymore. I shook my head lightly, muttering to myself, it's not real. It's definitely not real. Her condition was clearly very good before. The last time I saw her, she even told me she missed a thuk. I must be dreaming. Chenki led me to the chair in front of the hospital room. Nuo, you still have me. You still have me. I will definitely use the best resources to treat her. It's okay. Everything will be fine. The doctor said they will definitely do everything to cure her. Just get a good night's sleep today. Maybe tomorrow when you wake up, she will be better. I nodded desperately and forced a smile. You're right. She will be better tomorrow. She wouldn't bear to leave me all alone. The world's top medical experts stood outside the hospital room discussing for a long time. Finally, a representative doctor from their group walked towards us. Ms. Chen, you've all seen the old lady's situation. We can only do our best to treat her, but as for the outcome of the treatment, we can't guarantee it. Cases of pancreatic cancer that are completely cured are truly too few. I was speechless. Chenki nodded in reply. We know. We want to add one more thing. The The old lady's jaundice is very severe. Her whole body skin is yellow. More than half of her hair has fallen out. Why wasn't the patient brought to the hospital for a checkup earlier? I suddenly looked up, the doctor's words like a thunderclap in my ears. Her skin was yellow. I just thought it was a sign of aging in the elderly. More than half her hair fallen out, she never mentioned it. I occasionally noticed that her hair was a little thinner than before, but how could I have thought then that these symptoms were related to cancer? Just like now, I, because of the thick winter clothes, didn't notice her frail body, and even thought that after she moved into the mansion, she was truly living a good life. I was in so much pain I could barely breathe. Intense despair overwhelmed me. I was almost torturing myself, opening my mouth to ask if she had come for a checkup earlier, would there have been a chance to cure it? Although the cure rate wouldn't have been high even then, her life could have been extended a little longer. Having progressed to this stage, the patient's body has already been enduring pain for a very long time. You don't need to blame yourselves too much. When the elderly feel unwell, they always think it will pass if they just endure it a little. They don't dare to bother their children and grandchildren. When the pain really becomes unbearable, they come to the hospital and find out it's cancer. You can go in and see the patient now. Afterwards, the large group of doctors left. My steps were unsteady. Chen Qi helped me into the hospital room. She had her eyes closed, only opening them slightly when she heard footsteps. Her gaze was empty, lifeless. The back of her hand was covered in needle marks. Is that Momo and his wife, right, Grandma? It's me. Chen Qi struggled to take Grandma's outstretched hand. Don't tell Momo about this. He's still in school. He's very busy every day. Don't let him be sad because of me. I know I don't have much time left. You must take good care of him for me. Do you understand? The old woman's face was wrinkled and shrunken. Her cloudy eyes were filled with tears. She curled up, her spine protruding sharply due to her thinness. Chen Qi had always been an emotionally detached person. She was cruel and ruthless, disowning her relatives and stopping at nothing to climb higher. But seeing the old woman's pathetic, pleading look, something inside her suddenly crumbled. She thought, if Momo saw her like this, how sad would he be? She subconsciously looked towards Wang Mo. I was squatting in the corner of the hospital bed. I covered my mouth, silently crying, not daring to make a sound. Chen Ke's heart was moved. She bent down and answered very firmly. Grandma, I understand. I will definitely take good care of Momo. I won't let him be sad. He is my husband. I will cherish him, spoil him, and love him forever. The old woman's aged face finally broke into a smile. A sharp pain hit her. She arched her body and coughed violently. Could you buy me a bottle of water? Chen Ke was about to leave. The old woman squeezed her hand with a bit of strength. Stay and talk to this old woman for a little while. I jumped up and motioned that I would go buy water for her. Chen Ke was a little uneasy. I pushed the door open and left. She signaled the bodyguards outside. Grandma coughed twice. I know you. Your surname is Chen. You're one of the people who used to bully Momo. I'm begging you, don't harm Momo. For the sake of a dying person like me, let him have a way out. My grandson is a person with ideals and ambitions. He won't be content to be tied down in this one corner of the world to be locked up. Let him go, will you? Chen Ke was speechless, looking at the old woman in disbelief. How do you know? They had clearly hidden everything so well. The old woman coughed uncomfortably. The pain from the cancer made even basic conversation difficult for her. She still spoke intermittently, hoping to do one last thing for her beloved grandson. You'll be the death of Momo if you do this. I can tell when Momo is with me. His voice isn't as lively as before. His personality isn't as outgoing as it used to be either. If he were truly living the life he wants, he absolutely wouldn't be like this. The maid in the villa said your surname is Chen. I guessed what had happened. Please let him go. Let him go pursue what he wants, okay? You'll really be the death of him if you do this. Chen Ke was silent. The old woman on the hospital bed was a spent force. She couldn't say what emotion it was. Having grown used to life and death, only this time did she feel a little upset. Or maybe she was feeling upset on behalf of her husband. Chen Ke's fingers curled slightly. She still agreed. The poor old woman. She smiled happily. Thank you. Momo is a very optimistic child, like a little son. He was just here. Did he see me in this state? I don't know how sad he must be. He didn't cry, did he? Chen Ke replied stiffly. He did. Don't tell him that I know about these things. He wants to hide it from me. He doesn't want to see me sad. Then don't let him know. That way, Momo will also feel better. I pushed open the hospital room door, holding a bottle of mineral water, and also carried in a thermos of hot water. Grandma looked towards the source of the sound. There's a diary in the drawer of your room. It's in Braille. Momo can read it. Give your diary to Momo. Okay, I've remembered everything, Chen Ke replied. Cough, cough. Her coughing grew more violent. She slumped over the head of the bed, clutching her chest, and vomited a mouthful of dark red blood. The hospital bed was rolled out of the intensive care unit and then rolled into the operating room. Why do my loved ones, one by one, keep leaving me? I was mentally and physically exhausted. Leaning against the plastic chair, I slowly turned my head. What did she say to you? Chen Ke's eyes were filled with infinite tenderness. She told me to stay by your side. She hopes we can have a baby soon. I didn't ask anymore. It was definitely a lie. The night outside the operating room was difficult. Every minute, every second felt like 10,000 years. In the faint light of dawn, the door to the operating room opened. The doctor's white coat was stained with blood. "My condolences, the old lady has passed away." I shot up, stumbling towards the operating room door. Inside, it was all blood. Only the sheet covering her head was white. I suddenly felt so cold, colder than ever before. Last winter was already very cold, but this winter is so cold I feel like I'm going to die. Chen-Ki was very worried about Wang Mo's physical and mental state, so even the funeral was kept as simple as possible. Those who came to pay their respects were only a few of her close business associates. Fortunately, Wang Mo didn't have any major emotional outbursts. It's just that compared to before. He became increasingly silent. Recalling Grandma's words before she died, a flicker of panic rose in her heart. The golden chains binding my limbs were removed. She gave me a phone. The son-in-law of the Chen Chaebol, only half a year after the wedding, was granted the freedom to move around the villa. The phone was clearly being monitored by Chen-Ki. I rarely used the phone. As usual, I sat by the window watching the flowers bloom and wither. Sometimes the wind would blow, filling the sky with petals, as if Grandma had come back to visit me. February, the large room finally got a TV. On the city's news report, it was all about the demeanor of Miss Chen of the SK Group. Under her leadership, the SK Group had risen to become the second largest chaebol. I had no interest in watching further. Winter will pass, spring and summer will come. The changing of the 4 seasons always brings people a little hope. At the beginning of June, Chen-Ki no longer restricted my personal freedom, allowing me to go out during the day under the escort of bodyguards. I still didn't go out till June 15th. I told the driver to take me to the Han River. The Han River was turbulent. The current was strong. There were many tourists on the bridge. The driver went to park the car. Before leaving, he rolled down the window and said, "Young master, just wait for me here. I'll be right back." I nodded, resting my hands on the railing. The sun was setting, half the sky was dyed a beautiful orange-red. The shadows of the green trees on both banks swayed, the shade of early summer. I looked down, the river's surface reflected Grandma's image. Getting off the bridge, the banks were damp with mud. I sat on a stone bench by the shore, silently watching the river. Night gradually fell. The crowd slowly dispersed. The stars in the sky twinkled. Grandma said that after people die, they become stars, protecting their most beloved ones. Tears welled up. I looked at the trees on the bank. Grandma is gone, but my world is filled with her shadow everywhere. I really want to know, when a person reaches this point, what is the meaning of life? The night wind was bleak. I stood up and walked step by step towards the river. The river water surged, wetting my pants. I spread my arms, calmly and fearlessly accepting the strong current. I thought, let it be like this, let it all end. The river water enveloped my body, rising past my waist to my neck. The water was freezing. The river water submerged my head. I heard the voice I longed for day and night. "Momo, I just want you to live happily." "Grandma, but I can never be happy again." When the river water submerged my head, I heard the voice I longed for day and night. "Momo, I just want you to live happily. But Grandma, I can never be happy again." Water choked my nose, ears, and flooded my throat. The suffocating feeling of death washed over me. I didn't move at all, feeling my body gradually sink. "There's a diary in the drawer of your room. It's in Braille. Momo can read it. Give your diary to Momo. Momo, the darkness will pass, just like the sun will rise again. Try a little harder. Don't let me meet you here. You can do it, right?" I suddenly came to my senses. Grandma doesn't want me to die. She just hopes I can live this life peacefully. I was completely submerged by the river. In a daze, I saw a girl drowning not far away. The girl leaned back, her face tilted up, eyes closed, gradually sinking. I struggled to swim towards her. I wrapped my arm around her waist, unleashing infinite strength, then brought her out of the water and onto the bank. She coughed up the river water. The girl opened her eyes. Her voice was weak, her eyes sparkling. "Are you an angel from heaven?" I slowly shook my head and said, "I'm not." The clear eyes instantly became gloomy, losing all light. "Brother, don't save me." She staggered up from the ground. The drenched girl faced the wind and decisively walked towards the Han River again. I grabbed her wrist tightly. "Wait, little sister. What happened to you? You can tell me. Little sister, maybe what you've been through, I've been through it too." The girl remained silent, just staring at the Han River. Her determined gaze wavered a little. "Brother, it's useless. It'll be the death of you." I shouted with all my might at the girl's back. "No, as long as you're alive, there's hope, right? Only by surviving can you see those who harmed you get their retribution. No matter how cruel fate is, we can still resist and struggle with all our might and live a life that belongs only to us." Only after saying that did I realize, yes, only by living is there hope. I was so crushed by this world that I couldn't breathe, succumbing and admitting defeat to the bullies. Grandma wouldn't want to see me like this. The footsteps heading towards the Han River stopped. The little girl turned her head, her face covered in tears. "But they're too powerful. I have no way to fight back. Every method I've already tried, it's all useless. The teachers don't care, the school doesn't care, the police don't care. This society is so cold, this country only values money and power. Only by dying can I be completely free. The river water flowed over my shoes. I struggled to speak. Ill handle it. Ill take care of it. I'm the son-in-law of the Chen family. The gloomy eyes lit up with color again. The girl's voice was tinged with a ray of hope. Is that the ski group? She asked cautiously, with a look of disbelief and anticipation. After receiving my affirmative answer, she sat down next to me and cried her heart out. I really can't go on living. They are children of chaebols. When I first started 6th grade, because I got the second highest score in the grade, they cornered me in the classroom. They insulted me, beat me, said I was from the lower class, and deserved to be bullied by them. At first, they just threw books at my head. Then they poured boiling water on me, punched and kicked me. Later on, it escalated to the entire class ostracizing me. I thought that if I could just get through middle school exams, it would be okay. But last week, they came to my parents' shop to cause trouble. My parents are both blind. They make a living by giving massages. I apologized to them, but they forced me to go to places like that to drink with them. They said if I didn't go, they would continue to trash my parents' shop. I am a sinner. If it weren't for me, none of this would have happened. My parents sacrificed everything for me, yet I caused such huge trouble. I'm so useless. I gently patted her back. It's not your fault. Being bullied is entirely the bully's fault. I looked down, stunned by the horrific scars. In a corner of the world, it turns out there are still many people like me, enduring cruel bullying. The thin girl raised her head, the Milky Way reflected in her eyes, sparkling with light. Brother, is it really all the bully's fault? I was stunned. It turns out someone, because of my existence, has reignited their hope to live. I seemed to know what I could do now. I bent down and gently wiped away the tear from the corner of the girl's eye. Bullying is entirely the bully's fault. People shouldn't find fault with the victim. You were able to endure for so long. You love your parents so much. You think of others around you so much. How could it possibly be your fault? Little sister, what's your name? The girl wiped her tears. My name is Sun Han. Suddenly sirens blared. A dazzling light shone on us. Miss Chen, we found the young master. Over here, we found the young master. The Maybach rushed over and stopped. The car door opened. A cold, sharp gaze swept over the person next to me. Feeling the hostile gaze, Sun Han trembled. Sun Han took half a step back. I shielded the girl behind me. The woman's gaze softened for a moment, but after seeing me drenched, became tense again. Nuo, why didn't you come home? I got lost. The driver told me not to wander off, but I think I saw Grandma coming to find me, so I went looking for her. Your hair and clothes are all wet. Let's go home and change into clean clothes, okay? Chenki hugged me tightly. The dirty river water ran down my sleeves, drenching her as well. I looked at the uniformed girl behind us. Bring that little sister home too. Okay. Chen-Kei gave a signal. The police moved towards Sun Han. Sun Han backed away step by step, terror in her eyes. She shook her head desperately. I don't want the police. I don't want the police, I said softly. Little sister, don't worry. Whatever difficulties you have, we will help you. Chen-Ki suppressed her frustration. Nuo, I've been looking for you all night. You only care about her. You don't care about my feelings, how I feel. Tomorrow is our first wedding anniversary. I mumbled a sentence. I'm saving my former self. Chen-Ki didn't understand, but she still let go. She was truly scared. The surveillance camera on the bank of the Han River captured the man walking into the river, and then gradually sinking into the water, very clearly. She thought I really didn't care about anything anymore, that I was determined to die. The starlight grew brighter, and in her moment of despair, she saw the man's surface. Chen-Ki, look, this is even crueler than what you all did to me before. At least I don't have scars on my body, but this little girl is covered in them. His tone was light and casual, recounting the pain of the past. Chen-Ke's heart trembled. She looked towards the girl. The scars on her arm were indeed hideous and terrifying. Chen-Ki looked at Sun Han. Sun Han immediately recoiled and avoided her gaze. Nuo, what do you want to do? She said. Asking the police for help was useless, but when you mobilized the police force to find me, there were almost too many police here to fit. If the police are useless, why even have a police department? Chen-Ki replied without hesitation. Then let's purge them all. What's the use of purging them? Purge them, and the new police who replace them will still be blinded by money and power. The only way is to push for legislation on school violence. School violence doesn't have a precise boundary. What exactly counts as school violence? Does verbal abuse count? Do the whispers of the whole class count? Or does only physical assault count? Does it count if the victim suffers these things due to their own personality issues? Because the boundaries are so vague and unclear, law enforcement is very difficult. Add a bit of money and power to that, and of course, no one will want to deal with it. The youth are the flowers of the nation. Academic pressure has already exhausted them. Violence will devastate children's physical and mental health. Today, I can save this one person, but in this world, there are thousands, tens of thousands of people like me, suffering in silence. Only by promoting legislation, clarifying the definition of school violence, drawing clear boundaries and classifications, accompanied by punishments, and with the supervision of society and schools, can violence gradually disappear. Chen Kai stared blankly at him. During the year she imprisoned him, Chen Kai had almost forgotten. This was the real Wang Mo, brighter than the brilliant summer sun, more dazzling than the stars in the sky. Momo, the legislative process has nothing to do with us. Lawmaking is decided by members of parliament. Once we interfere with legislation, things will get complicated. We just need to live our own lives well. The joys and sorrows of others have nothing to do with us. I broke free from Chen Kai's grasp and looked towards Sun Han. The girl's thin body was covered in injuries. Just like before, I myself had teetered between life and death countless times. I have no more ties in this world, all alone, unable to find a reason to keep living. What if salvation is the meaning? What if the things taught in textbooks when I was young are the meaning? I raised my head and took a deep breath. You live for the benefit of your clan. I live for the ideals and ambitions in my heart. We were never on the same path. Everyone shouts for equality. But since life began, people have been divided into all sorts of classes. Private and public, differing by just one word, is like an insurmountable abyss. People from each class can't see into the world of another. What I want to do is to make sure what the country advocates for doesn't become just empty words. Below, slowly, Chen Kai was shaken. She saw those eyes erupt with a giant flame, burning with infinite vitality again. Nuo, I'm not doing this for the family's benefit. I live for you. I can give up the ski group. I can also give up my status as a Chen. I just want to be with you. It's only because I have this status that I can keep you. My hands hung limply at my sides. The Chen family's power is overwhelming. I am trapped in a cage, not allowed to have my own career and ambitions. Let's go home. Chen Kai was stunned. She heard Nuo say, "Go home, okay?" We're going home. I leaned back in the seat and logged into Canvas. My follower count on Canvas has already grown to 3 million. I thought for a moment, took a picture of the bright moon in the dark night with the caption, "Even in a muddy abyss, a streak of moonlight will shine," and added the hashtag #OpposeSchoolBullying. Chen Kai leaned in to look at my phone. Nuo, you want to be an internet celebrity? I'll have Xinghui Film and Television under the group, set up a private studio to support you. No need. Can I go out and meet my friends in the future? I looked at Chen Kai, staring straight into her eyes. The woman pursed her lips slightly, remembered something, and then nodded. This time, Chen Kai agreed very quickly. A bad feeling rose in my heart. I was a little anxious, but I didn't dare contact Xueqing and the others in front of Chen Kai. Yang Ao has been ordered to take that girl back, and to take the ones who bullied her to the police station. The night was deep and quiet, with gusts of night wind. After I showered, my hair was still a bit damp as I stood on the balcony. The flowers in the garden were blooming beautifully. Chen Kai crossed her arms, embracing me in a completely confining way. Nuo, what were you doing at the Han River today? I lowered my eyes slightly, not looking at the deep affection in the woman's eyes. I wasn't in a good mood, so I wanted to go there for some air. We've clearly been married for a year, and I've been imprisoned in this villa for almost a year now. But Chen Kai's possessiveness and obsession with me seems to have grown even more intense. It has even reached an uncontrollable level. The surveillance cameras in the villa provide 360-degree coverage with no blind spots, and a group of servants follows me wherever I go. Chen Kai looked at me expectantly and said, "You want to leave me, don't you?" "I can't leave." "Can't leave means you want to leave, but can't for some reason. Do you hate me that much?" Chen Kai laughed self-deprecatingly. "It's all right," she continued. "My relatives all hate me too. No one will ever care for me or love me in the slightest. The way your relatives treat you is not your fault. If every child could choose the family they were born into, many parents wouldn't stand a chance. It's not that you wanted to be their child, it's that they wanted to give birth to you to be their child. Many people's psychological problems are actually mostly caused by their family of origin. The way I treat you, you should ask yourself, if you were me, I probably would have died on that snowy day. Wasn't it you who single-handedly destroyed my pity and love for you?" Nuo. When people make mistakes, can't they have a chance to start over? I also want a chance to atone. But you won't give it to me. You get to start over, but what about me? Can I get those 5 years back? Her gloomy dark eyes emitted a cold, dangerous light. Chen Kai took me back to the room. She started to take off her clothes layer by layer. The woman's hoarse voice sounded, Nuo, why can't you try to love me? That time before was so wonderful. We relied on each other, comforted each other. We told each other that, in this world, there are always things worth looking forward to and sacrificing for. That was for you. For me, being with this face of yours, sharing a bed and pillow is a nightmare. Nuo, I've changed everything. Whatever you want me to do, I'll do it, okay? Except for leaving me. My eyes lit up slightly. You chaebols use corporate interest to pressure congressmen to implement national policies and push for legislation. To help people eliminate the wealth gap, focus on cultivating high-level talent, and push the country towards a path of independence and self-reliance, successfully upgrading its industries. Only when industries are successfully upgraded can they provide more jobs for the people. It's very difficult to touch the rich man's pie. It's very difficult to change the mindset of the poor, but someone always has to do it. Let's start with legislation against school bullying first. I said it all in one breath, and Chenke's hands stopped moving. She pursed her lips and looked in disbelief at the man before her. She had met many handsome men. Some were only after money, some were only after power, and some were trying to climb the social ladder. But no one was like this. I took the opportunity to push Chenke's hands away. I asked innocently, is this very difficult to do? Nuo, legislation involves too many things. Those students who participate in school bullying and go unpunished mostly have powerful families. Even if there's a law, it won't improve much. If there isn't a complete system, no one will ever care about those poor victims. Forced into depression or forced onto the rooftop. Chenke, didn't you say you would do whatever I wanted? I want you to right now, for the sake of pushing legislation, to make an effort. I don't believe that with your Chen family's influence, you can do it. Even if it's just one of your Eski Group's brands making a promotional VCR against school bullying would be helpful in promoting legislation. If people in high positions don't act, then the people below, how many days and nights will it take to gather into a spark? Chenke was rarely silent. Her icy black eyes paused, silent for a long time. Finally, she spoke. This is a bit difficult. Let me do it myself. How about that? You said whatever I want you to do, you would do. You can't do it yourself, so let me try, okay? I never intended to have this woman work for me anyway. Destroying the interests of merchants is no different from threatening their lives. If I had directly suggested that I wanted a career of my own, Chen Qi would have definitely refused. Because she's afraid it'll grow wings. She's afraid that if I have a stable income and a certain social status, it would be detrimental to her control over me. After another long silence, I heard the woman speak. Okay, if you get bullied, come back to me. Nuo, I have a lot of money, more than I can spend. You will never have to worry about making a living. The outside world is too dangerous. Deception and infighting are common occurrences. I said nonchalantly, it's fine, people always have to learn from not knowing. You'll give it a try first. Chen Ke's insecurity had reached its peak. However, words once spoken cannot be taken back. In the end, she still nodded in agreement. The next day, after Chen Qi went to work, I logged into the Little Adventurers team group chat on WeChat. Ever since that billion-dollar wedding, the group had fallen silent. After a year, I hesitated and sent a message. I can use my phone to chat with everyone now. However, by noon, no one had replied. The things Chen Qi had done were still fresh in their minds. I logged into the browser and searched for Su Shuking's name. Xu Corporation. Miss Su Shuking officially joins the family's management company. Xu Corporation establishes its first-ever own jewelry brand. Xu Corporation officially enters Hancheng. 3 hot keywords. The last one was from a month ago. I relaxed a little and entered Wang Qin's name. The keywords related to Wang Qin were all beautiful photos of her attending events. For almost a year, Wang Qin's beautiful photos from events have never stopped. Compared to the exquisite and beautiful young ladies next to her, she was not inferior at all. I had a bad feeling. I then searched for Yang Zhao, the most promising genius to win the figure skating championship. Olympic athlete Yang Zhao gets into a car accident on the way to the Olympics. Figure skater Yang Zhao's decline. Figure skater Yang Zhao has to have a limb amputated. Senior Zhou Nansheng replaces him. Zhou Nansheng wins the Grand Slam, retires perfectly. I couldn't believe it and clicked on each hot keyword one by one. All the news was published in February. The pictures of the accident scene were taken very clearly. They weren't even blurred. I instinctively thought of Chen Qi, and at this moment, Shu Shuking sent a private message. I hurriedly asked her, was Yang Zhao's incident Chen Qi's doing? No, it was his senior, Zhou Nansheng. Chen Qi originally had people following Yang Zhao, but for some reason she pulled them back later. This accident was entirely caused by Zhou Nansheng. For the sake of his own career, he resorted to any means necessary. At the most critical moment, he used this method to force the coaching staff to concede. Although everyone around knew it was Zhou Nansheng's doing, he brought glory to the country, won the Grand Slam, and had a perfect retirement. No one wanted the beautiful image of such an athlete to be ruined. The higher-ups arranged a cushy job for Yang Zhao that could guarantee him a life free of worries about food and clothing. It's considered compensation for him. I was a little confused. Yang Zhao himself is from the chaebol world. Why would he need such compensation? Was that athlete really not punished at all? Didn't Yang Zhao's parents and family clear his name? Yang Zhao has already been abandoned by his clan. Wang Qin is going on a blind date with the third young master of the GZ group tomorrow. If the other party is satisfied, she will get married by the end of this year. Wang Qin tried to run away with Yang Zhao before, but she failed. Her family confiscated her phone. My hand holding the phone trembled slightly. They were childhood sweethearts. They were together since they were young. How could heaven be so cruel to separate a pair of true lovers? Nuo, it's a good thing you're back. Otherwise, I really wouldn't know what to do. Did you know? Qin has been crying non-stop these past few days. She even told me she wanted to die. Although Yang Zhao and Wang Qin were well matched in social status, Wang Qin is the darling of her clan, while Yang Zhao is the abandoned son. Qin's parents once said, if Yang Zhao won the Olympic championship, they would agree to this marriage. Nuo, can you come out tomorrow? We can go watch together. Can you send me the location? I'll come find you tomorrow.